and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It's time for Challengers Elite. This is day number 2, and we are getting deep into the groups. Many games happened yesterday, some upsets, some not, and even saw Team Notorious tweet out earlier they're going for the triple by going 21-0 in all the Elite time.
Well, I mean, they very well could at this stage, couldn't they? But realistically speaking, it's still going to be a little bit tougher than what they had to put up with yesterday. I have no doubt of that. We've seen some teams kind of come out and surprise us, Pricey. We've seen some teams look as we expected. It's pretty much day 1 of a Challengers Elite season. It's kind of what we've come to expect, but excited to get into day number 2 nonetheless.
Yeah, 100%, and this is how the groups are looking as we give it a rundown. So far, Mistaken and Team Notorious looking good in Group A. Then Mission Magpies and Project 7, 1 win, 1 loss. Then we've got Tuggy Sports and Pulsar, yet to get a win ton.
Yeah, and not necessarily looking too good for those squads, but realistically speaking, there is a lot more time to go. You do still have potential to get through 2 losses, not the end of the world, but you would have to turn it on pretty quickly. But I mean, for everybody else, it's about trying to keep up with the very top team who have won the last 2 seasons, and that is Team Notorious. They had a cracking start at 2-0, as kind of expected, to be honest, Pricey. It's going to be interesting to see if they can manage to close out another season. A 3-peat over the year would be something quite special.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a difficult one, considering how difficult this game was yesterday. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them, but, you know, having to do just as much work as they actually had to get done yesterday was a bit maybe surprising. But, hey, we will find out just how good they are for the rest of this one. And, of course, Afro just making all the highlights again, Ton.
Oh, as he so often does. And we were wondering, actually, with the accidental movement change that came through, whether or not it was going to nerf him. The answer was absolutely not. They did get shoved quite far, though. I mean, you know, things went down to that map number 5 up against P7. I want to give them a lot of credit as well for P7 actually really putting up a massive fight, considering the first 2 maps didn't go their way. To see how they did over 3, 4, and 5 was promising for them throughout the rest of the season. So let's see how they go. Not necessarily the worst result for them, but Team Notorious very much still looking like the team to beat.
They certainly are as well. And well, this is the schedule for day number 1. Of course, Mistaken versus Project 7. That'll be our very first game on the stream for you. Then we're going to see Team Orchid versus Kinky, and we are going to have a great fun saying that. Is it KNKY or is it Kinky? We'll find out, Tom.
Well, I think we go with Kinky, to be honest with you. I think just for a laugh more than anything. But let's see how the first game is going to break down, though. We did see P7 go up against Team Notorious yesterday, and they have another potentially difficult game here. Mistaken Esports going 2-0 to kick things off. A squad who, you know, we expect to kind of be pushing in towards playoffs, yes, but a 2-0 start, very, very solid indeed. So let's see how these boys can do up against P7. Now, Project 7, again, yesterday, will feel a little bit aggrieved to be heading away with a loss, considering the reverse sweep was on the cards. They could not quite get it converted, but let's see if they can finally get themselves a win here today. They did manage to find one yesterday. 2-1 will be a decent record after 3 games.
It certainly would, and as the philosopher Aristophanes once said, let's get into P1 and have a look at how things are going, and there's a lot of nade kills, some of them not as good as they could be.
Yeah, Chunk, not necessarily the best way to kick things off, of course. It's going to give P7 just some decent amount of time to set themselves up. Some good time at P1 now, very much on offer. And force their way through over towards the spawn. But yeah, for Project 7 yesterday, the hardpoint of map number 1 was not necessarily as clean as they would have liked. It definitely felt like it took them some time to load into the series. But once they get up and running, they look pretty solid. So let's see if they can start nice and hot here up against Mistaken, who, well, didn't start hot, but have managed to find a way back through. 15 seconds to play for. It's currently Mistaken in control by Project 7 with the spawns.
This is all going to be a little bit about the rotation. You can see Mistaken quite happy to soak here on P1 and wait for the break. Project 7 trying to set up all of the lanes they can. And, well, there's a bit of a shutdown going down already. Project 7 ready to just milk this P2. They have pushed out.
It's a good sign potentially on the board. And Denza just going to be a right pain in this kind of scenario. Can find one. Chunk is there for the trade. But again, you got somebody reflanking almost immediately. Going to be Detain's going to find a way from behind if he needs to. Well, he's going the long way, though. The rest of his team could do with him getting there maybe a little bit quicker. I thought he may have made the route through the middle of the map. He doesn't. So now all of a sudden, he's not only not helped his team, he has spawned them out. So not necessarily ideal. Need to be quicker on that flank.
Oh, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a reversal of fortune. Mistaken will not allow that one to slip. You can already see this is just running riot already on a 4 streak.
Looking good from Cal. Can't find a great deal there, though, but... Yeah, I think if you're Project 7, you're probably a little bit disappointed with that. Initial hold was looking good, and that's sometimes the battle, right? Hold it down from the get-go, and yeah, okay, you can probably get yourself some decent time. And well, considering Mistaken got wiped off the initial, you find a break over towards P2 pretty early for Project 7, and you find yourself still about 20 points behind. Not the best of starts, all things considered. Pretty dead, though. I'm going to start to find some time here. Over towards P3. 40 seconds to go on this hill, and one-dimensional push. Going to have to come in here from Mistaken. Could do with finding somebody trying to flip these spawns with P4 as well.
Position so far, and Disarray just not got the life to stay alive there as well. A few bodies gone. Connor knows he's about to come under a bit of trouble. Tries to get one and stay alive. Almost gets the second, but not going to be good enough. But his teammates are there to reinforce.
Nicely done. Some good time going their way now. Find themselves in the lead off of P3, and you got the rotation for P4 momentarily. Well, it's still spawning towards the back, so fortunately for the side of P7, you avoid any absolute disasters. This Ray can find one, but big pressure coming in towards the front of the hill. He's going to need some help pretty quickly as the spawn out's going to come through for Project 7. Now, all of a sudden, it's a bit of a foot race. Mistaken on the way. Chunk will find the gunfight, and that should be a break coming through. Project 7 very much here. Close and personal, though, Bryce.
It's going to be difficult for this, but he can't find the kills, and unfortunately just fell down a little bit there. You can see Project 7 trying to get themselves back in position. Mistaken have compressed a little bit. They're holding towards the back, but don't really have all the angles they would like as Disarray finds two. Chunk trying to hold the door against the flood, and will find one with no trade. Chunk, even though he doesn't have the hill, is causing them issues.
Oh my word, just staying alive up here is the best thing he'd possibly do. Finding kills with the pistol. He's John Wick, apparently. Here we go. Can't find any more. Mistaken, not able to make the most of that, but it was a bit of a 50-50 considering where Project 7 were. But for Mistaken here, okay, you're going to lose the majority of the time, but that's not necessarily the worst result. You never really had control of the spawns. Yeah, okay, you had an opportunity to do something, but you couldn't quite convert it. Not to worry. You stopped Project 7 getting what could potentially have been a full 60. Now all of a sudden, yeah, not in too bad of a spot. Yeah, you may well find yourself 20 seconds behind, but this game is still very, very tight. It
really is, and now both teams ready for this next set of rotations, and Project 7, this is a little bit of extra time they weren't probably expecting on P1. Going to be a lot of problems up top control. It'll be Disarray to try and slow it down. There's the first. Already knows there's going to be somebody else there, and they're winning all of these gunfights. They're taking a lot of time on P1 here, Project 7.
Yeah, they just want to make sure they dot their I's and cross their T's before they find an entrance over towards it. They will start to get some time now. A lot of different angles that Mistaken are threatening to push from. Big kills coming through from Chunk. Connor gets caught with his pants down, and Cal's there to find two as well. Really nice break from Mistaken. It's not for very much. Over towards P1 at least anyway, but you will get those P2 spawns. So all of a sudden, Project 7 have to battle their way through again. P2 was, well, topsy-turvy one for them in the previous rotation. They'd like it to be a little bit more secure if they can get themselves in. Mistaken have a very nice setup here.
Chunk's just having a very good game, and there's another one for him. Eventually will fall, but damage going to be done as it has deflected all the pressure. Project 7 just bleeding time over time. They'll go for another one here. It's all going to be through poolside, and that's a little bit of a headbutt coming through. Disarray opens the door. Can he do enough? No. Chunk to the rescue again with two, but too many bodies fall, and they will lose control temporarily.
Yeah, just sheer pressure coming through from the side of Project 7. Managed to find a way through and can hold them off towards the backside spawn as well here. Detained, starting to slide around and get a feel for it. A couple of these players had been on the dance and weren't quite ready to get back into the multiplayer side of things for a couple of hours. A bit of a slow one there for Project 7 to finally get their way through, but Denza's having a hell of a game. D10 with the snap, not able to quite close it out, but 17 and 8 from Denza is a scoreline you don't want to see if you're mistaken. Project 7 want to solidify themselves as the minimum second best team in this group, and this game would go a long way to doing that. Really good start from them. A decent enough lead. Rotation looking solid as well. Could do a breaking over towards P4 if they can.
Very powerful position if you can get it, but it is difficult to get there. Connor still waiting.
Not by much.
Yeah, this player's just trying to stay in contestants. P3 is always a little bit like this. It's never easy to keep yourself alive on it for very long. With 20 seconds to go, Mistaken doing a good job here. This is heavy soaking on a P3.
Yeah, no, they've done really well. They find that initial break. They keep that time in it. It's kind of been down to Chunk staying alive over towards the balcony side. Finds 3 in a row. It's going to fall. They're trying to put that pressure on for the final 5 seconds. It felt free. It was not. Now one player trying to find some sort of motion over towards this back side. Disarray trying to find the pick. Just trying to be so cute with the angle. Nade over towards the top. Disarray will find it. Gives his team a little bit less pressure to have to deal with from that side momentarily, but now everybody else trying to filter through down towards the scaffolding side of the street. So far, so good for Mistaken. They're holding this down at this moment in time. 40 seconds to go here over towards P4. Mistaken may well be able to take the lead here. Bryce been a good hold so far, but gets Mixie inside of the point. Detain and Disarray can find one apiece. Twisted staying alive up towards the top, though, is crucial for them. The break from Project 7 just kind of came out of nowhere.
They are doing wonderful work. Just managing to hold on to this lead time and time again. Keep the pressure up, but still a little bit of pressure building here. They know they can afford to take another swipe with this. Disarray dancing around, gets cut down by guess who? It's Chunk one more time. There's another team kill, and considering the team kills that Mistaken have had, still very much in this game.
It's a close one. Project 7 doing well, though, to find the break. It kind of has felt like a very back and forth, and all of a sudden, Project 7 just find an extra 20 or 30 out of something. And then all of a sudden, it's Mistaken Esports who find something over towards P1, which is what they seem to be able to do again. Chunk can find one, Twisted finds another, and that should be some good time. 40 seconds to go at P1, and it could be crucial time for Mistaken.
Detain, trying to hit a route. A little bit of timing, finds one. We'll try and clear this hill off a little bit, or put pressure on, and nobody's reacted to it, and Detain says, all right, I'll take the 3 very easily, thank you. And this puts them in such a great position. Not only can they get a little bit of time onto this P1, they are ready for P2.
It's going to force them back a little bit, though. Those next couple of gunfights were important as well, just to solidify it. They haven't been able to find it. Twisted's found a way through, stays alive as well. Mistaken have a couple of reinforcements here, spawning towards the backside as well for P2. Disarray and Co. These next couple of gunfights are massive. If Mistaken can find it, they can tie the game up and maybe even take the lead. Project 7 with some good time here over towards P2. You're in touch and distance for the win.
He's going to go down here and too much pressure mounting. Project 7 only have one player left to Detain. He's trying to stay alive. It isn't going to happen, and Mistaken just seems so good at this P2 ton.
Yep, they really have been causing the problems. Here we go, though. Denza calling in the Hellstorm. Kind of taking down Disarray, though. Is he going to find anything? Absolutely not. Puts a little bit of pressure on, so it might just give the side of Project 7 a little bit of breathing room as they try to find a push over towards P2. The kill's starting to fall their way. And for all that we said, Mistaken looking solid here. The spawn's still close towards the back. That's a lovely break from Project 7. Can they hold it down? 20 seconds to go.
Trying to hold every single second they know here. They know P3 is going to be a bit of a scrap regardless. Connor is going to be fine. They've managed to clean this out, but of course, if you're Mistaken, it's all about trying to lock down P3, get as much time as possible. Detain going the long route. Project 7 are trying to set up for a bit of pressure onto this one. At the moment, they are not winning the gunfights. They have to be careful to not play this too smart.
I mean, Julian has just beamed Detain across the map there. And now Mistaken have an opportunity to get some points on the board. 45 seconds or so remaining. If you want Project 7, you aren't going to get them off it. For Mistaken, you cannot let them just soak up this time. Little bit of a split spawn coming through. That might catch them off guard, but Project 7 starting to put their foot on the gas now, Brycey. Around 15 seconds or so before they close out the win, but Chunk and Twisted are able to find kills through the middle of the map. They didn't read the split spawns. Who would? Connor now just trying to survive on a 6 spree. Right now, it's Mistaken inside of the point. They are still 30 seconds away.
This gets a bit tense. Detain trying to make the play, but he's been beat by Julian. And now a fight towards the back again. Connor has gone all the way back to try and stay alive here. Everybody knows it's coming down to P4. Project 7 will get the first here. Cal has to be the linchpin for his team. Already stunned. Sees Connor's knees. Tries to gun them. More nades coming through, and he is out of there. 12 seconds, and Mistaken have to move.
Yeah, they got to find something very, very quickly. One player going up to get rid of Disarray. You can do. 4 seconds to go. You got to find a break. Can you even get a touch? Project 7, once again at P4, will find the job and find it done. It was a difficult one, though. It was back and forth, but both teams felt like they had their hills that they were making a lot of inroads on. For Mistaken, it was P2. You don't get that solidified, though, on that final rotation, and you had a massive opportunity to do so. And then eventually we get ourselves around to P4, where P7 have been so good. And once again, they are there to find the break. They will find a good time, and they will find map number 1.
Well, there it goes. I mean, there were some good performances on both sides as well. It does come down to a little bit of a close game, but realistically, Project 7, they took the lead and were just able to trade out across multiple. The only criticism you can really give them is a couple of shaky P2s. Other than that, pretty good from them all the way through. Mistaken had some big games as well. You got to say, I think Chunk kept making those big kills. Didn't get as many kills as Julian in the end, who did really turn up towards the end of that hardpoint ton.
Yeah, he did. You know, we found some moments, especially with the AR over towards that backside, but unfortunately for them, they are not able to convert those kills into a rotation, and that's potentially the difference maker. If you get some good control over towards P4, they never managed it over, what, 3 different opportunities to do so, and that is going to be one that stings. Potentially a hill to work on for them, because outside of that, you know, they went pretty even with P7 all the way through. PT was looking good for the majority of the game. Project 7 eventually will just find the break over towards P4 again, as they so often did. This was the only moment really that Mistaken had, when Chunk starts popping off with the pistol. But in the end, P7 Esports just squeezed them to find the break of P4 again, find some good time, and as I said, the map as well.
Well, so far so good for P7, and well, you are right. They are trying to make a little bit of a name for themselves in this group so far. Of course, so is everybody else. But I have a lot of faith in this P7 team. I think every time I watch them, there's just a lot of talent, I think, is the easiest way to kind of talk about it. It's always one of the ones where, yeah, it's easy to focus on the Steve Vortexes or the Afros or the Bances that are in Elite. P7 is a very solid team in every single game we've seen them in.
Oh, yeah, and look, I think they are one of the squads who are there or thereabouts, but realistically speaking, they have just been a step behind those very top teams, but they are looking to try and bridge that gap. And that's a good start for them up against Mistaken. Red Card Search and Destroy going to be coming up next as well. Yesterday wasn't too bad against Team Notorious on this map in particular, but Team Notorious, a very, very good Search and Destroy and, well, Red Card team, so not able to get that one over the line. Are they going to be able to do that this time around, though, here against Mistaken? Well, we'll find out very, very shortly. We've also got Hassie under control coming up for map number 3. If we do indeed get there. Of course we'll get there when we get there. P4 and 5, maps 4 and 5, don't worry. Look, I'm still tired of yesterday. Look, I know. I know. Well, you told me that I was making the rules, so here we are, first to 2. Let's be heading into the second map now and see how things are going to go down. For Mistaken, it's an opportunity to bounce back, but there was a close map number 1, still potential for the series to go the distance.
Yeah, there certainly is. And I was actually just going to bring up the group standings, because I was just double checking, and yeah, I mean, realistically, for Project 7, this is a very big game. I mean, taking down Mistaken, who are already 2-0 in this group, would be just a massive win for them. Of course, you know, if they get this win over P7 as well, they go 3-0. That puts them at, well, I think I'll just read this over my other screen now. Basically, obviously, we're looking at Team Notorious in Group A. So far, if you haven't been watching the Elite Series, first of all, where have you been? But secondly, Notorious have not dropped a series over the last 2 stages. I mean, so it's fairly good to say that they'll be somewhere towards the top in this one, but who comes underneath them, Ton?
I think realistically, the top 4 that are there now are likely to be the top 4 at the end of things. It's just curious what order it's going to be. And Team Notorious, you would absolutely expect to be there over towards the top side, but the important thing for the other 3 squads is that you don't want to be coming up against some sharks pretty much immediately in the playoff side of things. The higher you finish, the absolute better, and that's what they want to do. They want to get some good practice against some good teams, and for all these squads that is the case, but you also want to be able to get yourselves up high as possible on that ladder to make your life just a little bit easier through the bracket when we do get there in a couple of weeks time. But there's a lot of card to be played before we start going into the permutations or wherever you're going to land. You've just got to go in each series, try and win it, go from there.
Well, just so we can have a quick update on everything else that's going on Bravo right now, of course, we're seeing Katana versus Annex, and at the moment, Skyline Hardpoint 250 to 156 for Katana, and I believe we're going to jump into the dealership, Ton.
Yeah, for the side of Katana, this is a good opportunity to go up against a team who play a little different in an Annex. Gonna have to try and deal with them here on dealership. Cobra, good shots in over towards the backside. Going to defend the bomb. Giving them a bay. Tough one for Annex to try and find a way back from.
Let's go down there. Let's Rasco. Oh, the last player laying down. Oh my goodness, that is unbelievable.
Close. I don't know if he got it. Yeah, no, he didn't.
Yeah, I don't think he did, but full credit to Rasco. Gun flying at everybody.
I mean, yesterday we seen a couple of moments from Rasco in the game up against Lynn, I believe. Alex, they look mixy, I want to say. They're very much one of those teams that seem to have the raw talent, but have they necessarily converted that into a high-level play yet? We're not 100% sure. We're still trying to figure that one out. Oh, going up against Katana as well. It'd be great practice for them. You know, you're coming up against one of the best teams. I mean, you've got, as far as storied players go on the opposition, you've got Vortex, obviously, but Brezzy and Co have been around for a very long time. This is a serious roster you're going up against, and all better for the experience if you can find it. But right now, you're just finding bullets coming in from Brezzy's Jackal. 2 kills found very, very quickly. On a piece between these two here on Dealership. It's an awkward little map to try and get used to.
It is, and we were speaking about this yesterday, right? Obviously, when a new map hits the map pool, it's all going to be about how many reps can you get on it, when can you get polished. I think, honestly, Dealership is one of the more difficult ones to do it on. It's so... I was talking to somebody earlier, and it's not really... Convoluted is not what I want to say. It's more like it's compressed. It's constant, close gunfights with a lot of walls and a lot of places to kind of lose people. It's got so much surface area. Is a good way of putting it. There's a bit of verticality, there's a lot of corridors, there's a lot of choke points, and, well, that's about as clean as a 2-base you'll get, but it can be one of those ones that's very difficult to get a coordinated push going.
It's difficult. There's so many different routes that players are still figuring out as well, and areas that you can be shot from. I mean, even the vents on the right-hand side here for Vortex, that's just an inroad that can be made very, very quickly over towards the bomb site. Something to figure out for these squads. Something for us to still figure out, to be honest with you, Brycey. I want to speak for myself, maybe, but, you know, we're getting there.
I'll tell you something else. When we go through this as well, one of the things we probably haven't mentioned that happened yesterday, and we should talk about it a little bit more, is Katana losing to Jump Shot France.
No, that was massive. Obviously, we got to see the series, and this is a much-needed bounce-back win for the side of Katana, and if Aspect is shooting like that, well, it shouldn't be any problem. But yeah, that's... I want to say, you know, you give credit to Jump Shot France, absolutely. But you want to say for Katana, it's a bad loss. You would expect the team of their caliber, okay, Jump Shot France, to have some quality players, but you would expect them to be able to deal with Jump Shot France. They weren't able to. Trying to deal with Annex here. Still 2-1 to the good. Bomb is going to go down here for Katana as well. 2v2 retake needed by Rasco and Infinity.
Retake, not the easiest thing. Katana have said, hey, full wrap all the way around. Vortex has found them! They're both looking out the window, having a look at the view, and Vortex says, hey, we're not in there. Oh my goodness. This is what I'm talking about, you know, just a little bit of map knowledge. The reps going through, both of the players getting caught by Vortex.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Aspect is there to pick up the pieces as well. Gunfight goes through and things are looking very, very good for the side of Katana there in that series. Red Card Search and Destroy going to be coming up between Project 7 and Mistaken No. And this still has the hallmark of a very good series potentially on the cards, Brycey. Both squads putting it up in the very first map. But it was the side of P7 who were able to convert over towards P4 on Vault. It really was their bread and butter throughout the entirety of that hardpoint. But what can they do here on Red Card Search and Destroy? I don't want to say they struggled up against Team Notorious yesterday, but they weren't able to really shut down Eric Boom, and that was their big problem. I think they lost it 6-3, so comfortable win for the side of Team Notorious, but very much winnable here for the side of Project 7 once again. Detained, called out by Julian. 4 versus 3 in favor of Mistaken.
This is where it gets very dangerous. Trying to get over towards A here when they know where you're going, when they've got all this Overwatch. Trying to make a play. Connor is going to go down as well. Massively outnumbered here for Project 7, and it's just disarray. He'll try and get one back on a chunk. They're going to know where he is. There's too many angles for him to hold, and he's going to go for it. This right does not care. This isn't really a clutch attempt. This is like a take-out attempt.
Yeah, didn't manage to get much done there, but always with the numbers against them, it's going to be a tough one. Good job from the side of Mistaken. No first blood was found. I want to say maybe a little easily by the side of Julian, I believe. In map push comes through, just catches Disarray off guard completely. Let's see how things are going to go this round for P7. Not necessarily the best way to kick things off.
Here goes, though. If I'm mistaken, winning this series would, of course, continue their unbeaten run. Project 7, this would certainly kind of cement them in that top 4. We already know that we've got a strong feeling that both these teams should make it to playoffs, but seeds do matter.
It really does. You don't want to necessarily be going up against a team, I was about to say like Katana, but a team like Jumpshot France maybe in that first round. The way that they were playing. You don't want that smoke early doors. Stay in that winners bracket as long as you can. But ultimately, it's just about getting to playoffs and playing your best card from that. Best team will win it on that stage. Julian with some good shots over towards Denza, who was tagged up, as was Julian, but that's going to give them just a little bit of an onus to push over towards this A side. Hell up top here as well. This is now a dangerous spot for the side of Project 7. Got no control up top. Goes down, and this is usually a good position where you can try and retake from, but Cal is here. He's going to try and hold it down.
You know he's here as well. This does not want to go in before him, and that'll be a good nade. The tank got a nade in at the same time, and it has taken him out. Julian, though, trying to fight himself, and almost guns Connor. If he'd won that, it would have turned it around, but right now, Project 7 have to make a move. Still going to try and take it down. Trump already finds one. They'll have to look for him as well now. It goes down to a 1 versus 2. And Mistaken have held the 2 versus 3. Disarray does not have the time, does not have the positioning, and unfortunately does not have the luck to get this one done.
Yeah, I think even just with Cal getting the time that he's able to kind of relieve Mistaken with whilst he's up top. Of course, he does get taken down after, what, 10-15 seconds or so. But the fact that he just keeps them at bay from that top balcony side just makes things so much more difficult on the retake. If you're the side of P7, you eventually get there, but just trades start to ring through because he's starting to rush things. And all of a sudden, just like that, you are 2-0 down. Mistaken looking like a very solid roster. I need to double check who they actually did go up against yesterday, because I mean that's a very, very nice start. The 3-1 Mission Magpies, that's a big one. A 3-0 Team Pulsar, which we would expect them to do, but the 3-1 against Mission Magpies are a solid roster. We're going to try and get something going here up against P7. This would be a statement win if they're able to find it.
Oh, Cal. They know he's here. More nades flying in. I don't think that nade actually got caught by the trophy. Cal's got to be careful of the shoulders being thrown. Nobody will be able to trade him if he goes down, and he's playing with fire.
He's keeping them at bay, though. He's very much keeping them at bay, but the problem is that he needs to be there with the rest of his team to push over towards this A side. Mid-map gunfights are going to be so crucial here. Cal can't find anything. Julian's now going to have to find a way through. Connor's already lining him up. Can't jump on this now. If you're mistaken, Twisted and Chunk going to have to fight their way out, and it's difficult. There's a gunfight you might be able to find. Oh, Chunk just needed to take his time, but he needed to find it quickly. He can find one. Can he find the second under Denza? Backs him down. No defuse coming through. 10 seconds to go. P7 may well have just cleaned this one up. Twisted would get taken down, but solid effort from Chunk. He's on for the bloody ace here, Brycey, and yet they're not going to win the round.
No. Good shooting, but unfortunately just not the situation he needed to be in. Finds the kills, but once that bomb is down, it does really give the advantage to the team defending. A lot of shoulders can be thrown, a lot of time can be burnt.
I think it was always just difficult, right? I think Cal was just well known. They knew his position. He was the one that was looking for a flank. He just had to try and find a different angle to get through. But by the time he's dipping and diving and while still surviving, it's wasting his own time, though, right? You need to get over towards the site very, very quickly. Mistaken 2-1 to the good now, though. And a good round for the side of Project 7. Able to keep them at bay through the middle of the map, and that is ultimately the goal you set out. Chunk got a 3 spree, so keep an eye on this as we do start to move forward. He has been just so impressive across the entirety of every 3 seasons that we've had here. Every 3 stages, seasons, whatever you want to call it. Can he continue this still for the side of Mistaken, who are trying to make a move over towards this B side? There was an angle there for Cal to maybe find something else on the other player inside the point. Connor's still in a lot of trouble. That grenade's going to sting. And he gets taken down. All of a sudden, big control there for the side of Mistaken Esports.
Ends up gets one, but is that going to be enough for this bomb going down? Disarray trying to slip the net. Could have done with that kill. Almost takes down Cal, but there's just too many against them. Weren't able to get in the positions they needed to be. A mistake and get another round on the board here in this S&D. Just looking like a bit of a polished team when it comes down to it.
Looking very solid. Search and destroy. Seems to be that playground right now. P7 again, though. You think about yesterday, obviously losing this to Team Notorious, but I suppose you don't want to necessarily read too much into that. If they lose it to Mistaken again, I think red card might be in the bin a little bit throughout the rest of the season. It hasn't necessarily been going their way.
Here goes the push again. Looks like Project 7 are going towards A, but already Mistaken have a pretty good battle line set up. Almost draw that on like a VOD map. Look how kind of in sync they all are. This has taken a lot of map control away from Project 7, and they'll have to try and find a place for it as well. Twister just pushed up again. Disarray knows he's here. Chunk, though, going to strike, and this is exactly what they wanted. Get in and get out, but it's going to go down to a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, it didn't get out cleanly, and they've got a good idea where Chunk is, but the mid-map control's starting to come through. Julian's made Disarray have to move, and Chunk will say thank you very much. Kind of now in a position to try and find something here in a 1 versus 3, but tough scenario from this point, really, isn't it? Julian on a 4 spree, Chunk on a 2 spree. Just don't want to try and add too much to these moments that will, well, make a big difference. Connor on his way up, should be dead to rights almost imminently, and is Mistaken. Another round underneath their belts. Just get aggressive through the middle of the map. They find the picks and go from there. Nice and simple from them. Deserved 4-1 leaders.
An absolute lockdown. It feels like, we said this before, we thought these two teams were going to be pretty close. P7 Mistaken, obviously not a million miles away. Both got wins yesterday, but just Mistaken managed to get 2. And now as it comes into this S&D, you can see why, even with the Hardpoint, did feel a little bit more Project 7 heavy. Mistaken were never out of it, and now on the S&D, they are showing just how good they are at being 2-0 already in the groups.
Have you got an answer back if you're Project 7? Sticken gonna get aggressive here. He's waiting for Carl to get around the corner. Just seems to be one player here, and that's going to be detained. If you can find anything without dying, that would be brilliant. But he's still kicking it alive whilst everything else is going on around him. Denza now being challenged as well. Chunk, I'm not too sure if he would have been stunned up from that as well, but they have got control of the site. 3 versus 3 could do with getting it down, but just making sure they don't give in to this pressure. Chunk with another gunfight. 3 versus 2.
Going Overwatch and waits. That is beautiful. He holds it. Doesn't shoot straight away. Doesn't go for the spray. Gives it half a heartbeat. That allows him to not only get that kill very cleanly, but get the second. There it is. Look how clean that kill was. Already ready to snap on the Connor, who didn't think he was here.
Nicely done. Another round goes Mistaken's way. Just looking like the much healthier outfit on the Search and Destroy right now. 5-1 lead is comfortable, and this one could be over relatively quickly. One more round for the side of Mistaken. P7, you need to find a way back somehow. Just hasn't felt likely. It's felt like Mistaken have really just dictated everything on the map, and look at this, all the way through the middle of the map. They're going to get caught by Connor this time, though. That's going to give them a bit of an inroad over towards A. Denza does have the bomb, is tagged up and now dropped. Cal, if you can find this ridiculous gunfight from Cal, continues to survive. Connor will fall 2 versus 2.
And Cal, having done so much work, finds himself alone on a 4 streak. Detain, just able to get out of the position before he could get caught. For P7 Esports, they get a round back onto it, but it does feel like the Mistaken show.
I mean, Cal, those gunfights, if you lose the round in the map like that, it's a tough way to go out if you're P7. But you don't. You extend it. 5-2 now. Comebacks have got to start somewhere.
Here comes the push. Already you can see Mistaken going heavy on the outside, all the way towards 8. A lot of pressure come down here. Chunk's going to get caught. Already got one down, but this has given away some map control here. Mistaken might know this. Problem is, Project 7 know it as well, and they're trying to get around the back. Denzel, will he thread the needle?
Oh, he hasn't. Didn't go for the shot. And will they rue that mistake? He had an angle for a second. I think he might have been able to find it, but that's done now. The bomb is down. Might starting to go the way of Project 7. Denzel Disarray combining well. Julian left on his own. Can he find a second? Yes, he can. 1 versus 3 on the cards. 1v1 against the 10.
Project 7 pull off the pinch beautifully and just get away with it. Oh my goodness, it almost threw it all away. They had Connor as the anchor. They waited to close in on him. And a 2-piece from Julian could have thrown them into the bin, but the 1v1 is won by P7. They stay alive in this S&D ton.
That's 2 rounds in a row. You can't let this one slip if you're mistaken now. You have 3 more rounds to secure this. I don't want to say they've necessarily changed up too much, but maybe, I say possibly being a little bit aggressive, maybe a little bit of egregious to try and get something going here. Egregious was the word I was looking for there, Bryce. I do speak for a living, and I promise I do get paid for it, so it's quite surprising. But irrelevant. Feels like they may be trying a little bit too hard to get this one secured. And Project 7 sending, well, literally balls to the wall here. We are going straight over towards B. Big fight incoming. Trades there for the disarray. Julian gets taken down. 3v3.
O'Connor gets gifted an easy kill through the window, and now Project 7 have numerical advantage. But Chunk is waiting. Timing will be everything here. You can see Disarray is going to have a look at him as well. Chunk almost catches one, but almost catches his death. Cal going for it and gets it before he gets taken down. It's a 2 versus 2. Cal surely not going to do magic again. Does not, and Chunk left to try and clutch this round ton.
I mean, if anyone can do it. Problem he's got, though, Connor and Denzel working well together here. They're just going to get the wrap around it. This bomb is in a position where it's just impossible to defuse this, surely. You would think, maybe. We'll keep eyes on it. They've got eyes on it. Chunk would have to find 2 very unfavorable gunfights. Connor's not even going to entertain the idea here. Because his head top skimmed off, but it's not going to make much of a difference. 9 seconds to go. Not going to happen. That's 3 rounds in a row for Project 7 now. Things starting to get a little scary for Mistaken Esports.
Well. E7 looking to do the impossible. 2 more rounds and they take away what felt like a lock here for Mistaken. Problem is they cannot afford to make a mistake still.
It's been perfect over the last 3 rounds. They just need to keep it up. Getting scary now. Julian sitting at 10 and 5. Everybody really is kind of doing their job and Mistaken. Now their turn to attack. Can you find a way to kill this one off? Because if we go to around 11, that's a very scary scenario for both teams. P7, you would have dragged it all the way there. To potentially be defeated. Mistaken, you were cruising through this game. You 5-1 up. Can't let it slide. Cannot lose this map if you're mistaken. You go 2-0 down in this circumstance, the game's done.
A little bit of nerves on both sides here. Mistaken have seen rounds just run away from them. Project 7, a little tingle in the things that maybe they can bring this back. And well, there's the first blood, but Denzel's in trouble. Trying to get out of it. He's not able to win it. Down to a 3 versus 3. He's hoping for a bit of magic. But it all goes quiet again. Time going to be burnt here. Connor, will he get the timing onto Cal, who he is pretty much just trying to make this map work?
I mean, this is just an absolute classic when you've been in a monumental lead and have you potentially let it slip. It's that kind of round. 1 versus 2 now for Julian to secure the game, or do we go to a round 11?
He's 11-5, and they will know roughly where he was. He's entertained. He's put bullets down, but it's just giving his position away. It's only going to be Taylor's on him now. Nade's going out. Julian's fighting for his life. 68 health. Still alive. Nobody able to take him down. Surely Connor's going to be here in a second as well. Connor, no. Oh my goodness! Oh my God! What have we just seen? A car took out Detain, and that could have been the round here for him. He could have won the clutch by help of a car exploding, but Connor catches him in the teeth before he can get away. What an ending!
There's so much to break down there. Detain has got him. Stuck behind ambulance, I believe. And Connor's still... He's absolutely miles away.
What on earth was that?
Look, we're still on Moscow from 3 years ago. Help me out. Round 11, irrelevant, Brycey. Mistaken, we're 5-1 up. Project 7 have sent us yet. Incredible comeback. Can they complete it, though? There's no way.
Will he overheat? Doesn't matter. He's taking map control. He knows where Chunk's going to be. He's trying to get out of it. He doesn't want to die here. Bomb going to go down. They have the number. Detain is still alive. This man needs to buy a lottery ticket. Luck is everywhere.
I'm down
Project
as well.
7.
Yeah, they have to get that. And they hold it, Bryce.
And there gets one more. Mistaken.
No
2 versus
way.
now 1 versus 4. Mistaken. All on Cal's shoulders because Project 7 have made a 5 versus 1 comeback. It is unbelievable it gets to this point, and Cal shoulders every single direction, but it's not good enough, and it's 2-0 now to P7.
That is a breakdown, ladies and gents. P7 6-5. They were 5-1 down. Oh no. I was just starting to give Mistaken a lot of plaudits in the Search and Destroy, and P7 just started chipping away and chipping away and chipping away. It's like slowly being bled out at that stage, isn't it? Because P7 starting to get a little bit closer. 5-2, okay, not a big deal. 5-3, yeah, we're getting a little nervy. Oh, it's 5-4. Bloody hell. And there it's 5-5, and we've lost 6-5. I mean, that is... I would love to see the stats at 5-1 in comparison to what they look like now. Because I can't remember, because I am mind blown that that one's turned on its head. 2-0 for P7 Esports. This series goes in one direction only after this, Pricey. There's no way you can regain after that.
No, I don't think you can either. I mean, realistically, that was... Like I said, I was like, hey, Mistaken have done a great job here. They've got the S&D done. All right, onto the control. Let's find out who gets better. And then all of a sudden... I think you were right. You probably felt it about 5-3. Like, oh, this is a little bit horrible. And then everything that could have happened. We still got to talk about that round 10 because round 10 was just ridiculous. An almost clutch up that went to bits, and then there was a car explosion, and then Connor caught the guy who could have laid down and won the round, I think.
Yeah, Julian nearly found that 1v3 to secure it as well. There was so many close moments. The car. Bloody hell. As if that happened.
We can see it again. I'm waiting for it in the replay.
I mean, that was one of those moments. If I think... Yeah, there it is. It's a good job Connor was there eventually, yeah?
Well,
that was slander him too much, to be fair. He was 10-8 in that last round.
Yeah, that was the thing. I was like, well, I mean, there is an opportunity here because Connor can't really trade if he beats Detain, and obviously he didn't want to go down. Detain didn't want to go down, so they're throwing like one bullet at each other and nades and every tactical they have. And then obviously Detain ended up killing himself by nading the car and then going at the car thinking he was still there. Connor was eventually in for the trade, but it wasn't even really a trade. It's just a very weird ending to an S&D. And the most surprising part is now P7 are 2-0 up.
Yeah, that's if I'm mistaken, I don't know how I claw my way back from this one. I think this. I mean, look, we've had scenarios like this where teams have fumbled a Search and Destroy like that, 1-2-0 down. We've probably cast multiple series where they've came back and won it 3-2. I suppose the positive that you can take is that you were very much finding those moments. There was a couple of rounds you could have won to secure that, and we could have already been a couple of rounds into control, but you didn't. So you didn't win the map. So that's ultimately what really does matter. But you're creating those positions, you're playing well enough to get it over the line, but not quite. So now you're going to head into a control. P7 are a good control team, and it's going to be difficult. I believe we're going over towards Hacienda as well when we do load in. I really feel for Mistaken Esports now. P7 really stamping their authority in that second place at the moment.
Yeah, kind of a wild one. Like I said, it's just such a weird one to lose 5 rounds on the bounce. Thought Mistaken had it. I still can't really quantify. That's the difficult thing here. And everything we saw, the craziness of round 10, Mistaken, maybe just a little bit of lack of ice. But even in some of those last rounds, you could tell it felt very different from the first ones, where they knew exactly what they wanted to do on the map, and they were being a bit aggressive, and they were taking map control away. On that one, it was almost like they were playing not to lose rather than playing to win. Is probably the easiest way to put it. Yeah, it felt that way. Like, you know, as I mentioned when we were a couple of rounds in to the comeback, I should say, it definitely felt like they were trying too hard, weren't they? That's kind of those moments where they were being aggressive through the middle of the map. They were just trying to something different. That I don't want to say I was reading into what they were doing beforehand too much. They were just playing good search and destroy, and then all of a sudden they were maybe just thinking it was a guarantee at that stage. Obviously it wasn't, and eventually it will be Project 7 who closed that one out in a 6-5 round 11 fashion. Yikes, that's not a good one to lose at all. It certainly isn't. Well, I've been told that we're about to load into this next one, of course, as we're just having a quick look at how some of the other scores have gone down.
Oh, tell me.
It looks like, well, I was going to say that, but it turns out they haven't actually put the score. They've just told me the map centers. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're going to go into this next one any second now. The players should all be in the lobby as we head towards the control. Ton,
why would you
feel like this is all good for Project 7, right?
Well, you would think so. I think just purely in the manner of the search and destroy when you come back like that, Mistaken. If for me, it's so crucial that Mistaken, whatever side they're on, win the first round here. You need to get some momentum back on their side. A P7 Esports come out firing here. You might as well call game.
Well, this is all going to be about a big push, and they're going for this already. They're waiting straight into the spawn. The only problem with this, of course, is that you need a couple of kills to get the spawn trap rolling. It's not really a spawn trap if nobody's in it.
Julian, I'm gonna get some things going. You are right. It's all very well setting yourself up there, but you need to make sure that the kills are found first, or it's pointless. Keeps pressure on though, and to be honest, Mistaken not in a terrible spot yet. Shot starting to ring out. Denza though, keeping some sort of control over towards fences. This Ray can find one. This Ray can find a second. Now all of a sudden you are pinned back a little bit if you're Julian. Have you got away with this one? No, absolutely not. Timing not on your side. Denza will find it. Everybody forced and down water side. Tint, ready for this push through the middle of the map.
Just trying to hold them at bay, and on the bay is doing, and Mistaken taking a lot of mid-map control at the very beginning off that break and looking for the kills back towards spawn has gone about as badly as it could have done. Now they have to commit to B. Disarray should catch one here, but they should check this corner. And, well, he doesn't catch any. There's too many bodies to shoot. Denza will get here. They have managed to stop the clock now.
They don't have a lot of time to play with here. Kills have went their way as well, starting to collapse. And then, yeah, if you're the other members of Project 7, you are just keeping everybody else at bay. Slow them down as much as you can because they will be sprinting straight forward. Detain can find one. The rest of the team not getting anything done, though, for the side of Project 7. They're not able to get them off the point. Collapse is coming, but it might be too late. Those 1.7 seconds are going to be extended.
Connor, not going to be able to get anything here, and you've got to give credit. Mistaken. Wonderful bounce back. Now very much in an advantageous position. This will be all on Denza. Can he make the gunfight? No. And now a horrible position for them. Project 7 find themselves mostly in spawn, but Connor and Disarray finding those two does stave off a little bit of disaster. Twisted, not able to get any more either.
I'll find it, but Project 7, this was looking like a very clean round, and all of a sudden you're having to really fight for it. Push up the water side. There's going to be a couple of players down here from Project 7 to close this out, but Connor He finds 2 in the middle of the map, and it may well just be one more swing at it here for Mistaken Esports. Not many lives, but there's that little time that it doesn't really matter. You just got to get on the point and capture it now.
Trying to get towards it. 4 seconds left. Chuck just has to jump on and be the hero. Almost gets the spray transfer, but doing just enough. Twisted goes for this at the same time, and Disaster averted one more time. Mistaken looking to pull this one out of the fire. No lives remaining, but so far so good. Second tick is going to be in here.
Yep.
This is going a little bit wrong for them, and surely Mistaken haven't pulled off another miracle. That is unbelievable.
Does either one of these teams want to win this match? This is kind of where I'm at with it. But that's what it takes. You are maybe down, what, 7 on lives? It doesn't matter. You just need to find a certain way to get onto the point and hold it from there. There was a couple of occasions, I want to say, from the side of P7 where they kind of went 1 by 1. And that's... I don't want to say that's what's cost them, but you got to take your time in that moment. Mistaken Esports find that first round. That's a huge momentum swing now. There's no way they should have won that one. Project 7 should have had it secured. There was 1.7 seconds left for them even to get a hold of B, and they've went on to win the round. Massive, massive round for Mistaken.
Oh, for Project 7, you must have felt like you had that one won several times. Now you've got to try and win your own attack. Denzer already trying to get through here as well, but they've lost a couple of players and have stopped the clock originally. I think we still have to talk about just how much Mistaken iced up in that moment. Their break didn't go well. They got mid-map control. They ran a little bit of lives and then lost all their time. Still got A. Same thing happened again on the B. Sorry, still happened and went around to A. No lives remaining. 3.6 seconds and they win the round.
Incredible work. P7 trying to do something, well, not necessarily similar. I think they'd like to try and find this attack in a little bit more of a simplistic manner. Right now, they're struggling to get some map control. Staying over towards the top side. Trying to get something through the middle of the map, but... moment of time, Mistaken are just about keeping them at bay. Trades are absolutely fine for the defensive team here. Julian will find one back in their favor. Now for Project 7, they can find one back themselves. But again, like they're finding these kills, these trades are not good for anything really. Mistaken doing a really good job.
Where is Project 7 going to go? They need a little bit of a luck swing. If they're going to try and capture anything here, they've got a bit of control over towards B. And you can see Connor's going to go for the spawns off there, and that's what they needed. Cal is going to get bad timing. Down they go, locking onto B now. Julian trying to hold it as well, but we'll get that gunfight against Disarray. Can they put on enough pressure now to squeeze them out?
Just takes one break in control. Doesn't matter how good you've been over the majority of the round. Oh, they don't get it though. They go for the Charles, and all of a sudden that it was a millisecond away from being captured. And your round's fallen flat on its face. Mistaken Esports are finding moments here in this control. And now getting away with it. 2 seconds. I don't even think they can get a touch. No, you can't get there quick enough. Project 7. I don't want to say they fumbled that round, but they should have at least extended the time and given us something over towards A. They go for the challenges. They lose the gunfights. They lose the point. They lose the round.
Well, well, well. This has gone from bad to worse. And if you're a Mistaken fan, certainly got a big smile on your face right about now. Can they do it again and get an attacking round? Might try a different break.
For Project 7 here, they'd be looking at sort of say, right, okay, well, we didn't win our attack, but we absolutely should have won our defense. Let's see if they can secure this one now. They're 1.7 seconds away from doing that in the previous round. They were less than that away from securing B and extending their attacking round themselves. It's been a game of fine margins. Well, those fine margins have went over towards the side of Mistaken. But they've been here before. They are 2-0 up. No lead is safe on this series. Pricey 1 Project 7 are in the conversation.
Try to hold them off. You got to be a little bit nervous here, Project 7, because you thought you had it locked down last time. So whenever you're like, hey, we're in a great position, there's always going to be a lingering fear of doubt. And so far, Mistaken still trying to make the inroads here. Play from Cal. They probably don't expect to get A, but this will buy a little bit of time. He's almost sacrificing himself for those seconds. Big kill from Julian as well. Opens up the B site. Lovely.
Gives them the opportunity to get this one secured. Can't quite get it in yet. Project 7 not very much here. A little bit of presence, but they're going to have a go at it. And they've lost a couple of gunfights here. Denza has to win that one. Does so, but everybody else gets cleaned up. That's B gone. If you told me that Mistaken Esports were going to be on the verge of a 3-0 control after that search and destroy, I'd have told you you were mental, Brycey.
Well, they are really taking over. They're not stopping either. This is a great position for them. Cal looking to try and help the teammates out. They're going to go for the spawn kills here first. Cal finds one. Actually backs off. I think they're trying to find somebody who's in their backfield. It's going to be Denza. Cal is winning an incredible amount of gunfights. He was 6-15, and now on a 5 streak is 11-15. Just when he can put this game to bed by himself. And surely this is not going to be a straight 3-0 to Mistaken on control. But unfortunately, it is going to be so.
Wow.
Project 7 blown out of the water.
This game has got, well, a lot of things, but as far as continuity and what to expect, I'm completely lost to how this game's going to go down, Brycey. Mistaken, we'll be looking at this and saying we potentially could have ended this 3-0 somehow, and yeah, okay, they are 2-1 down, but to 3-0 the control, I have no idea what's going on here, Bryce. Honestly, I'm struggling to comprehend. You think for the side of Mistaken coming into this one, I said they needed to have a good first round. They just about clutched up. And I wonder if that then put Project 7 back on tilt, because after that as well, Mistaken was so convincing throughout the rest of that control. Really, really well played on Hacienda. And all of a sudden, we're heading into a map number 4. After those first 2 maps, I would have never called us going this far. Incredible turnaround from Mistaken to win that in that fashion after losing the search and destroy the way they did.
Yeah, it's not even really like a good one to kind of to put into words, because this should have been the end of it. It should have ended on, like, realistically, P7 had their first offense locked up twice. Then they couldn't get their attack, and that does happen on this map. It's not an easy attacking map unless you can lock in that spawn trap. And then when we talk about round 3, I mean, easy is the easiest way to put it. It just was.
Mental. I mean, we say easy. You know, that very first round, they should have lost that. P7 should have won that round. P7 then had an opportunity to extend their attack, weren't able to do so, and then from there, it's curtains, right? Should have probably been a 2-1 now. But Mistaken also shouldn't have lost that search and destroy, which they were 5-1 up in. So, you tell me, Brycey. Protocol Hardpoint incoming now. For both these two teams, you cast your mind back to that vault. It was very much about one hill in particular that worked very, very well for both of them. But which way is this one? I honestly, I have no idea which way this is going now. Would you like some info?
Come on then. Some information.
Oh, tell me.
Tickle your ears.
Come on then.
I am watching it because, for any of you who don't know, we have mentioned it, but you can watch the other games on Bravo on this same channel. So I'm just having a quick look while we're waiting for this map to load of what happened in the other series. And, well, Katana were 2-0 up. And then they're on the control here. And already I can see that Cobra is 21-9 as I'm watching the way through the replay. And they're 2-0 up as well. He's now on a 7 streak. So he's having a pretty good time on that control as well. I'm guessing this ends because I have scrubbed back a little bit before. Yeah, Cobra basically has taken over and just done Cobra things. And that map will end... Wait a second. Does it end? No, it doesn't. It goes back again. He's going to have an opportunity to get more kills. This is almost like a radio play as I watch you back for everybody.
I was about to say, yeah, this is very much a radio commentary, and I'm not too sure that you should fall into that career yet.
Whoa. I've got face for it. Anyway, as I was saying, there was a 3-0 on the control there for Katana, and a 3-0 in the series. And it was pretty much the Cobra show as it went down to it as well. You just had a very good time. Almost a 2.0 KD on that last map. But Speaking of maps, we'll have to find out if Project 7 can kind of bounce back, because Mistaken took them to task on their control.
I'm learning to expect the unexpected in this series now. If Mistaken up by 150, do not choke it for Project 7. That's all I'm saying. You can start from them, though. They will get this initial time. Have the spawns for P2 if they want them, but plenty of Call of Duty to be played over this first hill. And as you can see, that kill feed has turned a very different color. Project 7 now. Still able to, well, get a little bit of control, but they do need to find a way to push through if they can. And if the 10 is shooting like this, it should be no problem whatsoever.
Well, that's a bit of a turnaround. Dane still looking for the kills. He knows he's going to be floating around here on a 4 streak. Player, and that's a bit of bad timing. Just couldn't find him. Will eventually go down. Mistaken. Still looking to lock in the P2, and this right knows he has to be careful here. Nades being thrown by both players. And Mistaken still holding this. Project 7 waiting for the opportunity.
Good job from Mistaken. Some really good timing. They're on the right side of the map as well. The setup for P3 is looking solid. So if you're up to 7, you have to try and find an inroad to get over towards that side of the map and try and make sure you're not going to lose the next rotation as well. Managing to find a couple of kills, but Chunk is able to do it back himself. Spawn's going to be close. You find another kill at P3. Wonderful work from Mistaken so far. There's 20 seconds on offer here. They've got the rotation for the next hill as well. Things are looking rosy at the moment.
Just playing peekaboo. It's like, hey, have a look at my eyebrows, and I'm back again. Doesn't want to commit to the gunfight. Eventually will do. Kind of falls for it, and with no life, still kind of plays a dangerous game. It doesn't really matter because they have this rotation.
And difficult now to see a route back in for Project 7. As far as this hill goes, gunfights all going one direction, honestly. What a strange old series this has been. Denza, though, has found a route towards the back side, but the rest of his team have all fallen. It's all very well putting yourself in this position, but you need your team to be alive if they want the pinch. Right now, he's the only one alive and kicking anywhere near the point. Rest of Project 7, just about there now. Kind of can find one through the middle of the map. Potential breaking opportunity. There's only 25 seconds left, though, and Mistaken have soaked up nearly every single one otherwise, but that's a lovely break, and Project 7 will get some decent time on the board.
And they need. Not had an awful lot to talk about so far for them. The real big question is not going to be about that scrap time, though. It is going to be about the rotation. If Project 7 fail to break this, they're going to be in dire straits. Connor looking for anybody on those very typical headies, and Chunk pops his head up for a second. A lot of bodies here at the front. A lot of players laying down the hill as well. Not an easy gunfight for anyone involved, and it's all Mistaken, all in the kill feed. And only Disarray gets one back, but truth being told, he can have the spiral staircase. It's not where the points are.
I think for Project 7 there was an opportunity to find a break, but it was a little bit of a disjointed push. That's not disjointed, though. Connor is disjointed, twists his head from its shoulders. Julian trying to hold this down. Chunk has already found a kill back. Denza is the one to follow. Chunk will find another. Julian finds one. Big gunfight. Gets it. Yeah, gets everybody, to be honest with you. Julian cleaning up his teammates and the opposition. 22 seconds. Mistaken Esports want to send us to a map number 5 yet.
Nothing for Project 7 is going their way since the S&D. They said they needed to break this or they're going to be in dire straits. Well, as we head back into our rotations, it will be almost 100 points clear for Mistaken. Surely Project 7 have another gear to kick into.
Carl finding gunfights, and this is just looking like an inevitable map number 5. You look at Project 7 across the board: 5 and 10, 6 and 11. Detain is trying. Denza 4 and 10. They just have not been at the races in this map in particular so far. But the way that things have been going in this series, Pricey, they could turn it on a sixpence at any given moment. 30 seconds to go here over towards P1. Project 7, we're getting some decent time. Currently contested, need to get them off, but that was an opportunity to get some good time. Mistaken doing a good job of keeping them off it, but only momentarily. Some more seconds up for off. 15 of them. And the rotation over towards P2 not looking bad either. Project 7 still some life here.
And it is about as good a P1 you can expect on this map. So much time back for them. A good P2 rotation will flip the script, and So far, first trades over to Project 7. Mistaken, though. Fighting back. It is not a good position yet. Disarray still having to fight his corner. Still waiting for the push. He knows coming. And goes for the flank. Doesn't need to in the end. And there picks up another kill. This is perfect from Project 7. It's like a different team loaded in on the second set.
What, the search and destroy and on the hardpoint? Denzel will say thank you very much. Well, Denzel was 4 and 10 a second ago. He's running a 6 spree. Disarray's on a 6 spree himself. Make it now 8 for Denzel. I mean, how this game, Call of Duty, is very unique, isn't it? I mean, you don't get this in any others, do you? Games can just change in the blink of an eye. It's not going to be any more from Denzel. It goes quite deep into what Mistaken were able to build as a lead. That is now cut in half, and Project 7 have got the rotation over towards P3. This is much better from them. Mistaken need to find a break. Project 7 feasibly could take the lead off this hill.
They want to. Just trying to hold it at bay. Just right knows they're going to be here. Should be double chowed, and unfortunately will get down before he can do any more here. Connor just having to look too many different directions as his team falls, and everybody going down, but Denza will now try and play his life out towards the back spawns. That's all he can do. The rest of Project 7 has to get across the map. Denza comes back into it, though. Looks for the player. He finds Chunk and gets back out. And they have broken back in.
Find a way in. It should have been a much simpler rotation, but in the end, Mistaken are able to cause a little bit of chaos. Next couple of gunfights are big. They mostly went the way of Project 7. I say that. Julian can find 2. There ain't no way he finds the 3rd. Julian, all on his own, will find 3. And there's the team for the pickup. 15 seconds, it's all it's for, but it could be a huge moment because now it's a 50-50 fight heading down over towards P4. Chunk finds 1, Chunk finds 2. These are huge moments for Mistaken to force a map number 5.
Desperately trying to keep this momentum rolling and realistically fully in the driving seat. This is not an easy hill to break at the best time. Julian holding the stairs, not letting anybody get the pinch either, and Cal will fall back into this. Chunk knows there's going to be a bit of pressure coming down here as well. Will he be able to hold it, and doesn't get the first one through as Connor gets the trade back into it. Project 7 know they have to break, and on the guns of Connor's on a 4 streak, they do so.
Trying to find a way back in if you're Project 7 with Julian again. Oh, he goes for the 4th as well, the ego chal. It feels like Project 7 was starting to heat up. They were starting to find some kills, and Mistaken went, yeah, hold my beer. Julian goes crazy. Chunk goes crazy inside of the points. 15 seconds to play for here for the side of Mistaken, and now can they try and close this one out to send us to map number 5? And Project 7 find a way back in. It just ain't happening for them. It feels like Project 7 are doing what Mistaken we're doing on the search and destroy. You kind of find a moment and then you start trying too hard. You're trying to start throwing different things at them that hasn't been working. P1 to 2 was good for Project 7 though. If they can find some good time here at P1, a good rotation to P2, this game could be very, very tight heading over towards P3.
Ends are calling in everything now, and then they've had a bit of trouble already throwing out the missiles, and he gets 2, trying to get a 3rd. Difficult with that. Everybody basically scrambles, but Detain will get 1 back as well. P1 was good for them last time. It's going to have to be great for them this time at the same time. So far, just holding them at bay, but they need to win so many gunfights, Ton.
They're doing absolutely miraculously to try and extend this one, but as you said, they've got to win so many gunfights. You have the side of Mistaken. Look, you can hold down this P3 spawn. You could feasibly wait for Project 7 to get everything at P1 and 2, which is what Disarray wants, and you still would probably be able to close this out over towards P3, but they're going to find their gunfights. They are huge. Now Project 7 have to send it. Disarray call Hellstorm in.
Might delay things for a second or two. Everybody will scramble. He gets 2. Connor gets the 3rd, and realistically that's a full wipe. 40 seconds in play. Is there hope? Is there opportunity? Project 7 backs her against the wall entirely for the rest of this hard point. One mistake, one slip, one little streak from the other team, and it's done, and we're going to a map 5.
They've got to hold this down, and they've got to find a monumental break. Denza's got to be the tip of the spear. Can't find the first one. Detain now. Pushing himself forward. Got to find a way through. Mistaken only 13 seconds away. If you aren't able to find a pretty conclusive break here, it's going to be curtains. We're going to be sending ourselves here to a map number 5. Project 7. Got to find a break now.
Well, here they go. Everybody in, everybody tango, and Disarray finds the first. Looking for more. He knows he's going to be here as well, but it's Julian. Already gets one. Denzer now flying into the point as well. Trying to find every single bullet that flies through. There is no time remaining for Project 7 to stack, and it will be Mistaken who take the hard point and send us to a map 5. They took control. They never lost it. And now we're going to get this done in an S&D.
It's just a poor start from the side of P7. They brought it back, but too little, too late. Comeback doesn't happen this time for the Mistaken. Could have feasibly won 4 maps here. Now send themselves over now to a map number 5. Crazy series between these two, which is a real dogfight for that second, third place. This is kind of where both these two teams are going to be lying, you would like to think, at the end of the season. But who's going to get it between them? I'm not 100% sure. We're going to head into a search and destroy for a map number 5. I mean, a crazy one. Mistaken were fully in control of that one. Nearly threw it away. P7 started threatening the comeback, but I think the story has to be a slower start for P7. It's going to sting them. Mistaken with a couple of big moments. You're thinking of Julian Chunk finding multiple kills when they absolutely shouldn't have been. And that could have been the difference. You think it's 20 seconds here and there. It would have been the difference. P7 Esports very well could have closed that one out.
It really could have. I just want to keep an eye here actually on the scoreboard, because I remember thinking at the end of that one, Cal didn't have a great time. Right now he's 9 and 10. And maybe it's this second set where he starts to have a little bit of a rough period, because I know Julian dropped almost 30 in this second set. But yeah, slowly but surely, Cal really not having a lot of fun. Neither is Twisted as they go towards it. And this is where it could have turned around just a little bit for them. Fortunately, Julian and Chunk firing on all cylinders do keep them in the game, but also P7 deploying missile after missile to keep themselves competitive.
I mean, that was what they needed, though, right? I mean, they found the streaks to get them back into the game. It put them within, well, touching distance, but not close enough. Honestly, I was just trying to check myself after the first 4 maps to see what the actual score was, because honestly, this has been so back and forth. But the reverse sweep is somehow still in the cards of Mistaken Esports. That 6-5 search and destroy doesn't even tell you the story if you weren't here.
No, it really doesn't. So, like I said, we don't like doing this, talking about players, but I was curious on what kind of happened to Cal in that second set of rotations. And, well, the stats are not great, admittedly. It's something like 3 and 14. 3 and 13, something along those lines. Just didn't have a good second set rotations, and that's where they may have struggled a bit. But you also have to bear in mind the reason that could have happened, and this is something that, you know, hopefully will educate the people at home, not just about KD. The reason things like that can happen, if you are outside of it and have to push in, you can die an awful lot. People can get your trade an awful lot. But also with streaks in the air, you die off both of them as well. That's 2 extra. You're back off the respawn again. You're back in a bad position. It can kind of snowball a little bit going through, especially if you're baiting for teammates. You know, Julian didn't make a 3-piece all on his own. There were players around him that took bullets that could have gone into him. So it's one of those ones where, yes, a player can have a bad period, but KD doesn't always reflect what's actually happening on the map. No, it very rarely, well, I don't want to say very rarely does, but there is definitely more to it than just seeing that KD. I mean, how many years we've talked about it, right? It's not just comes down to it's the important kills, not the amount of kills. I was about to bring up negative, is it negative 104?
Now listen, you don't know how many flag runs I made on that one. We don't need to pull that up right
exactly,
now.
That's what I'm saying.
We have a map 5 search and destroy to concentrate on, Bricey.
We do. We'll walk down memory lane later. At the moment, it's a bit of a bang out. Everybody flying in, and it will be Project 7 that come away with the advantage. Twisted to try and make miracles happen. Finds the first. Out he gets upstairs. The great escape. Twisted's going to go for it again. He's cheeky. Looking for it. Got disarray. This could be 1v3. Twisted gets away again. 40 seconds to play.
There's just no way you can let this happen. Third time's the charm. Detain.
He's a madman.
Oh, he's got the stun as well. Oh, he gets away from it. Detain doesn't get tagged and gets the angle. P7. Round number 1 goes their way. Just about.
So close. No stun check. That was the issue. Sun was just out of it, and Tang was able to hold the angle. Definitely a bit of a nervous time there for P7, who won the initial break. We'll find out what happens, because Twisted definitely feeling himself a little bit back and forth up the rope ton.
I mean, the up and down the rope was questionable, but it was working somehow. If anything, just didn't perfectly figuratively represent this series. I don't know what else could. Julian expecting the push yet. Sticking down a man. And there might be down 2 Chunk. Oof. By the hair on his chinny chin. He'll back Disarray down as well with that nade. Regain his health, and now he's in a bit of a dangerous position, but the rest of his team not necessarily in a good spot. Denzel will find Twisted as well. That's going to be the bomb down. Julian will find Detain though. 2 versus 3.
Chunk throwing a few bullets, but not got anything quite yet. Almost gets Connor as well. But 13. Oh, Chunk, everywhere he goes, there's bodies in the way. Finds a kill eventually. And now, in a 2 versus 2, Project 7. Well, never mind. Never mind, they'll just win it. Just ruin all the fun.
Very quickly done and dusted here. Disarray closes this one out pretty much all on his own. Gunfight coming through. The Jackal doing its job. Do the good now. Just about closed out the previous round. Made hard work of that one considering the situation that they were in, but get it anyway, so they will not be too bothered by my comments. But Mistaken now need to try and find a turnaround. They were so good throughout the first 6 rounds of Search and Destroy on red card. They're being a little bit off the pace here on Protocol though.
Big kill from Julian. Shuts down so much. Oh no, it's going to lose that gunfight at Twisted. This rate will get one back, but a bit of a consolation at this point. They don't have the map control. They don't have the numbers.
Should be around over towards Mistaken. Oh, good gunny from Denza though. You take those Charles all day long, but Twisted eventually will get the better of him. Disarray now in a 1 versus 3. Looking like the first round here. The side of Mistaken has been spotted. Yeah, really, really good job from Mistaken. Just finding these opening breaks, making your life a little easier. You have the number of advantages. It always does help. Making a game of this map number 5. There's no way that we can't end this in a close game, right? I mean, after everything. I feel like I've been truly... I feel like I've been through the ringer in this series. Never mind the players.
It's been a weird one. It certainly has, with the back and forth of these teams kind of pulling out the bag. Inconsistency is the consistency in this one, and who really knows? That's the truth here. Going through into it, you got to remember the last time we had S&D between these two, it was a topsy-turvy roller coaster of team kills, self kills, and clutches against everybody. Right now, Mistaken looking to make a push into A, but they are stacking this hard. Are they going to headbutt this? Full outside headbutt is dangerous.
I say do it. Not going to go for it though.
All jump down, just go for it.
Over towards Bravo we go. Julian looking for a pick here. Denza, oh, he threw a shoulder and just didn't see him. The timing not working in his favor, but the timing to get away does. Turns around, dead. All of a sudden B, very plannable. You got one player who's relatively close in Connor, who's just actually going to stay alive in trips. Go for the retake here. Throwing the shoulders, not going to work. Twisted will find him. Gunfight's now breaking down, and it's going to be Disarray left in a 1 versus 3. Trades don't work in their favor. Bomb is down at B, and this is a very, very difficult clutch.
More than a little difficult, let's be honest, especially now they found him. They will spread this out. Someone towards the back, someone helicopter. Disarray's good. I don't think anybody is this good to get a clutch from this position. And down he falls.
Good job. As soon as they get the transfer over, I think as soon as Denza gets caught, that's pretty much the round from that stage. It would take, well, I don't want to say quite the fumble from Mistaken, but nice job in the end, though. Take their time, find a way back in. We're 2-0 down, now 2 apiece. Just having a good game here, sitting at 6-3. Love to see it. 3 spree for Cal as well after that round. Mistaken. Starting into their stride here in map number 5.
Oh, Twisted didn't see him go underneath. I don't think it will cost them, but check every angle. Twisted takes a couple and will choose to just give up the window there and disarray everybody just in the corners here. Julian has cornered Connor and Twisted will take him down because of it. And Julian will fall at the same time. Down to a 3 versus 3. Detain is going for this and does not get caught sprinting. Project 7 with the advantage ton.
Turn this one very, very quickly. Chunk. He's got a freebie down low, but he doesn't have a free one there. Disarray very much has the gunny. Now P7. Gonna answer back with a round after 2 led away to Mistaken Esports. This is such a close series. I'd love to see these teams go at it really like for another couple of maps because it has been so entertaining. But unfortunately, we do have other games to get to. This one's been a cracker.
It has and will continue to be so. Still, completely in the dark about who's going to win. It could genuinely be either side. Everybody will be looking for it, and I expect we'll probably even see, well, I say this, we'll either see the infamous let's just hit it call, or everybody will start to get a bit nervous and slow down when it gets a few more rounds deep.
Project 7 very much investing their defensive time over towards A. Mistaken, a little bit more passive. But this is kind of how they played it. We haven't necessarily seen too many big A hits coming in from either one of these two teams. They are very much playing this like a map 5. An important matchup. Could potentially be a reverse sweep for Mistaken Esports, but they are down here in this search and destroy in map 5. You can turn around somehow and Cal may well be that linchpin that finds a way through.
Ow.
Oh my word.
Like being... Oh. And do you remember what I said about everybody getting a bit slower and a bit nervous? Then just going to find him though, first blood, and that makes this a tenuous push now. They don't have the time for anything else. He's going to put it down. They know he's here as well. Someone might chal him.
He's going to get out. Is he going to get out? He is. They've got out, but now it needs to be through the middle of the map. But look at the position of D10 here.
Connor finds Twisted though. Pushing hard, looking for it. It's a point-blank gunfight and they win it. Now only Chunk in a 1 versus 4, but already gets caught and shut down. And P7, they get the 4-2 lead, ton.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for them there was that Cal is kind of pushing it. They're kind of taking their time, and they have to commit to that B plant at that stage. They don't have the time to really do anything else. It's kind of just presented to them of, okay, go for it, but it still is a precarious situation. The fact that they get out after planting that bomb was massive, but presence in the middle of the map was the issue. P7 Esports slay out from there. That's 2 rounds in a row from them. They were 2-0 up, then it was 2-2. Now it's 4-2. I'll see you back at 4-4 in a few minutes' time.
Only time will tell us. Detainers got some control here. They need to make sure this is clear. Obviously, we can see it is, but they don't entirely know. Everybody hit it at the same time to clear it out. Now, watching the angles, bomb down. This is advantage Project 7. It's not an easy retake. RCXD is going to go down as well. Mistaken. They want to hit this at the same time. 2 out the front, 2 down spiral. Everybody needs to hit at the most concise timing possible.
We're going to find. They find a couple more, and yeah, this is all but done. Oh my word, Julian finds 2 out of something. And it made it impossible, well, possible for the side of Mistaken, but now match point for the side of P7. Oh, Mistaken got to go out with a whimper after what's been a potential comeback. They might now be kicking themselves for that red card search and destroy, Bryce.
Yeah, 100%. But hey, Mistaken could make it.
Hey,
You never know.
wouldn't surprise me
It ain't
now, would
over
it?
till it's over.
Here we are then. What's the play from Mistaken? Straight down over towards A. Dennis going to put her a few of them up. Stun goes out. Disarray in from the side. It might be all she wrote, Brycey.
Oh, they're trying, and wow, there's a team
hold on.
kill.
2v2.
Not over quite yet. Bomb has been taken. Are they going to back off here? They are.
I mean, they don't like it, do they? It's a hard break to find when Project 7 are kind of set up that deep. It's a hard corner to clear out. And you don't know where the other is. Well, Connor is very much in your spawn. Connor's going to really be the big play here. Oh, but the player pushed through the middle of the map. He didn't see him. Cal is going to find the kill. Disarray will get taken down, but they have no info on Connor. Not a dot.
Connor is also going to have to try a hard retake here against 2. Oh, twisted one bullet. And he would have been gone.
Still has his util, though. This is big.
Nothing off of it, though, and we can play the right corners and get it. Well, there's already going to be one. He's picked it correctly, but it isn't going to be good enough. Mistaken do get that round back, Ton.
Just about. Feels like a struggle every single time they're finding rounds, though. P7 have been able to find them relatively simply. Big gunfight comes through. It's Twisted who manages to find it. 5-3. Oh, we've been here before, Bryce. We have been here before.
Here we go, though. Project 7 will want to put this to bed. They don't want any sort of repeat of history on the other side. Detain, well, flops in. I'd say, but that would probably hurt quite a lot, but it doesn't really matter in this game. Detain slides across into the bomb site, into the control. Advantage Project 7 again.
Has to be another mighty retake, and that's a good start. Twisted finds one. Denza can't answer back. Aussie is out from somebody. That's going to be coming in from Mistaken. That's going to disrupt them. Can they find the retake? Detain in a wonderful position. Big gunfight win. And all of a sudden, Mistaken find the retake. 5-4. Oh, Bryce. How can he take it?
History is a weird way of repeating itself. The Mistaken creep their way back into this game. A 4-4 retake to Mistaken this time, and only one kill traded. It's a wild, wild time.
My word. Well, here we are. 4 kills in a row for Twisted. We find a couple of more. We're sending ourselves to round number 11. Which, at this stage, would only feel right between these two teams. But now, this is where things get a little bit nervous.
This is what I said. You remember I said everybody will get a bit slow once a couple more rounds go by. This is the time burner. Mistaken are hoping Project 7 give them an opportunity. Every single angle must be checked. Julian will throw his shoulders. He will check his angles. As reinforcements here for the retake. They do not want to make a mistake here. Look at this. Every single corner check. They are paranoid.
Oh, the timing. They've got through. They've got through. Cal can find one, and the second, the tip of the spear again. He hasn't had much of a game here on Protocol Search and Destroy, but they are 2 of the biggest kills in this series. Detain and Connor now left in the 2 versus 4 to stop the round 11 from coming.
Detain has found one, but unfortunately Cal is still there. Cal for the ace. Chal him. Cal's going to get it as well. Every single kill. Mistaken have sent this to a round 11, and P7, well, revenge is a dish best served in map 5.
Well. Let's count to secure it for the ace. Sound the gong. Do we have the gong still? Is the gong playing? I don't know. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to make the gong sound myself. 5-5. I'm not doing it. You do it.
No, mine would be even worse.
Here we are, then. Going to be Project 7 on the attack. And now I do wonder, is it a send over towards A from them? No, it is not. One player down low. That might just give you an indication of how it's going to go down. Cal is going to back on up, wait for the rest of his team, but that is a full site take now for the side of Project 7. Going down. It will have to be a 4v4 retake again. Mistaken did this last time. They'll have to do it for the series.
RCXD, it's been taken out, and you are right. Advantage technically to Project 7, but they lost this with only one trade. They've got RCXD of their own, but that's gone down as well. Nades flying around this map. Disray is weak, but it's a full-on front headbutt. Only Cal holding stairs. Time has been burnt here.
Gotta go.
Where are Mistaken? Now they're coming in. The trades are going to fly. Chunk has already found 2. Denzer tries to get out. There's another fall down. Oh, no. Project 7 again have lost this site after taking it. Mistaken with the retake. They just don't lose bodies on that point. And they will win the series 3-2.
It's another breakdown. Neither one of these teams wanted to win those search and destroys. I'm telling you. What was that? Was that 5-2? That one? Was that 5-2 or 5-3? Yep. I mean, it was 5-2 comeback for Mistaken. Righting the wrongs of red card. It is reverse sweep for Mistaken as well. Yeah, good luck to the rest of the teams on actually trying to follow that one up, because what a banger that is. Incredible performance from both these two teams to send it that far. What a game. 11-7 from Twisted. I have no words. But again, it was the same scenario. P7 Esports, it didn't work last time. And it just felt, from watching from a defensive POV after the bomb went down, they're defending that site. It felt like everything, as far as utility, was flying all over the bomb site. It just felt like everything was going out immediately. Just panicking, trying to get some sort of information, because you put the bomb down, you don't have a lot. And Chunk finds a 2-piece from nothing. I would love to have seen what his POV looked like. But what a series. What a map. 2 round 11 search and destroys. A 5-1 comeback, a 5-2 comeback in both of those searches. A 3-0 in the control. Some solid hardpoint either side of what was a... Oh, it would be a lovely sandwich if it was a series, wasn't it? Bookended by 2 fantastic maps. And some delightful filling in the middle, Bryce. That was a absolute corker.
Well, we said at this point, surely it's not going to happen as we go through the replays, and it just kept doing so. P7, they got control of the bomb site 4v4 twice, and they both went the exact same way. They only got 1 trade.
I mean, that's where it stings, right? It's Chunk who finds the 2. Yeah, and then Cal's there to pick up the pieces. Detain would have been dead anyway by the looks of things. There's the defuse. There's the game. Mistaken Esports win. And what a series for them to win. Now 3-0 in the group stage at this moment in time. I believe they're still going to go up against Team Notorious, which will be the real test. But we are not... I don't want to see we're seeing some surprise breakouts here, but we're seeing some teams that we, feel pretty established and that they're going to be within that top 2. And now things have taken maybe a little bit of a turn. Mistaken doing well. Jump Shot France were able to upset Katana, but now they've lost a game as well. I believe to Team Orchid, who are 3-0. I mean, everything is not necessarily that clear yet, Brycey. Hug Esports finding the win up against Team Pulsar as well. Let's see how their time goes as things go on. Kinky now 0-2 as well. I mean, things across the board still looking very, very interesting, but semi what we expected as well.
Well. What do we make of this? Because, truthfully, that has thrown things for a bit of a loop. Mistaken versus Notorious. That is 100% a game we will schedule on stream because we need to. But here's the rest of the schedule. Of course, we've just watched Project 7 Mistaken, the way the distance. Next up, Team Orchid were known as the Magpies that went to the LAN and placed second. So high expectations for them going against Kinky.
Yeah, look, I picked this game myself, actually, because we haven't seen anything of Team Orchid. We've kind of been watching a lot of the games. It's going to be interesting to see how they're going to do here. Kinky really do need to turn it around pretty quickly. Team Orchid looking very good. I want to see how good they're looking, though, Brissy.
No, I certainly do as well. Well, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, the second half of our schedule in Europe. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The break has been long, but joy to the heavens, we have returned. And this time it's Kinky versus Orchid, and they're throwing it into the hardpoint straight away.
I just know that you actually looked up when you said joy to the heavens, didn't you? You 100% did.
My arms are raised and everything.
Oh, yeah. I honestly like a book these days, man. I can read you so well. Team Orchid, though. Well, Red Kinky pretty well to kick things off. This is a relatively interesting game. I'm curious to see how Team Orchid are looking after what was a sensational performance over in Dallas. I mean, just you have to give them props, getting themselves to that grand final winners bracket style as well. Are they the team to beat in Europe now? That's going to be the question. Online is maybe something different to throw into the mix. They are clearly a very good team on the old local area network, but can you convert that to a win here in Elite Stage 3? Right now, they are finding themselves behind up against Kinky, who, if I remember rightly, are pretty solid at this map. So let's see how things are going to go down for Brown and the boys looking to try and cause an upset.
Well, this is going to be about that upset, really. I mean, I think since this is our first opportunity to really talk about Team Orchid, of course, just a great sort of performance from them at the major. Like, it cannot be overstated how much of a surprise it was. Don't get me wrong, it's not that we thought they were bad. It's just that we kind of ranked them about third in Europe. So to see them make it all the way to a grand final through winners, no less, was a bit of a shock to the system. Obviously, less said about the final, the better, but certainly more than proved themselves capable, which may not have been the case for this team if hadn't gone as well as that major. I wouldn't have expected to see the same roster.
Yeah, no, I would have probably agreed. I think a potential change-up could have come through because I want to say they were comfortably third best team in Europe heading into it. I think that's at least where I would have them on power rankings, but you can never underestimate Benjamin Bance, as we so often have said over the years in a completely non-biased way. P2 looking solid here for the side of Team Orchid, though. They'll pick up the majority of the time. We're heading over towards the third hill, towards Trips we go. Lucifer. Oh, Harry. Already here, ready and waiting. Looking for the setup. Gonna try and hold this one down. Kinky trying to find a way through over towards the spiral staircase. Now making a bit of a meal of that gunfight. Finding it anyway. Potential break on the cards.
Good hold, Orchid. And Bance, not going to get that anything after that second one, but good enough trades for them. Will they call this correctly towards the back? That stun check should help. They get the stun as well. Everybody now is going to know. They're out towards the back with that wipe, and, well, Henry will pick up two pretty easily from it. And BW will get one back, but massively outnumbered. Rotation looks pretty perfect, and with Henry already here, that is disgraceful. Gives a chance to do a bit of parkour and still get the kill.
Disgusting. Once again, it just feels like there's a bit of confidence about Team Orchid now. Really, really looking forward to see how this season kind of plays out for them. For Kinky, though, I mean, look, it's been a bit of a tough start. To have a word on them. Formerly, obviously, not Team Notorious. Oh my god, I just realized we don't have two Notorious teams now. I forgot about that. What a glorious, glorious time. They may well be called Kinky. It may well be Orchid, and I may well get myself fired over the course of this season. But at least we don't have to differentiate between the two Notorious teams now, so we'll take everything as a win. Right now, Kinky could do with a win of a gunfight, to be honest with you. Just trying to get some time down. Right now, they are behind significantly. But this is not what their season is about against Team Orchid. This is very much one of those games that is going to be tough after Orchid's really good performance in Dallas. Can they get something over the line potentially? Not looking too good so far. About 100 points behind.
Trying to be careful. Henry looking to break back into her as well. The rest of the team going to strike at the same moment, and, well, they've done it. That's a full wipe. Easy peasy lemon squeezy over to P1.
Very simple indeed. Orchid just running on every single gear you would like them to at this moment in time. 16-6 from Mythics. I was kind of waiting for Mythics to heat up a little bit again because the past couple of years, I want to say, top of my head, he's been one of the most successful players in Europe, if not the most successful. Winning towards the back end 2 years ago, winning plenty last year. He has been that guy. And for the majority of the time this season, I haven't necessarily seen that from him. But here we go. A Hellstone Missile's now on its way in. 16-7. About to add to that tally, you would like to think. Niall should be dead to rights and is. Make it 17. And the points at the top of your screen are rising for Team Orchid here. It's a 110-point lead. Minor control of the point, but looking for the rotation over towards P2. But Kinky have started to warm up into things. Yeah, BW goes on a full spree, but that's all they really have to write home about. Now gets on the point. 15 seconds to play for. Crucial time here for Kinky.
This really, for Kinky, they need a second gear, a third gear, fourth gear, and maybe even a top gear, because it is going to be difficult if they don't start grabbing this P2 rotation. Twist trying to stay alive, and no. No. He was so paranoid about the player coming around. Niall came to help him after what was obviously a call for help, and he gets shut down by his teammate. It has gone from bad to worse. Orchid are on P2.
Guys, crack down on this damn mine. Even your teammates can get it. Advance now. 19 and 11 though. I suppose if you're Niall, you kind of just don't need that to happen though, do you? You're already in a bit of a precarious situation. You don't need your teammates beaming you as well, and that's already happening. Bance is now on a bit of a spree himself. 5 in a row on this point. Single-handedly holding this one down. Teammates don't chip in, you lose the point. Team Orchid still though in a phenomenal spot here on this map. Last 15 seconds or so is going to go over towards Kinky, but they do have a rotation over towards P3 as well. Something to write home about if they can get this rotation locked in.
Here we go. But Kinky, an opportunity. That is a horrible gunfight at the best of the time. NW managing to get basically the perfect heady. So far, so good. Henry already going down. Mythics does eventually get Ben W, but we'll have to wait. No health, no reinforcements. He's eventually finding another kill, and Mythics finding that one. The dominoes are falling here for Kinky as they start to lose everything in the kill feed. Only one player left alive fighting for his life. Ben W will fall to Mythics, and Orchid are in.
They're in, and they can't quite win it here, but they are in a good position to put themselves out of reach if they are not already at that spot. Niall gets taken down, some more good time and free time at that as well. Mythics 25 and 11, and just to bear in mind here, he's not going up against bad players. Every single one of these guys has been around for multiple elite stages, and they are getting put to work right now. 25 and 11. Mythics just trying to hold this one down, looking to add to the tally. Has a little bit of backup, but a flanking coming is going to shut him down. So rotation here for Kinky again. They have to make most of some of these at some stage though.
Lucifer wants to make this move here. The rest of the teammates starting to get into position. And we've said this so many hills in a row. Kinky need to hold. They need the time. Wiz puts a few bullets in, and that's actually going to stagger Lucifer now. More bodies sliding through there. Mythics gets one. Henry a second, and Henry going to get everything he needs to, and that may just be the game. Kinky will now have to break this just to not lose.
And they find a way through. First point of call is going to be Lucifer. They managed to find him, not before we find Fabron. Mythics waiting in the corner, gets dealt with as well. Have to find a break here, have to go now. They hold it.
Yeah, unfortunately not quite enough, and just a dominating performance, really. Look at the skills and kills that have come from Team Orchid. Put their foot on the gas, never looked back. About as dominating performances as a Hardpoint that we've actually seen in the last 2 days of games.
Yeah, we've had some nice close ones, haven't we? But that one was not one of those. 250 to 116. From the get-go, we've seen it, right? We've seen P1 to P2 already getting 60, 70 points out of those couple of hills. And then all of a sudden, things starting to spiral out of control. And again, just to, give Team Orchid a lot of credit here. This is not against a really poor team in Kinky by any stretch of the imagination. They're a team who made it into the playoff side of things last season, made it relatively far, a couple of rounds at least. So they are no team that you can underestimate whatsoever, but they just got absolutely bodied in map number 1. Bance 27 and 16, Mythics 26 and 13. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in map number 2.
Oh yeah, I mean, what is there to write home about? Realistically, just felt one-sided most of the way through, and maybe S&D will be the difference maker. It won't be the first time that we've seen a good Hardpoint turn into a 1-1 game. But yeah, I mean, they were flexing, I think is probably the best way to say. We spoke about games before that have almost a foregone conclusion because there is always going to be an underdog, and well, Kinky still a very good team, but was certainly the underdog in this one, and it showed.
Incredible work from Team Orchid. We as you said, we were expecting them probably to come out of this one swinging, but I mean, they were swinging from the hip. Not a lot really to write home about for Kinky. It's a one-sided game. We're heading into a search and destroy coming up next. will be Hacienda. We'll get to see Vault, and then if we need to, we'll see Vault, Hardpoint, and potentially a Rewind, Search and Destroy. Based on what we've seen in map number 1, though, I wonder if we'll get that far. But there's plenty more Call of Duty to be played. I've already been surprised plenty of times today. I wouldn't mind a couple more, to be honest, Bryce.
Yeah, if anything, I would say that I expect this one to be a little bit closer. Team Kinky are definitely a better S&D team and shouldn't let it go that easily. And you got to remember as well, like, this Team Orchid team have had issues in the elite stages so far against other teams. Not in stage 3, but in stage 2, they started off 0-2. Obviously, Team Orchid got a little bit better all the way through as they not only got into the playoffs, but did very well at the LAN event. But it's still more than plausible for them to not only drop maps, but drop series.
I'm very curious to see how they're going to look in playoffs. I think for me, it's a real big question of how things are going to go down. I'm kind of, even after their loss yesterday, for me, it's really about the mix between Katana, Team Notorious, and of course Team Orchid. I think that's going to be our big conversation towards the end of the season. I'm really, really interested to see if Team Orchid can actually go and push that a little bit further and actually see what they can do online as well. Of course, doing online, it is arguably more important, of course, but at the same time, you want to be able to back that up with some good elite wins as well. And they very much put themselves properly in that conversation again. Not that they were ever out of it, but definitely some louder voices to be heard. But let's see how map number 2 is going to go here. Well, maybe writing the obituary of Kinky a little early. They're a very, very solid team, can definitely get something done here in the Search and Destroy. So let's see how it's going to play out. I wouldn't count them out just yet, especially after what we've seen in the first series of the day, Bryce. We can count nobody out at any stage.
No, we certainly can. And while we've got a bit of time while we get this lobby underway, that reminds me, Benjamin Badge was quite mean to me during the major. But I don't know what about. That's the worst part. He sent me quite a rude DM about something that I had clearly said wrong during one of their games. Problem is I only saw it the next day, don't know what he was talking about, and when I asked him for clarification, he ignored me. So I clearly made some sort of mistake on what he was doing during his games. Okay. He sent me a rude message and then never followed up with it.
I can only presume you deserved it, in fairness.
I probably did. I'm sure I deserved it. I'm just not entirely sure what I said.
Look what happens when I'm not there, just to, keep you in checkmate.
Exactly.
You start getting abusive messages off somebody we've known for a long time. Me and Ben actually had some history a long time ago. We're maybe not going into that right now. Irrelevant of that. I think for Bance, though, we always enjoy his attitude towards it, and his personality, of course, and a very good performance just overall from him there. So let's see if we can continue that into the Search and Destroy. Don't want to necessarily give him too many plaudits before we head into it. We'll want to keep him as level-headed as possible. But Team Orchid looking very, very good right now, and let's see if Kinky can answer back in the Search.
Certainly can. Well, I've been told that all the players are in this lobby. We're just waiting for it to kick off as everybody's ready to go into this Hacienda Search and Destroy, as we do lock and load for them as well. While we're waiting for this, of course, we'll just talk about some of the general things going on in this elite. Of course, I do want to cover this again. We haven't got time to touch on it a ton. Do you think Team Notorious will be able to get a 21-0 clean record through 3 stages of the elite?
Yes.
Okay, well, I guess that was easier than I expected. I mean, they did have a little bit of trouble the other day.
The thing is, and I'm not going to give them take anything away from them, they are going typically into the group as the #1 seed, where they are obviously in the first group. That's where it was really important that they did that, but they've had the #1 seed the past 2 seasons, so they're going in with a bit more of an advantage and a bit of an easier group, I want to say. We've got 3 very, very good teams after that. There's a slight gap, I want to say, so they have maybe had a slightly easier time in these groups. I would be interested to see how they would have done with every team in one group.
Okay, well, we have to see if they can complete it, of course. But speaking of completing it right now, Fib's running for his life. That's going to be the first round over. Orchid get that first S&D.
Yep, nice and easy. They're ready for the push over towards the fence's side. Line kills over there and just rotate around. It's always a little bit of a different round, of course, when no trophy systems available to kick things off. Lucifer finding the final kill. Nothing dodgy about that. Knew exactly where he was. Sprays through blinds, and then that is that. Team Orchid now onto the attacking side. What can they get going here?
Well, hopefully a little bit of an adjustment. Hopefully a little bit of fight. Mythic's pretty dominant in that first one. Gets 2 in the second, and now big kind of square up, but Lucifer ended up getting that kill away from him. Ruined the narrative I was going for.
It's best thing, keeping things alive here, and whilst that bomb does go down, Kinky down a whole world of trouble.
See? They don't even know where to go. Twitch is like, surely I can catch somebody. Bib. 2 health and a wall bang. Brings it back down to a 3 versus 3. Niall trying to cut the cheese as it's known. Get the angles done. Bats cuts him down before he can do any more. Fib wants to get the trade, but gets a few bullets in the side himself and will be challenged. Bats like, all right, I'll come back and get that one. Twiz gets a trade as well, but they're always in a bit of a bad position. 3 versus 4 with bomb down and not the map position to challenge it straight away. Did a good job, but unfortunately not good enough. Orchid 2-0.
Looking solid. As soon as that bomb goes down, it is a very, very difficult position to come back from. Team Orchid just looking so solid across the board. They are running through the side of Kinky right now. I was wondering if we would have a little bit of a catch up here on the search and destroy, but not quite.
Still a lot to play for, though. We keep an eye on the main man, Mythics.
Three, at this moment in time. Looking to add to it as well, but Kinky now have an opportunity to plant over towards A. Team Orchid have got a little bit of control over towards the top side, and it's a full investment over towards the fences. It's a risky play here from Kinky. Need to find the first couple of gunfights to get one into Lucifer. Good gunfight coming through from Twiz. Decent grenade over towards the top side, but Mythics will find the gunfight. 3 versus 3.
He's backpedaling. So far, a good hold. Oh, tries to go for the little bit of a cheeky route and goes down to a 2 versus 2. Fib running a route. They're looking for him, though. Is this going to be a timing or not? Sees him as well. A 2 versus 1. Fib needs to play it, but gets gunned by Henry. Headshots for the win. And Mythics still hasn't died.
That dude's on a different level at the moment. He's figured something out. And it just seems to be running the show for Team Orchid 3-0. And Mythics, as you mentioned, indomitable at the moment. Final kill comes in from Henry. Hell of a gunfight to win. Team Orchid looking final right now in this search and destroy.
How do you shut down Mythics? How do you stop this man? Great hardpoint. Could be an even greater search. Team Kinky, adjustments have to be made. They need to work out how to play this slightly different.
We gotta stay with them, haven't we? There's no question. It's just
So
taking,
far.
yeah, being very patient here, Bryce.
Yeah, this is a age-old tactic called the time burn. Essentially what Orchid are doing are looking for any sort of opportunity, gathering that information. They have given up map control for it and burnt time. If they find something off the information, it's all good, but they now need to start making a move, and there they go as well, and goes down to a 3 versus 3. Bomb is going to be down on the opposite side of it, while Orchid go for the flank.
There could be a couple of big gunfights coming up here, though. You look at number 2. Ben W probably wants to make the flank through the middle of the map as soon as he gets a little bit of info. This shot at Fibro, they will eventually find it. Good gunfight coming in from Niall. Isn't quite able to finish his dinner. Pants alive. 9 HP. Not a lot of time here, but Niall's going to get caught. Mythic's a hell of a wraparound. 19 seconds. This is still doable for Ben W. They're looking for him. Yeah, he's going to try and catch him. He's going to try and catch him, but they all start aiming at him. Team Orchid are running away with this one.
There were opportunities. I mean, Orchid, it was an interesting strat, and I think we've got to talk about it a bit more. A slow burn, then a 2-2 split. A flank from the 2 on the outside just gets the timing down. And it could have gone disastrous, but they took the risk, rolled the dice, and had a Mythics on their team who's 7-0.
I think it's one of those scenarios where if you're Team Orchid, you're kind of splitting to see if you can find an angle and then go for the plan, of course, just trying to find a pick. But as you kind of mentioned, the bomb is over towards fences, gets caught in a bit of a weird spot, but Mythics finds some really good timing, finds a really good moment, and of course 7-0, nearly 8. Big pressure coming in over the middle of the map, though. He is just about going to survive, but Lucifer will fall. So they lose top control. We'll have to fight back to get that, but Bance has already made an inroad. He will find one, but gets traded 2 versus 2.
Mythics finally falls. Henry,
hold on. Oh, no way!
In the corner. Oh, I'm looking forward to the replay.
This is disgusting. Are we going to get it? Obviously for Brown, who found out was him in the corner. Oh, man, that sucks. That's it. Wow, okay, door, yes, no, yeah, who knows at this stage. Kinky get their first round on the board in just the most bizarre way. It's 4 in the end, I believe, for Ben W to get it. It's an ace. Incredible.
Hey, we've seen some S&D comebacks tonight already. Maybe this will be another. Yeah, more than a little bit of a dodgy gunfight, and hold on. There's a Twiz missing. Or we will be possibly retrying this lobby after this round.
Yeah, I'm gonna play the round out. Hellstorm used. Bomb put down. We're going to go for the chance. Hell of a gunfight win up against Henry. Now this has possibility because, well, Lucifer's all on his own. This would technically be 3 versus 4. Mythic's now caught in the middle of the map. Not in a good spot. They know exactly where he is. They find the gunfight. Wonderful retake from Kinky. 4-2.
Wow. Beautiful time for Kinky. And I'm actually also going to say this. Orchid, smart idea to use the Hellstorm. Because it's going to disappear if we get a reset going on. But obviously, that's not for us to decide. That is for admins and everybody else involved. But so far, so good. Kinky making the comeback. And we will stay with this until we are given the official word. Ignore everything we say about rules. It's all about what actually happens in the game. And that'll be called by a dedicated admin team.
Everybody else is leaving, so I presume we are going to be coming back in with a 4-2 lead to Team Orchid, but we will get that one confirmed. Team Orchid, though, it started to drop off it for the last couple of rounds after what was a monumental start, to be honest with you. Just very, very solid all across the board. Everybody doing what they need to do. But it definitely feels like Kinky come back into it. That was a nice one for them to win as well. You know, you technically lost Twisted early on in the round. You then, of course, have a Hellstorm called in on you. To go from there and win the round, very, very impressive to be able to do that, and it could be an important one as well. 4-2 now the lead for Orchid. I believe we will be heading back to, but we will get clarification on that.
Yeah, we certainly will, of course. And while we wait for everything to get going, of course, we can take a tangent or a walk into other things. I'm going to say, first of all, shout out to White Duck. He was very complimentary to me on stream just a little while ago, so big shout out to him. You know, I've got time, ton. I'll just do whatever I want now. We've got time while we wait for the lobby to go on. We can talk about anything.
So we're at the stage where you're going through the YouTube comments looking for some sort of.
Well, it was still up because I was watching the replay from earlier.
Okay.
So it's still on the other screen. And obviously
What did
I
he
just
say?
saw that, you know, he said I was handsome. But on that bombshell, we're going to go to a quick break while we get this lobby sorted out. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We jump straight back into the S&D. And just as that says, this is a map reset, but Orchid will lead 4-2. So Orchid just need 2. Kinky need to get 4. So we jump back into it, and Niall gets the first blood, and this is already looking like a good round for Kinky.
Yeah, it's been really good over the past couple of rounds from them, to be honest with you. Definitely seem to be... I don't want to say even performing better. They seem to just be playing around Team Orchid a little better. And it all good for them. Twiz, not going to find that, Lucifer. Now in the middle of a 1 versus 4. He's found 2, but needs to find a defuse over towards B. And 2 other players. This is still difficult.
They've gone back to back. This is going to be difficult because he's going through the middle, which is what he's looking like he's going to. It means he has to hit the slide here and catch a corner. Unfortunately, and you may know this, you can't shoot 2 directions. There's a nade check. They've gone out for it as well. They've given him an opportunity.
If he found the kill on the Ben, the other player is extremely weak from that nade.
Well, they both stood out. That was the crazy thing.
Scary for a second. Yep, scary for a second. You allow him that opportunity. Players like that can't take it. Now 4-3. So Kinky starting to bring this one back. As mentioned, they need to get to 4 before Team Orchid get to 2. Still, a little bit of a precarious spot.
Oh, Mythic's backing down.
Now look at this through the middle of the map. Ban's trying to get something going here. Maybe a little bit worried about players above him.
Oh, Twiz hasn't seen
Timing. Bans finds 1. Found a little bit of timing through the middle of the map, but he is going to get caught by Twiz, who is ready and raring to go. And we're now going to try and find this pick. Should be able to find Twiz. And oh, Niall's there to shut it down. Just about saves him, but now they know where Niall is as well. 2 versus 2.
Mythic jumps in to Niall, who gets caught. And there has been so many players killed in that courtyard. It is not often on S&D a widely played area of the map. Mythics gets another one. Back to form onto this one, taking them to 5-3. And yeah, Tal, I think we got to talk about it. That middle courtyard is not normally privy to that many kills.
It was a strange one, wasn't it? Ben slowly makes his way through the middle of the map, but the problem is that you can be shot by so many different angles, so many different spots. If you do even find that first kill, if he managed to get out, it would have been miraculous, but trades were there either way for Team Orchid. They're now 1 round away from going 2-0 up in this series. Brycing Mythics once again. What was he, 7 or 8? Before we went for the reset. Has now found 3 in that round. Adding to his tally quite healthily, yeah.
Imperfect nade, but Vance may have found a slip. Still a 4 versus 4 as Vance is trying to make the hero play and finds Twiz. There's an awful lot of gaps on this map, but at the moment, Kinky are throwing up the walls around B. They haven't planted yet, though.
Oh, Nelly found the angle. On 2. This nade's going to cause issue. Fabro may well be dead to rights here, but does manage to get out, but it's Vance to follow up with his own nade. Oh, and Lucifer with another. Team Orchid 2 to the good.
And there it's done. Vance is finding gaps on these maps, and Mythics is putting people to bed. Lucifer does his job as well. And that will eventually be a 6-3 S&D.
Yep, really, really solid work from the side of Team Orchid. Just the damage was done early on. You were 4-0 up. Kinky did threaten the comeback, but not quite like the series that we had earlier on today, Brycey. Orchid make sure to secure that. Now heading into a control and are walking away with this one pretty comfortably at this stage. I kind of knew that Team Orchid were going to come into this as favorites, but I was wondering if Kinky were going to put maybe a little bit more of a fight, or are Team Orchid just looking that good after their grand finals appearance? Has that given them the confidence to really kick on with their game? Right now, they're looking very, very solid.
They really are. And well, who knows? I mean, technically, I think Orchid going into the control, heavy favorites.
Yeah.
There's no real denying it at this point. They have looked superb. And I think you're right about the confidence. Maybe this was, we spoke about it a little bit. We were talking about, I want to go over this point again because I think it's important. Being what we thought maybe the third best heading into LAN was never going to be good enough for this team. So when they go to the LAN, outperform the other European teams and go into the grand final, it's probably changed their mentality a little bit about how they feel about how the team is working.
Possibly.
And if you're feeling confident about, you know, how good the team can be and that you could have potentially won the major if you didn't have a bit of a bad final, well, then it just kind of exudes into all of the gameplay. You know what you're doing is correct. You know that it is working with the players that are around you. And confidence is always key in Call of Duty because you want to be confident so you play the best in the day.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think, you know, when teams like that can gain that confidence, and I think you've just hit the nail on the head, to be honest with you. Is there question marks over them? You look at the caliber player that they have, not able to really break into that top 2 throughout the majority of the season, couldn't quite find that extra bit of momentum to get themselves into those conversations in grand finals, etc., etc. But now they've actually found some big success when it does come down to it, because, like, frankly, like last year we didn't really have any success from European teams for the most part. A couple of okay placements here and there, as far as I remember, unless I'm just completely forgetting a result. But that is probably the best EU showing that we've had at LAN since, well, what, 2 years ago. I mean, we're talking a very decent performance across the board, and for it to beat Team Orchid in that grand final, and again, just to remind you, from the winners bracket side, I'm sure they would love to have a redo of how things went down. Not necessarily the best situation for them, but at the same time, they put themselves in that position to go on to win major events, which has not been the case for European teams in a couple of years, and especially for some of these players who are on this roster.
I think so. And well, it's an interesting one. I am curious to see about the next major. That's my key. I really want to see what happens with everything going forward. Oh my goodness, what is happening in the control? Twist finds 3.
I mean, just out of nothing. And that's the kind of thing that can get you going very, very quickly. Henry will find Ben W, though. They must have seen him crawling around. That's a lot of progress over towards A imminently for the side of Kinky. It might well be coming in, but the gunfight's now starting to flip. You're presuming players are going to push from the balcony side. The Team Orchid go for the retake. Actually have the life lead. After that initial break from the side of Kinky, you would have presumed that this was a dangerous round for the side of Orchid, but they have just about held on.
Oh, that's a big kill by Twiz. Really puts the pressure onto Orchid, and you can see he's going to try and capitalize on it. Maybe a bit of a second guess himself. Maybe thought he didn't have the timing to get into that building, and decides to kill Bance again. Trying to get out of there. Unfortunately, not able to do much more, but what he has done is enable A to be completely locked.
Ben can't get any further forward over towards B, but it's not a bad start by Kinky by any stretch of the imagination. This is going to be a hard break. At the same time, Team Orchid have not really had much control in the middle of the map the majority of this game, and that is being a big problem. Because Kinky are able just to flow through it and then put yourself in this kind of position. If you win a couple of gunfights, it's only really going to be down to Mythics to slow them down. They're going to be able to hop this. Nades will start to find their way over towards the site. If you don't have a trophy, they're going to cause issue. There's one from Henry. It's going to slow them down. They smell blood in the water here. Team Orchid. Bance can find one, but trades across the board. Going to work out for Kinky here. Lucifag's going to have to find a little bit more. Kinky doing really well on this attack.
Rome tucking himself into that block. He's like, well, can I stay alive here? There is a nade rain coming. And they do eventually clear the battle lines, but a tick onto B is always a good thing. And now both teams really fighting for this map positioning. Kinky getting the better of it in the last few trades.
Still 12 versus 12. Orchid have put themselves in a bit of a better position in the map, though, haven't they? Wasn't necessarily looking that clean. And now getting a little bit of control down B Street 2. Nobody in the spot. I mean, look, Kinky are just waiting for them to push up. They know they want to take that map control. Six v six now.
Yeah, it's an interesting one with 45 seconds left to go. It's almost S&T and Henry. That is not the best timing he could have had, but maybe better.
It's wonderful now. That's going to make them all turn around. Even if he doesn't find that kill, it makes them all turn around.
Henry, now gets 2. It's A 4 versus 4 ton, and second tick is in. Henry's going to have to do something from this position.
I mean, it's an awful position to try and deal with because he can come from so many different angles. The trades, though, go the wrong way for Kinky. Niall now left with, well, some good shots, but the round goes over towards Team Orchid. Defensive round held down. Just about, though. Things did get a little bit scary there for a second.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, you have to give credit, though, just to be able to keep it off. Orchid doing just enough. I mean, full credit, though, realistically. 5 ticks to the good for Kinky. It might be enough, but I mean, I suppose it all really depends on how it flips around. Do they have a good defense? If they do, but just in a prime position, ready for what could be a round 5.
I think the thing is, though, for Kinky, it kind of felt like from the opening that they were going to have a good go at it, and they did, but ultimately not able to get it across the line. But now they have to kind of answer back in a different way to what Team Orchid did. They need to hold it very, very strong. Just getting aggressive, dodgy fight when the palm trees come into play. Henry's just going to have to stay alive. You have to be careful if you're Team Orchid. You don't want to get pushed back too early. Go and find a bounce, but this is going to be their inroad. Henry's now in a 4 spree, looking to find another. Yes, he can. Makes it a 5. Now he's going to allow the rest of the team to be getting out of their spawn. He's going to keep that pressure on everybody else. Niall caught with his pants down. Is Henry just going to keep on rolling? It's looking that way. Can't find another. We're back on down, but it's all on Henry to get his team out of their base.
Just really want this A locked in. It gives you such a bit of a breathing room, really, but struggling, losing all the kills, and now they've managed to get player out of the base. But 47 seconds left. Still an awful lot to play for both sides. Ben W getting out of there. That's huge. Got to stay alive. He knows the push is coming from every direction, and Henry will take down by Banston. Well, it's not as good of a push as it could have been, Ton.
No, it's not as clean. Man's taking him down. He's not necessarily having the best of times here on Vault. It's just that thing, though, when it does come down to Vault. If you're not feeling on the pace, you can just continuously get put in the blind there. It's such a mixy one. You see, he's just kind of looking around to try and find a moment, but you don't need to when Henry's 17-7. He'll start to advance. Now starting to be locked in. How on earth has he found that against Twiz? And that is not quite disaster yet. But you've got Henry in a really good position to shut down a lot of pressure that'll come through from the side of Kinky. Nelly finds a second. For Brown shut it down. A is locked in. B is being worked on. Team Orchid in the ascendancy here.
Well, they've managed to get the ticks equal. Huge plays by Henry. Have pushed them into a good position, but they have lost some kills. Bance will now backpedal. For Orchid, all they can really do is just give a bit of pressure on. Mythic's going to try and slip through, and he's going to be really upset that he let that kill go.
He's just getting into this position, though, is going to detract some of that attention away. The rest of your team are now going to go through the middle of the map. Ben W has to watch over towards this side. Can't watch over his teammates over the other. And now all of a sudden, Bansico can start to kick into gear. But Twist has found a big kill in the middle of the map. Ben will eventually get rid of Mythics. Big opportunity for Kinky to find this round. Team Orchid backs against the wall to find an attack here.
Well, Lucifer giving his position away to try and put a bullet into Ben W. Hasn't worked. This all comes down to the next few trades. Who pushes who back? Vance is going to be caught but stays alive. Is there a trade? Everybody is holding angles.
Oh, look at this big flank coming through the middle of the map. Yeah, Niall, he'll find 2. As soon as Vance kind of give that up, it was curtains. Henry, though, he's just reading everything. Finds 2. That's going to ease the pressure, but that one play over towards the backside, Niall, he's going to cause so many problems. 10 versus 7, you need to get a touch if you're Team Orchid.
And will he check the right angle? I don't think he's going to. He's going to try and touch it. Is he going to check this? I think he might. Sees the angle. Finds for Brown. 5 seconds left. Lucifer in the backfield as well. Finds a second. And only a player on the flank. It's going to be Niall who has to do everything, but he goes down. And it will be Orchid who win the attack out of nowhere. That should have been over.
That's a one that stings a lot. But Henry is just running the show here. Kill after kill after kill. And just putting so much pressure on. He's doing with the SMG as well. Twist just gets a little bit cold. That's a tough gunfight to lose, but it's then what Henry finds after that. They have to find so much more time to get a hold of these balcony buildings again because he's lingering around it. You have to get rid of him. You can't just run in head first and getting over to your balcony, watch over B. It's not as simple as that. Henry is having an all-timer here. 21-11 through 2 rounds.
Here we go for Orchid. They can put this to bed completely. Almost gets a bit of a wonderful play there. Would have certainly put an awful lot of pressure onto him. Niall has to back off of B because he knows it doesn't have the support tunnel.
Yeah, just doing the right thing and keeping that pressure on is going to get taken down. It should allow his team out a little bit there. And had to turn around for him. The team Orchid. Vance has turned this one around though. Was having a bit of a stink. I think he was sitting at 5 and 12 now, 11 and 16. So has improved. Mythics should be able to find this as well in the middle of the map, but now if you're Kinky, you just... They've never really overcommitted to these challenges, have they? You know, they lose a couple of gunfights and all of a sudden you do see teams try to push forward and try to find something, but Fabron has found everything. Vance does eventually find one. Will ease up that little bit of pressure that could have come in over towards the B side. Team Orchid need to fight back over towards A here.
Mythic's just trying to see if he can find anybody here, but really,
no, wow.
To get these kills, you need a bit of pressure coming through. Nobody's turned for him. Mythics just says, all right, I'll have it. Gonna have the third as well, and on a 4 streak and into the spawn. Danger time for Kinky. They have to make sure they break out of this cleanly because they might be hunted if they don't.
Twiz actually finding the kill over towards this B side is gonna just ease some pressure. Make them chase you. Vance will eventually take the car out, which takes Twiz out. And a ridiculous gunfight. I beg Ben W is weak, but still, an opportunity here for Kinky to get something going over towards this A side. They should be able to lock this in now. It is a 15 versus 12 in favor of Orchid. You might have a look at this. But I don't think they'll stress themselves too much about A going over towards the other side, although they might now because Henry's found himself in a wonderful position. Ben's found a couple, but Henry's the only one left alive momentarily for Orchid.
Oh.
Wow.
Big gunfight. I mean, the clock is stopped. They're trying to farm them off of this. I mean, realistically, I think he should grab A here and push this for another minute. And there will be the A collection. It's not a million miles away. Kinky have an opportunity here. It's all about this transition.
Kinky have done really well. Right in the middle of the map, Ben kind of tries to go for the hero play. There's plenty of time to take your time here if you're Kinky. It's the lives that are going to be a problem. Oh, are they? Now it's 7 apiece.
There's a flank, but...
Oh, they're on it.
NW is going to deal with it. There we go.
That's the round. Is that the round?
Not quite. They've only one stacked it, but... Double stack now as well, and it should be okay. I think they're not going to be able to get back to this in time. Nades will fly in, and it is going to be just enough. Not everybody died. Kinky, get that one.
Really good attacking round. They go over towards the defensive side. There is life in Kinky yet. I think it felt like they had their backs up against the wall and that Mythics and Co were kind of making plays, just like this one. But all of a sudden, I think it was just a 3 or 4 dead, and we never seen Team Orchid regain that control of the middle of the map. And when you don't have that control, it is very, very difficult to do a great deal in attack or defense. Nice job on the side of Kinky to get themselves on the board with an attack, and as mentioned, they go over towards the defense. If you can hold this down, you send yourself to a round number 5 with every single chance of sending this to a map number 4.
Start here by Kinky.
Opening breaks have been good.
It's always so difficult to tell on this map, especially because it may be just control on this game, really. How quickly the game state can really kind of change just through one flank or one big opportunity where you put them through. At the moment, you see now, Kinky are trying to slam that blender shut. Something we haven't seen an awful lot of in this control. But until it's over, it's not really over. But I will say this, very good start from Kinky.
So the kind of start they wanted to send it to a round number 5. They need to make sure they do clean house here because something like that can happen and all of a sudden it's a very dangerous prospect. Lucifer, Mythic's getting something going over towards the B side. We've seen Fabron find one. He'll immediately hit the flank. Gunfight going to transpire there. One player behind is going to be Bance. If he can stay alive up top, then that is a very, very dangerous prospect as well. Finds one. Finds the second Bance! How on earth has he got those kills? Okay, now they put the pressure on it to stack over towards B. That might be gone.
They've committed. That call came in, by the way. They were on A. They went, you know what? It's going to be. Let's just go for it. They lost one, though. They're not going to get B completely. The missile has come in a little bit clutch, and well, that missile shut down what was an incredible play. Vance is going to go down as well, and it is. It all turns on a Hellstorm ton.
It's a very clutch Hellstorm in the end, because that should have been and would have been B. Now all 4 are dead. You got to fight through, quite literally, a few guns up just to get to the point. Henry can find one at the front, and they need to find a little bit more than that, though. They need to get a touch over towards A. There's only 7 seconds, or we're heading to round 5.
I don't think they can do it. There's too many bodies here, surely. We're still alive, fighting for everything. He's got 1.1 seconds to go. Bance finds 2, but he's got to play the pillar. Henry gets another. They are now desperate for A. 1.1 seconds remaining. Kinky will split this map and hit them from every single angle that they can. Even Niall's going to go for the flank. Player's going to go up top stairs at the same time. Orchid guns to every direction, but it isn't going to be enough. And surely Niall finds the flank he was looking for. And that'll be the clearance as they do get A locked down. Can they get the transition over to B now, Ton?
Yeah, they got it, but what did it cost? A lot of lives. To answer that question, a lot of lives and a lot of map control. Now they need to try and regain it. Fabron should be traded and is. Now it's about having to make your way through the map with not many lives and not a lot of time, but you need one decent break. If they all just stacked B, it would happen very, very quickly, but easier said than done. 29 seconds. Can Kinky hold on and force around number 5?
Twiz, easy in the end. Just a little bit of timing. This will be down to 1 run. Orchid do not have positioning. They've not got anyone towards the back houses to kind of farm them off and manipulate the spawn. So going to have to be perfect. And Twiz is playing another card, but that's a wipe. Oh my goodness, it's going to be a full run onto it. Do they have a trophy? I don't think they need to. Orchid have pulled this out. A flawless execution. No lives to spare, but don't need it. That's ridiculous.
I mean, how they read that corner as well. Must have just presumed, okay, well, he probably lingered around this area, finds the kill, and that's the one that seals it. But this from Bance was what got things ticking. If it wasn't for a Hellstorm, that round would have been done maybe a little earlier. 3-0 to the side of Team Orchid, who are throwing their names in the hat to go on to win the lot this season. Really, really good performance against a very solid Kinky roster, but 3-0 in the fashion that they did it. Statement win, that it feels.
Yeah, I would say so. I think they really just turned up. That was the crazy thing. I think Bance had a really bad start and then ended up getting some very influential kills. That last execute, though, I'm fairly certain you were of the same mind of me that it wasn't going to go cleanly enough for them to lock it through. To find a full wipe without a single trade against them.
Crazy.
Well, that's the stuff dreams are made of.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it just all falls into place at the right time. That's everybody winning their ones. It's not the easiest thing to do. But they do it at the right time. In fairness, we've seen some life, I want to say, from Kinky in that one. Looking over to how things are working out for them in the entire season, though, so far, not too good. I mean, what, that will put them down now. They lost to Jump Shot France. They lost to Team Orchid. They lost to Katana. They lost to Lin. Yeah, it's maybe not looking too hot for the side of Kinky this season. Obviously, the previous Notorious Org team, there or thereabouts anyway. But here we go. This is the 4-day. Yeah, I mean, Bance finding that on the Twiz. That kills it off. Tough scenes. Really good win from the side of Team Orchid. They'll get the job done and are sitting very, very pretty at this moment in time in their group. Over in Group B. But there you go. That's how things did break down. 250-116 in the protocol. Hardpoint, very convincing across the board. 6-3 search and destroy was a little closer, but the vault control, big clutch moment from them in that final and 4th round. Team Orchid get the dub, and convincingly so.
Certainly do, and that continues their reign in their group stages as well, as from what I understand, Team Notorious have done the same thing. So they've had a pretty good game against Pulsar. So there's all the big boys in Europe showing up again, Ton, as they march towards the playoffs.
Yeah, next week's going to be interesting as well, as we have our final games of groups and then start to roll into the playoffs. But I think for me, I'm really excited to see how Kinky and Katana match up. Not Kinky and Katana and Team Orchid match up. I think that'll be a really interesting one over in Group B. And Notorious looking like they have pretty much secured that first seed now, rolling on through, looking really, really good. Mistaken, no, another team that you could potentially talk about as well to cause a bit of an upset within that top 4. Let's see how things are going to go down, but yeah, it's all prepared very well for next week.
certainly is. I think for everybody, this is the standings at home to see how it's all gone for everybody. Team Notorious 4-0. So far, so good in their run to not drop a single series in the Elite. Next week will, of course, tell us the rest of the story. Then we've got Mistaken. We've got Project 7 in Tug Esports. That could be a very interesting position for 4th in that Group A, ton.
Yeah, no, that is going to be an interesting one, especially Mission Magpies 1-3 now. That's I'm not too sure how it's kind of worked out as far as which games they've played or who they've went up against, but that is a difficult position to be in. Looking over towards some of the other games, Jump Shot France are 2-0 up against Annex. That is a game I would expect them to win. We'll put them at 3-1, which would be very, very solid start for them. Mistaken Esports are 2-0 up against Tug Esports, so they're looking to now make it 4-0 as well. I expect them to be able to do that. Mistaken against Team Notorious next week, Orchid versus Katana next week. It's all going to come down to the wire for those top placements, and of course we're going to have those 4th placements as well, which are going to be absolutely massive. Everything boils down to what the teams can do in those final days next week.
Yeah, it's going to be an awful lot of prep work. You know, it's actually coming down to a very tight set of groups for this, but I mean, Europe has had some very, very good games. A bit of 3-0 on this side of it as well, but we've had some game 5s at the same time. Ton, Europe shaping up quite nicely. North America next.
Yeah, really excited to see how things are going to go down. The boys absolutely killed it last night, of course, and looking forward to listening in again. But yeah, really good performance across the board here in Europe. Been some really interesting games, and next week should be an absolute banger as well.
It certainly should. If you're thinking, well, I need more Call of Duty action, don't worry. We jump on a plane, we cross the pond, we go to North America for their 2nd day of Groups in Challengers Elite. Coming up in just a little while, headed up by Study and Shift, 2 wonderful gentlemen. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this for more action. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
What is up, all you beautiful Challengers fans? If you're here watching, you're one of those people. We're trying our best. I'm Shift. That's Study. We have ourselves day 2 of Season 3 of Challengers Elite for North America on the docket and ready to fire us up today. We had a really curious day yesterday. Game 5's all over the place, at least what we had here on the primary focus. It leads to a very mixy group standings. Jake, give me your thoughts from yesterday and what you're looking forward to today.
Oh, well, yesterday, obviously, there was 2 teams that definitely stood out. The Stallions in Group A and Lore Gaming on the opposite side in Group B. Stallions, when we looked at that lineup with Aves and Lurks, you add Illy to the lineup, you bring in Major Maniac back again. They just really couldn't figure it out, and they actually fell both their series in a game number 5. Yesterday, the most devastating one is their second one all the way into round 11 to go 0-2 on the day. But then on the opposite side for Lore, it's just like these slow starts to their series. Consistently going down 0-2, backs against the wall. Now you start to perform a little bit. And then you got to 2 red card S&Ds in that game 5, and you were able to fall short as well. So both of those 2 squads who we thought were easily going to be able to guarantee themselves playoffs, starting off 0-2, today needs to be a 2-0 day.
Indeed the case. On the other side of the group, though, at least the group standings, both Amit teams come out firing red hot, both 2-0. Really solid stuff, I would say. First and foremost, we started with Amit. Again, to kind of talking about this roster, we were looking at to see, what were we going to get, out of this kind of newly formed roster, especially with Lynn's kind of, showcasing what he is made of after being unfortunately dropped off the league. There were moments where we looked at him and said, brother, well, we got to calm down a little bit. But for the most part, this team looks like it's clicking on all cylinders, and the firepower is high and strong. That's the good news for the Amit squad.
Oh, yeah, without question, man. You got Brack, who's always going to be the Mr. Consistent AR, also whips out the SMG at times and plays at a pace where it's easy for his other teammates to fill those gaps and fill the lanes that they need to. And then when you bring in Spart, I feel like that's a guy who realistically deserves to be in the league, man. I feel like every time I watch this guy, he has the ability to be the difference maker. Regardless of the gun that he has, he's not afraid to take chances. And he's found himself really consistent throughout this entire season. And then a player like Standy, too. I've grown accustomed to liking his playstyle now because it took a lot of, growing bumps. I remember in the beginning when he first joined the CDL, he would slow down, maybe bait his teammates a little bit. But then when you go down to challenges, you're forced to change your playstyle up. And just watching him so far, obviously, win the Major at Major 2, come into this event, and go 2-0 on day number 1 with the new squad, he's found his footing. He's very, very comfortable on this game. So I like both Omen squads, not only Omen.
Yeah, me too. I think that both those 2 players in particular as well, I think should be carrying some, rep that will allow them a chance to get picked up again in the future. I don't feel like they find themselves in a spot where it's just like, these guys don't have it. I think it's just, again, they found themselves in bad situations, and I still think that, generally, the community looks at them pretty favorably. So maybe an opportunity for them to kind of showcase what they have here, and, of course, find ways to get to things like EWC where they can really prove what they have. But that's just the first Amit team. The Amit Brooklyn roster has been notoriously picked up, or picked apart by the CDL. After stage 1, they lost 2 players. After this stage, they lost 2 players. But they pick up Exceed, they pick up Mercules, and yeah, they started off red hot versus Lore Gaming. A couple of hiccups, I think especially that control. And then, of course, you also had the map 4 Hacienda Hardpoint, which didn't go their way, but they iced up in the map 5 to start their stage off 2-0.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing for me is that Omen Brooklyn, regardless of whatever roster they put together, they've always been a great respawn team. But yesterday, their S&D looked a lot more polished. Like, the player that I wanted to talk about was Craze. Usually, we watch this guy giving up his life for free. We saw it one round where he was just filling himself, runs right through the middle of the map and just dies for the first blood. But then he had a couple rounds where in a 1v2, he's finessing his life, playing time, trigger discipline, just making those heads-up plays that we didn't see him making in the beginning of the stage. And he was the reason why they were able to walk away victorious 2-0 because he had double digits in both of them. So for Omit to have that in their back pocket now with their Search and Destroy, even with the new addition of the couple players that they have picked up, they still look like one of the best.
Indeed. Well, that, of course, you saw it kind of splash on the screen right there, leads us to where we are now today. We're watching another team that is undefeated, Team War, over in this direction, going up against the Vegas Academy squad, which started off hot, 3-0 win in their first overall matchup. This is their return back into the elite after not making it last stage. They did lose their second game, though, so they find themselves at 1-1. Team War trying to keep themselves perfect at 3-0, and 3 wins would also guarantee them the ability to get into playoffs without much sweat going into their second match tonight, or of course what they have next week. For Vegas, a win here would do wonders for them to stay in the mix in the top 3, of course. Also, we often talk about if you get 2 wins, you're pretty much going to be in a spot to, at worst, find yourself in a tiebreaker situation to get into playoffs. So Vegas Academy, again, a team that really surprised us in season 1. Now they find themselves kind of working with pieces of the original Vegas Falcons roster and Asim that's in the mix. And yeah, again, kind of mixed results from day number 1, but still, I think you look at the 3-0, you say, all right, this is good to see.
Oh, yeah, but the 3-0 did come versus probably the worst team that we have in the group in Luxury Exotic. They've so far only been able to win 1 map in both of their series, and it wasn't versus Vegas Academy, but now Vegas Academy are going to have their hands full here because Team War is actually, honestly, the only team that we have throughout Elite Stage 1. I'm pretty sure Elite Stage 2, and now Elite Stage 3, where they realistically have not made a roster change. So they're so comfortable playing with each other. They go 2-0 on day 1. They're trying to start off on day number 2, 3-0, but Vegas Academy already off to a great start, find every single kill, and trying to at least hold back Team War so far.
Yeah, and I wanted to just kind of keep talking about the narrative of this Team War squad because, you know, Team War as an organization has routinely always been in the mix for challengers, but not just that. Whether it's EU or NA, they often also find a very competitive squad. In particular, you look back to what they were able to do at the most recent Open, a really solid placement for them. And again, a roster of 4 guys that I think all definitely have the opportunity to get picked up again in the future. Maybe the only player who kind of finds himself on like the downward trajectory is Assault, but I think a lot of that was just off of his, you know, unfortunate kind of play style from last year being really discredited by a lot of the pro community.
Yeah, well, he wasn't playing well at all last season. That's why he found himself in this situation back down in challenges. But watching him recently, it looks like he's got his confidence back. Just could not lose focus here. He is also a world champion, MVP in his own right. So the guy knows what it's like to play at the highest level possible. Just bouncing your way back on into the top level takes a lot longer than already being there, but gotta make your way through the waves of challengers. So far here at P2, Vegas have been able to hold down a majority of this time. They dominate through the backside. They're already finding every single kill in the feed. And I don't know, these guys have been playing a lot more COD than the Alpha roster, but they've been looking good so far on this map 1.
Yeah, really solid. Just not only on the ability to rotate quickly to P2, but I think also their ability to find exits. I was going to say, they're stretching across now P4. Roxas on 3 in a row is going to find a way to get deep towards Flowers. There's going to be a foot race here. Team War is going to have to really settle for just playing from inside the hardpoint. You can even see them kind of drawing the line in the sand here, not even bothering to play up top in the patio. They're going to let DiamondCon try to take that position on his rotation over. So Team War in for now, but Vegas will have the spawns, and now here comes their break attempt from the back.
Yeah, they got from every single angle as well. I love how patient they were on this potential break attempt. You go 2 for 2. King of Body with a double. He's able to instantly shut down that play there from Team War. They were banking on the tight setup, but when that initial kill goes the opposing way, you're forcing players to reposition, and then they get caught. So the break is good, and you can already see the spawns for Team War. It's about another 5 seconds before they can even contest this. Vegas Academy coming out swinging, man.
Yeah, really solid stuff. 20 seconds to fight for, and numbers continue to be there for Vegas. Yeah, clean. Team War in pieces right now. Have to kind of take this loss and try to rotate over. They're going to get DiamondCon spawning all the way behind P3. That's been read nicely by Asim. So now numbers on rotation starting to develop here for Vegas. And this has been a really clean first set of hills, especially if they can find a way to win these next set of gunfights over the top of rock.
You can see how patient they are. King of Body with the absolute beam on the Yuli. Gives his team the numbers advantage to potentially find the break early on. You have them surrounded. We just got to send the pressure on in. Fortunately, DiamondCon still going to make this possible for Team War to hold on. Finds an effective first kill. Roxan's trying to play the trade, but the reinforcements are here for Team War. They should be able to hold on as long as they trade. 3 for 3. It turns into a 1-on-1.
Yeah, King of Body around the backside. Good read. Finds the elimination. Now numbers are here again for Vegas. Team War just trying to force their way in. A little frustration right now for Team War as they just keep coming in 1 by 1. And this has been an absolute slaughter. King of Body on 4 in a row. 13-5. Meanwhile, DiamondCon 5-11, Assault 3-10, and Team War just can't get their ARs going.
Hey, King of Body might be back. Like, I remember watching him at EWC for the first time and how far they pushed that series versus Atlanta FaZe. I was thinking, okay, maybe a little bit more practice. You could potentially be a top dog because he has the raw talent. But so far, watching him a couple gunfights here in this map, number 1, he's definitely surprised me. The knowledge is there. The timings are there. Almost lines up another double, but after the first set, you're up by almost 80. You will absolutely take that if you're Vegas.
Yeah, and Team War just need to find a way to wake up here. Nice moment in the first 15 seconds of the top of P1. That gunfight over towards Rock Hall also keeps things very stable for Team War over the top of this P1. Spawns are also still good, just to kind of account for that as things start to develop over towards the right side of the minimap. Asim in position, trying to cut this off, but denied. And yeah, really good stuff here from Team War on the bounce back. Still down a hefty margin, though, and Vegas are really putting a lot of focus on the objective still.
No, without question, man. If you're Team War, you know you don't want to give up all this time at P1. You are banking now on the money hill at P2, but you already let someone slip on by. Roxas is going to make an impactful kill. Both of those kills spawn all the way across the map. It's Yuli stuck between a rock and a hard place, but Roxas with the absolute beamer takes care of him. You win the rotation over towards No. He's already putting himself in a position to contest towards the back.
Yeah, and Asim already in spot to get a read that Team War are playing the long route here. Kingabody also cutting things off at mid. Stun will land. Kingabody pushed back, but still wins the gunfight. But Yuli, I don't know. He just like got some invulnerability frames or something like that on that jump. But UK right behind that gets himself a double 2 real, trying to work on all 3. Roxas will push out, find the elimination. Now turns his attention back over to Damikon, who finds himself stunned in the corner. Really good stuff for Vegas as Roxas is on a killing spree.
Man, these guys have looked like completely different players. Remember, we were casting these guys at the beginning of the CDL season. But it looks like all the practice has been paying off for these young men. Roxas and Kingabody are going insane right now. Up by 100. Walking away with this final 20. You already have players taking space off the rotation over towards New. Kingabody's going to slow it down as well. And they're also finding a bunch of kills. So now Team War are going to spawn at all. This is not ideal.
And the thing about this is you can just call in a Hellstorm if this starts to get messy on rotation for Vegas. As Roxas on 7 in a row had earned one. Spawns are still way out, so I wouldn't be surprised to see if they call it right here. 2 real down low, finds one, but shut down. And now Roxas on 8 has both weapons to play with, but surprisingly doesn't call in the Hellstorm. Maybe going to use that as a get out of jail free card as Team War continue to find themselves in the hill.
Yeah, you probably want to save that over for the money hill at P4 because you know that's the hill that's basically going to win you or lose you the game. Right now, Team War starting to get a little bit more activated on the minimap.
Yeah, I'll say.
Finding kill after kill. 2 go down. Here comes Vegas Academy through the backside. You just got to get past the pre-aim of Damikon. He's only able to take down 1. The break comes in for the final 15, and Team War is down so much that they can't afford to give up this amount of scrap time either.
Yeah, and look at where they're spawning too, Jay. They're spawning down by well, so this is a very difficult rotation. Honestly, the gunfight win for QCAB on the backside to pinch through fences is what really makes the best of this rotation now for Team War, who find themselves stuck over towards Flowers. And this might just be the game right here, Jay. I mean, Vegas have done such a nice job manipulating spawns at the exact right moment, and Team War are spawning all over the place. Adam Assault is 8-20. He cannot get things going.
Oh, yeah, this is tough for Adam right now. Now it's all on Roxas, though. The Soul Man here. Now you got some reinforcements a little bit late to the party. The stun is able to connect. The Damikon is able to find the kill. Team War have the numbers. Roxas is keeping this Hellstorm in the back pocket, but now's a good time to invest it. Instantly going to strike it on down. Only connect onto 1, and Team War so far have been able to withstand that streak coming in.
Yeah, but look at Vegas on their way from P2. They know that everyone's going to be hitting through the open hallway. Assault finally able to get something going with a double. Over 100 points they go, but still 100 points down is the problem. Nice follow-up from 2 real to make sure Team War will get this scrap time, but they're going to have a perfect hold over the top of P1 and rotate to 2 and rotate to 3 to have a chance in this game.
Yeah, and this is going to be tough, too, because Vegas Academy, at least around this P1 area, do such a great job of filling in the proper gaps, realizing when the spawns are coming in, and setting up around it. You're more than happy as well for Vegas with the lead that you currently have to simply play keep away. No one has yet to jump on this P1. Yuli's the only player alive over towards Spiral. He knows that he's going to be trapped. He needs his teammates to get on out, and Yuli almost makes a big individual play, but 2 for 2 split, still time white.
Well, here we go. 2 real. Has to make a decision here in these next 30 seconds in terms of how he wants to finesse his life and try to work things over towards the right side of the map. Yuli right behind him. Able to find one, but not reading the second. And every second here for Vegas on P1 is a great one for them to put this game well out of reach. 29-13 for Roxas. He has had himself a mammoth game. Give him kill number 30. And Team War, they just have to try to push through bottom spiral here. Salt does take down 1, but the next one in the way is QCAB. With 4 seconds remaining, Team War need these spawns. They need the hard point as well.
Yeah, they're going to send both players right through Sig. Have the punch coming in from the front, so Asim is going to be weak. He's going to fall. Now, even though Vegas had to spawn towards the back, Team War now banking on a tight setup in towards the garage. Yuli lines up a double. Still, no one going to be aggressive on the back end. And now, This is where Roxas can break them. If he can catch the timing, potentially play for this kill onto Yuli, while his teammates find success on the back end, that would have been perfect. But Diamondcon finding a double. Team War still hold on.
Oh, and they get a spawn over towards backside driveway here. This is still doable for Team War. I don't think that Vegas are going to get a read that 2Real is here, but he takes a couple of stray shots. That's enough to alert them. 25 seconds to fight. Good first from Assault. Good follow-up from 2Real, and that's a 4-man feed. Now you got to push across the map. Start to get these spawns to flip just a touch, and they will get one more member to spawn behind, but look at Vegas. The 3 members that spawn up initially are already on their way to new.
Yeah, the calm comes in, though. Once you spot that one player towards the back, you have a 3v3 off the road. Asim is able to catch the first one onto Assault. 2Real unfortunately checks the wrong corner and gets some bad timing there. So Vegas have the numbers off the rotation. Asim takes care of the final. So now up by 30. Team War need a break, and they need it quick. You got a player who spawns on towards the backside in Yuli. You know his positioning if you are QK. How strong is this setup here for Vegas?
Yeah, this is taking a lot of time for Team War, so this break has to be efficient. First kill is in. Trade onto Asim is good. Team War will get into the time. UK, a little bit of trouble here, but still finds one, gets away. Here comes the breaking out from the backside of the hill. 2Real able to find one, finesse his life a little while longer. Help is on the way. Hardpoint, though, starts to go the way of Vegas. They've got the numbers. Can they find the kills to win the game right here, though? UCAB over towards 10. Stunned, tagged, but not down. 235 to 192. Team War still trying to find a way to get in and contest, but the numbers for Vegas too strong. You got to have something from 2Real. You got to have something right here, right now. He finds the first. Can he find more than that? No. Does force a team kill, but there's actually not enough time here for Vegas to still win on old, so now you got to foot race over to new.
Yeah, it's about the rotation, man. And Team War put themselves in position to be there nice and early. So how strong is your setup? Did not allow the opening kill to go the other way, but Asim finds the opening. 2Real responds with the double. Team War still hold on, but it's a 1v1 in all HP.
Yeah, huge opener initially on that slide through. King of Bodies still gunning on the prone shot. UCAB on the pinch, but now it's just down to Diamondcon. He wins his last 1v1. Team War trying to get here to save a life. Diamondcon's still weak. Able to find one. That's massive. The play from inside rock also being met by Yuli. Over 200 points go Team War. They're going to find 3 down. This is still doable. You're going to see another hard point likely for Team War.
Yep. Definitely going to see another hard point. Just got to withstand one more wave of kills. 2Real perfect on the timing. Only able to line up one. Gives comms. There's at least 2 more approaching towards boat. Just got to hold. Just got to hold if you're Team War.
Big win from Yuli up top of the hallway as well. If they flush out this hit from the front, they can get over to new. They can still get over to new. Oh my goodness. It took a while to wake up, but boy, have they ever. Over to P1 we go. 233 to 246. And honestly, the setup for Team War is a solid one.
You need to break in. If you are Vegas, you're taking your time. You find the initial couple of kills. All you need is 4 seconds. Someone hop in.
They will get in. Yuli, he was trying to play off a pinch, can't get back in time. The opening gunfights come through in Vegas with over a 100-point lead. Just too much to overcome. A hell of an effort. I mean, 230 to like 170 was the initial score. Not even that. I think it was even worse at one point in time, but yeah, Team War just not enough gas to get through that deficit.
Oh, man, but they gave them a run for their money, man. Around that P1 area, though, they just need to be a little bit more aggressive on their cuts. Because at that point, Vegas know one break is all we need. They found the initial couple of kills to go their way, and that basically wraps that game on up. But if your Team War, you just can't afford that slow start, man. We're talking about initial couple of hard points where you're winning your gunfights. You're not trading it out. Vegas out-rotating you, outclassing you in the trading aspect. Roxas and King of Body had so many big moments, at least in the beginning half of the game, was applying that takeover ability there. And then Yuli and 2Real started to respond towards the later half, but at that point, it was too late. Vegas Academy give us a barn burner in map number 1. They go up 1-0 in the series.
Huge stuff. And again, just one of those games, we've seen this a number of times in this title, where it's like you go up 60, 70, 80 plus points. It's so difficult to come back on. This game is so rewarding of being able to play, you know, just good overall decision-based Call of Duty. In Vegas Academy, at one point in time, that first rotation and a half, they were putting Team War in the worst possible spot, timing-wise and location-wise, of where their spawns were. And it doesn't help that, I mean, 18 and 31 is what Adam Assault finishes on. He just could not get things going in any form. We saw him with an AR, we saw him with an SMG, but still nearly able to reduce that deficit. Was Team War not quite able to, but definitely awake now as we continue forward into the series.
You know what's so fun about this, Alan? It's like, this is what Challengers is literally all about. Because if you watch the Vegas Falcon squad in the CDL, before they just announced their new roster, big shout out to Orchid and Priesta for joining that lineup alongside Pred and Exnid. But with the old pro squad, like, they just realistically didn't play the game as much as these Challenger players. Like, when you knock down the Challengers, you're scrimming every day. You have to play 2Ks every weekend. You are consistently getting reps, as many as you possibly can, so you're always on the game. Just watching Roxas right there and King Abadi, their evolvement as a player from the beginning of this season to now. Roxas was a lot more confident in his gunfights, a lot more confident in his decision-making, and King Abadi's back to that SMG player that we saw last season when he had a couple moments where he was popping off. So they have just found a lot more comfortability here in their rookie seasons. And they showed it there in map number 1, but now we're going into a dealership for map number 2, where I did have the opportunity to at least look at the maps that Team War played. They dominated the last time they squared up on this one.
Yeah, and again, it's just one of those things, like, for Team War, I think you shake that map off pretty quickly. Kind of generally speaking, just due to the fact that you were right in it at the end. A tough start is a tough start. I know I hate to make it sound so simple, but it is. It's just one of those situations you find yourself kind of down and out too early, too quickly. You have to try to work your way back in, play good macro gameplay. They eventually do provide some of that, but yeah, it definitely just felt like they just, again, started a little bit too slow. Now you're into a map mode combination where you can control the pace, control the tempo, get yourself set up, get yourself more comfortable. It definitely feels like this is a team that should be very successful no matter what the search and destroy map is, no matter how new or how old it is. So it should be interesting, I think, just see what they've got cooked up for this map number 2, Jay.
Yeah, the only thing that scares me, though, Alan, is when we watch Team War now for 2 seasons in the Elite, like, for as many times as we talk about these kind of players, whenever they are making decisions in their search and destroy, it's, like, very, very slow. Like, they have default setups. Fair. They usually go to it multiple rounds after multiple rounds. Eventually, someone will make an adjustment. That's the thing that's holding them back from literally being, like, one of the elite teams in Challengers in search and destroy, is those mid-round adjustments. They're just always trying to play to their game plan. But you have to be prepared for what the other team throws at you. With Vegas Academy up 1-0 in their series, you already saw the way that King Abadi and Roxas was shooting. QK also had a couple moments. They're probably going to play a lot more confident here in this map number 2, especially with how small Dealerships is. This gunfights go down in the first 5 to 10 seconds.
Yeah, at least based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
That's, I think, the biggest picture about this. Is it is a brand new map. Lots of teams are still learning what they want to do on it. And just what the timings, generally speaking, are on the map as well. That's another thing to kind of keep in mind, that it's, you know, it's still very, very fresh. And what we saw yesterday was a lot of just timing-based results, you know, where you're just trying to run, you're trying to funnel, and you're trying to do whatever you can. Yeah, it definitely feels like one of those maps that's going to take a little bit to get fully ironed out for a number of our squads, but at least for the time being, you know, things are, I would say, you know, looked at in terms of just overall game plan strategy. How many reps do you have? What experience do you have? Have you found something that you just, you know, are meta changer, so to speak? Like, you could set the tone, you could build something out. We're talking about, like, vault, where, like, first nade spots over the top, up the balcony, into pool. Like, if you could figure that out, you change how the meta of this map works. So we'll see if they can find that.
I also think, like, whenever you're playing, like, a new search and destroy map, when you're trying to figure out strategies, the best thing you can do off the rip is realistically 4-hit everything. Because
that's
a new
fair,
map is the same thing on both ends. You're barely getting reps on it. At least if you're doing something together, that's better than doing something individually. So, if through our Vegas Academy, I know that they've at least shown a lot of teamwork in that map number 1. Team War, you got players like 2Real, you got players like Yuli who love to be those individual playmakers. You can find yourself sometimes realizing, okay, the play's not going over towards A Street. They're probably working through mid and B. But if you decide to push that late pinch and then someone catches you lacking, and then you give up that free first blood, those are the risks that you really have to make sure you try to calculate. And it's going to be very difficult because it is a new map. You don't know all the spots yet.
Yeah, that's it, really, in a nutshell. Is that it's new, it's fresh, no one knows what's going on. As we switch into the game, apparently Vegas have, well, never mind. I would say it looked like they were up 4-1 in live, but no, we're fresh. I don't know what I saw. I might have dementia. It's hard to tell. But 4v4 situation here, round number 1. And it's going to be Vegas kind of developing over towards A, with Team War really kind of pushing the issue forward and through the B site.
Yeah, I love the initial play call right there for Vegas. Fade out over towards B, draw the attention on that side of the map. and hit this late rotation over towards A. But Dominic potentially in a position to contest it. The nade good enough to find that kill onto Roxas, but effectively the trade comes in. But DC still playing a credit angle. Now it's a 1v3 for QK.
Hey, it could be an easy angle all you want. Just watches over the bomb. It's good enough. QCAP able to find one over towards garage before eventually being surrounded and dealt with quickly. Yeah, good nade spot, though. Over the top, that was from Assault. Lands right on top of the bomb. So, again, talking about those early meta-changing things, how about that?
You already figured something out. Able to hit a nade directly on towards that A street. I don't know if DC or anyone had rocks this week or if he's not running flag, but first blood comes in from Adam Assault over the top. Team War able to read where the pressure's early coming on and then not really fall for the trick there from Vegas. They held strong in their defensive setup. Now it's their opportunity on offense.
And again, with the fast and furious style of these rounds, trophy system, now, who knows when we're going to see him. Yesterday, we saw, like, our first trophies were available, like, round 4.
Yep.
So, that's something that we got to kind of keep an eye on here as we jump a little bit deeper into this round number 2. And, again, it's just that same thing. You know, Roxas can just watch this play on the backside at A. But Turiel's got a line of sight break to allow Plant to come through for free.
And right now, Team War teaching me a lot so far of this map. The angle right there from Adam Assault to gain the info of the pressure coming in through mid. Use Vegas at bay, and then rotation over towards A. You get it down for free, and it's already 15 seconds uncontested. Asim is able to slide on in, find that first blood. Vegas have the numbers.
There's still a lot of work to be done, though, on this post plant. I mean, you still have so many angles that can be watched here for Team War, and the time is running away. But Yuli, the one who's supposed to check that first, does get overwhelmed. It's just going to be down to Diamond Khan on the crossing vent. Sees the feet of the diffuser, but it's being watched on that crossing angle, and Vegas will get the retake at a very casual diffuse, honestly.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to, like, plant that bomb over towards A when you don't have any of their spawn control, because then you basically trap yourself towards the backside of alley. And at that point, if no one's committing on a repinch, you're not trading out effectively on the front side of bomb. They basically clear out all the information, know that you have to be working on the flank, and eliminate every possible scenario there. As Vegas successful on the retake. Tied the game up at 1. Now there's some trophy systems to work with. Last time it was a little bit of the bait and switch at this B site. They're going to do it again.
Now, no nades going to Roxas' direction at the moment. QCAB sees one, backs away from the fight, though. Doors will pop, and a lot of Team War members are just right here. At least showing some presence, but everything backs away. And again, you just pulled the defense to B, and Vegas will reapproach over to A.
Yep, it's not that difficult of a retake over towards the safe side as long as you hold your push to. So DC's going to switch up his spot this time around. Allow that bomb to get planted for free. Hopefully someone's got attack to potentially contest this or make their retake a little bit easier. Good shots from DC, has him a little bit weak, but bomb's going to get planted.
Oh, garage door closes on the play. Diamond Khan still gets the first. Traded. King of Body, a deep position here. How about the shots from King of Body? Takes down 2. Adam Assault able to get the trade down to the 1v1, and QCAB backside ramp. Able to find the angle, find the kill, and another impressive moment from Mr. King of Body.
Dude, this guy is just popping off, man. Like, that's supposed to be a successful retake, especially with DC finding that first blood. But King of Body said, don't worry, I'll run him. Slides on out, even with the car blowing up, is able to find 3 to secure it there for Vegas. And now with a couple more days of practice, this S&D map has definitely slowed down a bit. I'm loving the way both of these teams are approaching it. Slow and steady, gain your info, play off of it. But now Team War trying to switch that pacing up, all out aggression over towards A.
Nades over the top. Salt already making his way in. A late trophy system gets placed. And that may be enough for Team War to secure this plant. The team still is able to find one. Slide over. He's in a good spot here. As the bomb gets contested, no plant comes through. Asim's going to take down another, and that completely clears things out. Team War just have to try to find the kills from afar, and Asim's working on the ace now 3 in a row. Wow.
Up, and that is going to do it there. Vegas Academy, again, just ready. They are stacking over towards B. Realizing, okay, no one's contesting. We already pushed out towards Arches. No one's sitting in towards Cafe. Didn't break the door through the middle of the map to focus on big window, so they have to be trying to send it over towards that A street. And with the seam just being the aggressor, playing a nice angle on that side of the map, he strikes down the player for the bomb plant, puts his team instantly in a numbers advantage, and just stays aggressive. Finds 3 on the round for Academy to go up by 2 now.
Really solid stuff. Really, really solid stuff. Here comes the approach once again. Vegas showing force towards speed. Focus at mid-map. Oh, what an angle. Got this assault just over the top of the window. You'll be able to provide at least 1 in response. That keeps mid more contested. But again, Asim just shows itself over towards speed. Now rotates back, but 2 Real's already behind this play. The double slide out forces the isolation onto QCap. And now it's just down to Asim. That's really well received by Team War.
Yeah, Asim down to 1v3. Has a lot of time to work with. At this point, he's looking for a one-on-one, but Yuli's able to spot him. 29 HP. He's not going to stand a single chance there. And even with such a great angle there from QK to start off that round. Better effective trades there from Team War. 2 Real staying active through that B site. Catches the timing on the bench to find that kill in towards the dealership. And then with Team War having, you know, all that chemistry because they have yet to break up on the season, they know, all right, we got the numbers advantage. Let's double slide. If the guy's here, we'll be able to trade it out effectively. They're able to stop the bleeding. 2 defensive rounds so far for Team War. And unfortunately, Blizzard just lost connection to the server. Oh, right. Tough scenes. Tough scenes.
Hopefully that is only on our side. As if it's not, woof. That's all we could say about that. Big woof. Yeah, I mean, it is one of those situations that, you know, kind of reflecting to yesterday versus what we're seeing in this map here today, Jay. We talked a lot about how that B-bomb site is so difficult to get through, especially early. But it looks like both teams really still committing a lot of resources early to make sure that that does still hold true. And then you mold, you move, you start to get things going. Is that how you feel like the map is going to play out? Or do you feel like that's just something that both these 2 teams have preferred to this point?
No, I think that's definitely how the map's going to play out, because when you're the team on the defensive side, you get to the mid-map early, you get towards B side early, you're able to take a lot of space away from that offensive team. So just showing a little bit of presence on that side of the map guarantees you to basically shut down the more difficult site. If you can get the bomb down towards B, there's so many different angles you have to account for, because if the bomb is getting planted, that means they most likely have mid control as well. You do not want that to be the case. So always shutting down that B point, shutting down the mid map, eliminating those possible scenarios, and just putting all of your focus over towards A Street. That's obviously how both teams are currently playing it, and I'm loving the way that it's being played currently.
No, so far so good, but unfortunately, we did get disconnected. So we're going to take a break, see if we can get ourselves back in, whether that was a player issue or our issue. Unsure. We'll find out when we come back. See you in a little bit.
down that gold side. But for right now, it's just the timings for Omit a little bit off, coming in off that break. As a Wiz here on the top, just got a little bit of a do-si-do here.
A couple of kills. What I will say, I feel like Royal Spartans are all over the place. Yeah, Brack gets through. There's no one in art for the Royal Spartans, so Dak here's got to go huge because B's already starting to move. Linz reads this, but Dak wins it anyway. You will get Sparty, then just jump straight on. Dak gets caught rotating back through mid. Brack does eventually get cleared out of art, but Spartans has to get moving because that first B tick will not actually get there. So Royal Spartans do enough just about. They could do with clearing some of that progress.
4 dead for Omit. Spartans doing a great job holding this one on through. Dak swings out to the side, catches Brack, trying to lurk his way on up. Does not allow any space to get created. Catches Standy. Top Cat. Do you find Linz? This is going to be the question. A lot of these spawns coming in towards the street side. Final few seconds here of the first round. Omit, they get the 3 ticks here. It doesn't look like they'll be able to get on the board anymore. It is 3 plays 12. Make that 2. I don't really think you're going to have anything come on in. Royal Spartans having a little bit of an ice moment. Coming in here. First round of control. They're understand that somebody's in their back. It's yet again, it's Dak, and they got to spend a lot of this next wave just trying to deal with Dak. But while that's happening, you do kind of have this mirror going on where Brack is able to set on up.
Yeah, Brack here slipping straight through the middle of the map without being spotted. And causes enough trouble at Art to allow his teammates to push forward. Omit again doing the right thing, ensuring that Dak is out of that trophy position. It just means that you can play out through that B street uncontested, apart from everything being in front of you. Standy here might be surprised by Dak, who has played Catwalk, and Dak wins a big one too for Cruz as well. So an opportunity then to bully Omit back. 35 seconds on the clock. Lives are even. Next wave of kills. Huge for deciding this one.
Spawning over towards the street, though, you need to start working this, but you have to be careful that nobody just pushes on forward too early. And you like this. Standy finds Wiz. That's a huge pickup, but it's Mamba through the mid for 2. Can you make it 3? You can. Mamba goes huge, even finds the 4th. Oh my God, give him the fries, give him the soda. It's a 4-piece combo for the Mamba to secure that round for the Spartans.
I said if there was going to be a player that really helped Royal Spartans get back into this series in the control, it was going to be Mamba. Had a 1.14 in the control through stage 2, by far the best of his team, and considerably better than a lot of players on Omit, to be fair. Seems to be a mode that he understands quite well, but popping off with 4 in a row, couldn't have expected that out of him. Amazing work. Gotta say, a round where both teams left it all out there on the table. It felt like there was a great opening strategy with the pre-nades from Royal Spartans. You then get that situation where Spot distracts over at B to allow his team onto A relatively for free. And then situations with Dak and Brack pushing out into the opposing team spawns to try and flip things out and change things in their favor. Wonderful round of control to watch. On to round 4.
Dak really coming alive here after a lackluster first 2 games, 20 and 16, really just being annoying on that defense. But can you do the same here on the offense? Going to be the question. Omit doing a great job, though, surging on forward and not going to let you gain that space if you need it. They've already started to make some waves on through, but Mamba still trying to continue some of that momentum from the last round. Standy, he'll start to clear out some of it, so no tick just yet from the Spartans. You're starting to move your way around. Omit, I think, doing a great job of just playing on the inside at this point, not letting the Spartans take up any amount of power positions to be able to try and make their way on in.
It doesn't help when quite often you're seeing the initial fights light up in blue. The Spart finds 2 to break the next Royal Spartans wave of pressure. Standy doing a wonderful job of just constantly being a nuisance, constantly getting lost, constantly just running little figure of 8s everywhere. And it just means at moments like this, they're having to spend time that they don't have pushing after him. They have 25 seconds. Standy's going to ball neck you and finds 2. Royal Spartans down by 6 lives, down by 4 ticks. Got all the work in the world to do.
No, my God, you are getting farmed right now. Royal Spartans, it was looking good, but that is a flawless defense for Omit. Wow. I mean, you're just getting fried if you are the Spartans. You just had this fantastic round, Enigma. You're feeling great. You're coming on into the offense. You say, we can do this. We can end this here. No, you can't. You're going to a round 5, and I'm pretty sure that's still Omit on defense.
Yeah, it will most definitely be Omit on defense off the back of that one. Standy with a real takeover moment. And the thing is, well, again, he's so good even when he's not picking up lots of kills, and he does that most certainly there. But even when he's not, he's very much so a difficult player to keep a track of. Royal Spartans are in that moment where it's like, okay, Standy's found one of us, but he's pushed on over towards trophy. We can't push for that B point at all if we don't clear him out. So they've spent time. It's an investment that is just not going to pay off, and all it does is make Standy look really damn good out here. Royal Spartans must do it all here, or this is going to be series point.
Got to do something a little bit different in this round, seeing how fast and how deadly that last round was. This is a great way to make it happen. You've already gained progress at A. You're here. Dak might be able to find one, but the trades are already on through. Both teams just answering back and forth here in the kill feed. Nobody really able to get into a position that they can play out of. Wiz, he's going to take this fight. Top Cat, drop on down into the bank and fly on through water over here towards B, and it's going to be all for naught as you are cut on down. Dak trying to do their best to just be this front man, be annoying, find these early entry kills, back on up, get some progress on the point here. This could be what you are looking for. You do have Brack in your spawns, though. If you are the Royal Spartans, you might be able to get A, but are you going to be able to get on out of your spawns as Linz will fly on forward? Dak is there for the trade. Dak is there to find Standy. Okay, and off a couple of those kills, you find the A point. Minute added to the clock.
Wonderful work from Dak to give his team an opportunity in this. We did want him to step up after 2 tough maps to start things, and he does indeed. Cruz, though, trying to clear Brack out of this trophy position. He does a wonderful job of it, actually, but he's going to be pushed around the side. Brack with a great reposition. Also had support from Sparty if needed. What I will say, there's no art player currently for Omid. They've got to get themselves back into some sort of defensive setup. Sparks flip things into trophy. You're now going to get Standy and Brack arriving into art. So Royal Spartans, you do have 1:25 to go, but you need to make sure you clear that trophy side out. Otherwise, your big point of play is to push through for art control. Without either of those, this is just going to be a blender.
Well, they're able to clear out some of these players' trophy, and you can see they start trying to run directly at the point. You have a player up here in art. Brack, aims in hand, trying to make it happen. Smart playing this nice little corner cut. You'll be able to cut another one down. Pushes on forward. Catches Cruz in the back. Down to the final minute. It's going to be 14 plays 11 right now into the favor of Omit. And I mean, if this pace keeps on up, this is going to come down to the final moments here and really just come down to lives.
Sparty tries to play through mid. Dak will clean him up. An important kill. If you are the Royal Spartans right now, you really want to get some sort of mid control here. All the way through, it's felt a bit single lane, a bit one-dimensional. You need more. Royal Spartans down by 2 lives, 30 seconds, but have got to fly at the most difficult point. Cruz needs to hit this flank and go big, but his teammates need to live at the front while he does that. Time this correctly, you can pull this off.
But Brack, though, he's going to be the one playing along the outside, and with that opening, Cruz makes his presence known. Standy found out.
Big.
Lynn's taking on down. Cruz pushing up here towards the top. He will eventually get cut down. But Royal Spartans, they're trying to activate off the back of that. Dak, he doesn't get the player in the back. COD timing at its best. 15 seconds left in the round. You got one player alive. It's Wiz. You got to go to 1v5, an insane spree. It's not going to be there. Oh, Mitt, clutch it on up 3.
Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping back into the action after the unfortunate Battle.net servers crashing and going down. We're jumping into the game in progress. It's quote unquote in progress. It's 3-2 Vegas here as we jump back into the dealership, search and destroy. And well, Yuli first blood, as this has been Team War just all out aggression right through mid-map.
Oh, that's fantastic. You found the opening first blood. You know that you have the numbers to outplay anyone else around that mid-map area. And now you instantly turn it into a 4v1. King of Body. It's like between a rock and a hard place. Team War come back off of that hour reset. And just absolutely end the round in 10 seconds. Trying to make up for some lost time.
Yeah, need the case. Gonna need a little bit more of that, I would assume, if we want to get back on schedule. But for Team War, this is all about just, again, seeing what kind of momentum you can rebuild here after the slow start on the opening hard point. You got to keep that in mind. Vegas Academy up over 100 points at one point on that Hacienda. Battled back nicely by Team War, just not enough game time remaining for them to close it out. But like you mentioned, Yuli just running it down, finding the first 3 kills, and now it's Vegas Academy. I will say, again, we've watched them play this out where they've shown force at B, thrown their nades, and then re-wrap back over towards A. Looks like we're going to get more of that. Yuli in a corner, first blood, and responded to nicely. We go 2v2.
Oh, big 2v2, because now you draw all the attention from Team War. This is where the player's going to come on in. You're just banking now on the scene to try to stay alive for Roxas to work on his pinch, but 1v2 with a minute to work with.
And he hasn't seen any of this push out, so there's going to be confusion here for Roxas of, is this actually a playthrough window again, or have they pushed up? The Archers may not make much of a difference. Roxas going to collect the bomb and then make his way back over to A.
Got a lot of time, just not any info gained so far. And Team War, they're clearing out space. Now thinking about that rotation over towards A. Is he going to be able to get this bomb down before the contest comes in? He gets it planted, but Inchling should die. Team War have him surrounded. He's not going to be able to get out. And Team War, back-to-back rounds now. Take the advantage, up 4-3.
4-3 up, yep. Clean stuff. I think most importantly is just the fact that they are able to get that, trade out over through Arches, because initially it looked like it was starting to get messy. You call out that long route from Roxas. If it gets around the back, he has a chance to possibly just kill out the defense there. But quick change, and Team War pushing through that, giving themselves the advantage. Obviously letting the trophies try to charge back up as best as humanly possible. Assault will get his as we go back into the next round.
Yeah, and Vegas right there, they kind of let that one slip, because even though the first blood went in favor of Team War, they found 2 kills immediately to put them in the numbers advantage. Just QK tries to make himself be Superman in that situation. Unfortunately goes for the ego chow, loses the gunfight, makes it a 2v2, and then Asim just not as patient as Roxas was banking on him needing to be in that scenario. Allows Team War to just isolate both of those gunfights, take the advantage up by 1. And now if you are Vegas, you need to make your adjustments on defense. It was last time the SMGs being super aggressive through the middle of the map, but this time King of Body's going to send it on his own, and he's going to fall for the first blood.
Yeah. So again, numbers advantage, building out early. And is there any info through window? Yeah, well, he sees QK. Or CXC in play. Asim tries to push through, try to catch timing, not going to work out. And with DiamondCon falling towards B, this will surely be enough influence to get the bomb to make its way over to A.
Oh, because Yuli's clearing out a lot of space with this RC, so Roxas doesn't want to give up his positioning. Just staying alive on this side with the RC. You're going to allow that bomb to go down for free. You're going to actually plant it for the other side of the spawn as well, so hopefully Assault is able to keep you covered.
Well, he's not. First shots come through. Roxas is going to try to still push forward, and maybe he has more health. He wins that gunfight, but leaves just down to 2 real, and he pulls the pistol to win the final 1v1. Team War, since the reset, flawless to this point, now up 5.
Seems like Vegas Academy a little bit checked out, because some of these plays are just not to their advantage. The first blood from King of Body, just ego chowing in towards dealership, gives up his life for free, and then the team tries to take space in towards dealership once QK has him weak from that top window area, and just gets outnumbered in that engagement. Starting to not value our lives as much, and now Team War taking full advantage of it at game point to try to tie the series up at 1.
Yep. Nades over the top here for the offense towards mid. But they're catching some of their own here on this close corner. Trophy system doesn't get down fully in time, so it slows down this play dramatically. No information here for Vegas on what's going on over towards B as they're fully committed towards an A hit. And DiamondCon stun gets the info they need. Yuli through garage. Playing with the door for now. No plant and 2 reels in a great spot to see this.
Yes, but he doesn't want to get caught here. So it's all about the timing. He's right in front of you, but you can't spot him. Thankfully, Adam Assault with the RC opens up with the first blood. So you give yourself the numbers advantage. QK instantly able to respond to bring it back to a 3v3. You know where the play is coming in. You just got to be prepared for the one-on-ones. Vegas with both. 1v3 now for 2Real.
Catches the first cleanly. Bomb not planted yet, so a little bit more time to play with. And the vent not being popped means he could pop himself in place with this, but now he's stuck. Let's get out, though. Glass will break. 2Real going to reset, and in that moment, bomb will be planted.
Ah, yeah, and potentially trying to play the mind games here. Versus Vegas. But this route is going to waste a lot of time here. After Vegas, you have no idea where he's going to come from. 2Real just needs the timing to go his way.
Here comes the big moment, especially with the cars still in play. Wow, a King of Body just a little over chow right there. 2Real punishes. Now off the regen. QK not in the spot to confirm the damage, but as soon as he pops up, the shots are clean and Vegas will stay alive.
Yeah, that's a big run there from Vegas because I thought that they were definitely going to be trapped in. Like, you have an opening first blood from Adam Assault with the RC. You know where the play is coming on in, but you just get caught in two one-on-one gunfights. King of Body and Roxas are both able to win theirs, put themselves in a numbers advantage, gain the info, get the bomb down, and play the double stack. Vegas allowed to stay alive here with QK finding 3 on the round. But now this slow and steady approach from Team War on their offenses has caused problems for Vegas. I think you just got to go back to the bread and butter, shut down B early on, and then play for the retake at A.
Yeah. Now 2Real going to hold this front line. Assault learned how QK wants to play this, but as the car spins, so also does Assault's head. Now 4v3, and Vegas with numbers still have good control of the map. A couple of the questions around B, but
oh no.
Car bomb blows up in front of Roxas, so now we get 3v3 and the A site's open.
Yeah, that's a beautiful nade there onto Roxas. Makes it a 3v3, and now you pull the setup from the Vegas boys over towards that A site. But you still have that mid-map control. Easily able to gain the information as a team. You know the play's going to be over towards B. What's the timing look like for King of Body? Gets too aggressive, he gets taken care of.
Well, seam tagged, but gets out.
Blacking out.
Bomb planted. 2v2. For the retake now. 2Real's going to back up, and he's got an RC he can play with. He will use it immediately. It'd be hard to tell what you can see off this angle, but actually gets a pretty considerable amount of damage onto both players. Long angle from Diamondcon to check over the top of the B site, and this is just taking too long, you would think. They do find the first, but Diamondcon's still in a clutch-up position. This comes down to the timing of when he goes to check this. Not an easy angle, but QK gives up the angle just as soon as Diamondcon checks. Now it's just down to QK, who gets caught on the mantle, and Team War is going to take map 2.
Yeah, that can't happen there. Like, once you find that first blood, QK, your job is, with 20 seconds left, obviously, to try to clear out one of those cuts. But it was just some bad timing there from Vegas on their retake. I'm pretty sure you had QK watching all of that mid-map. But then once the team starts to reposition himself, realize, okay, the RC car was called in from Archway. There's going to be a player in this position. Once he takes that positioning away, QK also gives up that mid-map. That allows Diamondcon to realize, okay, clock is on my side. All I need to do is find one kill, and he finds the kill at the perfect time because there's simply not enough time for QK to find that kill and stick the defuse. Team War able to bounce back after the hour delay, tie the series on up. That one's got to sting there if you're Vegas because before the break, they were playing it really good.
Yeah, they really were. Yeah. I think the thing about it is, like, a little bit of predictability started to come through. I mean, Team War getting a solid read on what Vegas wanted to do on offense, but also just kind of knowing what QK's position was going to be. I mean, yeah, Assault kind of loses a couple of gunfights over the top of that window, but still, it's just there seemed to have been some awareness learned about how Vegas were playing from Team War. And the fact that they come out, you know, running forward and Yuli catching 3 just sets the tone immediately in terms of how you reset back into the series. So good stuff for Team War. Get us tied up at 2 or 1, like you mentioned.
Just like if you're Vegas Academy, though, like, I don't understand like some of the risks that they were taking because you lose the map 6-4. We had a couple rounds where players are just getting a little bit too aggressive, probably a little too antsy because they found themselves in such a long break that they weren't as staying as locked in as they were previously. But a couple mistakes there in those final rounds allowed Team War to tie the series up. Now you're going into a protocol control where I think so far on this stage, Team War have yet to find success in the control game mode. And the majority of it has been on protocol, so this should be an absolute square up here between both squads.
Yeah, should be. I think the big question is going to be, again, you know, with the slow start that Team War had in map number 1, the dramatic comeback nearly coming through, have they turned a page, you know, early into this series to establish some dominance over their opponents? Because I think the thing is, like, we still look at this Vegas Academy team like, yeah, they had a strong start yesterday. You know, for the majority of them, you see their ability to kind of hang, at least at this level. But there is still, I would say, like, an overarching picture of, like, the understanding and the awareness around the game still feels like it's not quite there to the top level of challengers, or especially what we've seen in the CDL. So there is still questions kind of surrounding that. Like, will this team be able to kind of make up that ground quickly to, you know, be in a position to win win this last elite, or make some moves on land? Because that's the other part about this, is like, you have to do well at the opens. Like, winning the elites is one thing, but you have to do well at the opens.
I'm pretty sure they got, what, top 8 at the most previous event, so that's job well done. I was able to watch them at least a little bit in a couple of their series when I was down in the pit, but I feel like just being in the position that they are, they're extremely grateful for it. This is your first time actually moving across the states, moving across the world to play Call of Duty at a very high level. There's a lot of things that you need to try to understand and learn very, very quickly versus some of these guys who've been playing challengers since they were in diapers. Like, it's just a totally different playing field. I know over there in Saudi, they were only playing Search and Destroy. And the fact that they have made such a drastic improvement from the academy team to the professional team with just certain situations playing a lot better in such a short time, obviously, that's the only thing truly holding them back. I feel like a lot of these guys have the raw talent. We see Kinky have his sparks. Crocs is so far, he's tremendously impressed me throughout this series, even though we're only tied up at 1. It's just the decision-making sometimes is still not all there, and that only comes with time.
Yeah, they finished top 12 at the Open. They lost on map 5 versus the Royal Spartans. And then they dropped to the lower bracket and immediately lost in 4 to YFP. Their only real notable win was against the EU squad of Detain, Kez, Denza, and Pat, which is not a bad squad, but again, battling with the Royal Spartans, tough to do. That must have been one of those late night series as well, because that was right when the bracket was getting pushed like past like 10 p.m. So that could have been part of it too.
Yeah, so a grueler of a day. Start up at like 10 a.m., play until 2 a.m. Yeah, you're just not expecting that much passion to be dripping, but just got to prepare yourself for anything when you're in challengers.
So back into the control down, first minute already gone, and Team Boar have pushed up the map pretty convincingly here. The only player who's really kind of made some noise is Kinky at this point. Diamondcon is able to find one before dropping. That's actually not bad whatsoever as we get underneath 40 seconds left for this Vegas Academy team to try to find some success on one of the 2 zones.
Yeah, we need to get on the objective. Right now, if you are QK, you did spot a player going on the pinch, but you don't want to allow him to make the play here. Looks like we're completely disregarding him, and now DC in your spawn. You also have Yuli still playing his life on the back end, and with 20 seconds left yet to earn a segment, on a push is going to come in towards B.
Yeah. Rox is able to find 2, but Yuli long-range shots will keep this clock moving. Oh, and he gets a read up top, but Kinky comes up from behind, finds the elimination. And that will be a momentary pause on A. Follow-up from Roxas will continue to play a little bit further as Team War actually find themselves down 2 overall lives. Could be worse as Kinky taking 2. Getting to work backside castle. Doesn't quite do much more than find the first kill, but first tick of progress is in, and Falcons can still try to hit this again.
Yeah, 5 seconds, though. Like, we got to make sure our setup is a lot better. The crossfire to the middle map too strong here for Team War, and now it's only on Roxas. With 5 seconds left, he's going to drop it. I don't think you're going to have enough time to even get close towards this point. That's just the objective focus right there for Vegas. You were able to outslay them on the round, but only walk away with 1 segment. We need to be able to fill those gaps a lot better. There was a lot of situations where you got players camping towards top 3, simply jumping out, having a double stack, allowing a player off the respawn to fill that spot. Will put you in a better position. Once they were finding kills, just not filling the right gaps, allowing players to overextend, shoot them in the back. Communication needs to be clicking for Vegas because it's not looking good after that reset.
Yeah, definitely one of those moments that you kind of, again, you fall off of your break off, and then all of a sudden Team War is just in your spawn. It's just protocol control things. Again, Kinky trying to salvage as much as he possibly could, but still, just too much difficulty to break out of the spawn. Roxas does what he can, but again, just the one tick progress. Nothing really to sweat about if you're Team War. Patience here for Vegas, trying to play their defensive line right down mid. Salt's going to get a lot of information here. That one's playing on top of gun, another over towards the zone, and I think he's actually caught an angle maybe onto Roxas. He's trying to isolate that, but still no blood here, but it's still 30 seconds in.
Yeah, I love that. I love that right there from Vegas, because you don't really want to give them that opening kill, because then that allows Team War to start to manipulate what they're going to do after that kill goes down. But just playing it patient, stalled out at least 30 seconds already. But a couple kills go in favor of Team War. Slowly working up this progression for your first segment. You got Kinky trying to set up this pinch through on the ground, but he's not really assisting his teammates here. We got to try to get into play.
Yeah, he's trying to find a timing or an opportunity to hit a route, and Yuli's right there to cover on it, especially considering that there is no pressure on the A zone. So that's a little bit too easy. Second tick of progress is in, and Vegas off this spawn towards tower. They have to chalk this A zone at the moment. Roxas is trying to find a route underground. He's going to get to spiral, but that's an extra 60 seconds, and Assault can just keep the gun up knowing I haven't seen anything yet, and he gets a decent read but can't win the gunfight.
Yeah, and that was a solo cap the entire time there from Team War. So if you are Vegas, down by 2 lives now, a lot of time to allow Team War to manipulate the map the way that they need to try to secure this round. They already find 2 kills to go their way. 2 real catches the timing for number 3. And now, you know, majority of them are coming off the respawn. Let's stack the point.
Yeah, it's really, this may be one of those series that just gets framed up by the slow start in the first rotation for Team War, because everything else has been pretty much perfect, including this moment right here. Vegas is just so scattered, so split. And the second tick is done. The double stack is still here.
Oh my
One
God,
more
Body, what are we doing?
Yeah, I have no idea. He's just not anywhere near this play.
What?
Okay, that's 2 rounds for Team War.
All right, man. Like, all right, I give you a lot of high praises for your opening HP, but right now we're making some really boneheaded plays. Like, the segments are flying at B. They're stacking you. We're over there camping towards heli snaps, completely out of the play. I don't know if he was trying to set up a pinch there, but right now the decision-making for Kinky is not the best. Team War taking full advantage of it. Now up 2-0. Complete every single segment there. Currently up by 5. But that might not be the case, because they're simply outclassing Vegas Academy here on this map 3.
Yeah, without question. It's just one of those maps that has gotten out of hand quickly. Again, the break off from the opening defense, perfect for Team War. The follow-up on their offensive round, really never fully tested. Like you mentioned, like Kinky's just trying to find routes to hit. Timings were just not there for them, though.
Shots.
Yeah, good opener. That'll get Vegas immediately onto the A zone. They're not even bothering mid-map. They're saying, all right, we'll just kind of watch for these pinch plays and just stack onto the zone.
Yeah, they only have one player trying to watch multiple angles on the pinch, so there's some openings that Team War are now going to take advantage of. The only contestant on the backside of the sidewalk has a player weak, sets up his teammate. That's already 3 dead. Everyone basically come off the respawn here for Vegas Academy. First push gets shut down, but at least you did at least earn 1 segment there.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that's like, it's tough because, you know, for Vegas, you're trying to put objective focus immediately down on towards A, but when you lose out in the middle of the map, and more importantly, that Team War are running through the bottom of the map to get to your building, then all of a sudden, if you've got both windows controlled, like, you can't stay alive on the A zone. Not for long, at least. So the momentary stack that comes through onto A, Kinky runs out of ammunition before he can convert onto the first tick of progress at B. And with a 2 life advantage under 50 seconds, Vegas Academy once again are put with their kind of backs against their spawn.
Dude, they just keep on losing track of players, man. They cannot locate these guys when they're losing them in their spawn. But finally, after 46 seconds, get wiped away. Take care of DC. Now you got to worry about the next line of defense. Here comes Yuli on the pinch, able to find one. Knows that there's a player sitting towards top lip. Don't worry, I have you weak. Set you up from our teammate. We've already been able to clear out the A point. That's going to be another 3 dead. Find a player on the B point. It's going to be a 1-on-1. At least the good thing for now is that Vegas are consistently stalling the game clock. They're keeping the kills really close, but they still have a lot of time to work with to at least extend the time.
Well, second tick at B's looking pretty positive, and you've got success happening on the A zone at the same time. This could actually lead to some pressure onto Team War, but they do clear off A. It's just Roxas doing left alone on the B zone. What a gunfight win from Yuli. Roxas also taken off B. Follow-up was nearly there, but not fully. Now it's a 15v9. 2 reels not missing shots. And that might be it here for Vegas Academy in their opening series in day 2.
Yeah, final push. Final push here over towards A. You have to start out with the opening kill. The body finds the player on the pinch. Ace him with the shots. Leads to kill number 2. Need one segment at both points, but every single time they think everything is clear, there's someone shooting them in the back. Unfortunately, Too Real only able to get one. So even with Vegas Academy backs against the wall, they should be able to extend the time here.
Yeah, they will. Extra 60. Now it's a 9v6, but like you mentioned, only half of the progress needed over towards B, but we're not clearing our bases here. It's not initially as the stretch across the middle of the map gets stalled. Yuli in trouble. Topside tower. This is winnable here for Vegas Academy. They've got members on. You got to slide forward. If you're Too Real, he finds the opener, but nothing more, and the capture will come out and send us to another round.
Okay, Academy coming to life there in that round. Just a lot of objective focus there, even towards that A point, over towards B. Just putting the game clock at a pause. Gave them a lot of opportunities there to try to make something happen. 2 segments at both points. Find a clutch double kill. Secure A, and then you have all that map control to just transition over towards B with lives on your side. Able to clutch up there. Huge round for Vegas Academy to try to turn the ship around.
Yep. If really the thing about this is, like, if you can just get a solid break off on this defense, you're right back in this map. Never want to rule a team out, especially when it comes to a protocol control. It feels like anything can happen at any moment in time. But 21-12 for Time and Con is really setting the pace. Salt able to shut down Roxas for a first blood. Yuli also converts, and there's going to be a play towards B initially. Seeming a good spot to watch that, though. Sees more down low. Decent opportunity to try to break this up as Roxas is right there with him, and clean shots will get him a double, and that will stall Team War out completely.
He also spots the player sitting towards mid-gun, so Asim trying to catch the timing. Unfortunately, he's going to be one shot, so DC just turns right, finishes that kill. Vegas Academy are filling the gaps correctly. They are layering properly. They are not allowing Team War to get a stable push towards either one of these pushes. You continue to play your life if you're Roxas, now on 4 in a row. The repositioning is going to draw the attention from Team War to put focus on you. And still, yet to have a segment earned is Team War.
And 2 eliminations do come out, though. That clears out their building. A third will drop. It's just QCAB. Last one left. He's being pressured and will be dealt with. Lots of damage, but can't find a kill. And now 2 Reals pushed up their sidewalk. He's putting pressure on the spawn. Only finds one. So a decent trade. Roxas in a really solid position to fight up against Yuli and takes him off the heady from the A zone. So this is exactly what we needed to see. Vegas Academy reclaiming ground. 25 seconds left remaining. But Kinky shut down on the long pinch. May have one more chance brewing for Team War.
Oh, there's not a single segment earned for Team War, so those segments now might come into play because you were up by 5. Vegas secured all 6 in that previous round, and you're down by 1 currently. So
yep,
you're Team War. You need to figure something out, and with 5 seconds to go, you might not have an opportunity. Oh.
Diamond Con able to find one shot down. 2 Real also eliminates 1.2 seconds on the clock, but he gets pushed off. It's just down to Diamond Con. Oh, nice shots over the top from the seam, but the kill that's there is not in a position to jump immediately onto the zone, so okay.
They get the segment, Alan. So now it just comes down to the kills. I think Vegas Academy, at least previously in the last 2 rounds, have been able to make up a lot of ground in that category. So it's a huge decision right here from Call of Duty on who's going to be the team on defense. It's saying that Vegas Academy is, but sometimes the text be lying. So I'm just going to wait and see. It's going to be Team War on defense. You see what I'm saying, Alan? Vegas Academy got to figure it out on attack again.
Yep. Man, that's tough scenes, man. Okay. Azim at 8-23, that's something that you have to keep in mind and hope that you see change if you're, well, going to hope for a Vegas Academy offensive win, and he just runs forward towards B and gets completely outpaced, outplayed on the body. Nice shoulders coming through. Can't quite find the follow-up shots, but just keeps dancing with Assault. That's enough to finally take him off the ledge, and now a chance with a couple of members nearby for Vegas to actually get a little bit of a stack here at B.
Oh, putting all this focus, though. I was afraid that they were going to allow that pinch again from Team War to develop, but thankfully Roxas heads up, turns around, finds that kill onto DC. You're trading effectively over towards this B point, and look at the spawns for Team War. They're so far away from this B segments. They're not going to have an opportunity to even contest it unless DC finds a double through the middle of the map. We can't give them that for free, but at least QK makes up for it 3v2 in the trade fight.
Oh, and there we go. That's a big elimination for Seam to get back onto the B zone at the same time, so this is starting to amount like Vegas had already built from the round prior. Roxas right here with him. And this might be the B zone. Honestly, if you're a team, you just need, just get the kill and then you're good. So now the focus for Team War has to purely go over to the A zone. The first pick is done. The second's already on the way. And this very well may be Vegas just holding down a solid line through mid. There's just no way they can challenge this.
Oh, but Roxas gets some bad timing there, and that allows Team War to work their way through sidewalk, find every single kill, and shut down that push. But look, a minute and 15 to work with. Vegas currently up by 4 lives, have so much time. Just need one set of kills to go their way. Only need one more segment to close out this map.
Got the life lead as well, but the problem here is Too Real and Yuli are starting to play inside the Vegas spawn. Roxas is through this line, and at the moment, I don't know if Team War actually recognized that yet. They're still just playing for spawn kills. Do they get the information that they've killed 3? And wait a second, where's our 4th? Roxas is trying to wiggle his way onto the zone, but honestly, this might be taking too long. And now finally he'll jump in just as soon as Vegas starts to play forward. Wait, does anyone from Team War know there's anyone on the zone? Now they do, but Roxas finds the kill. King of Body there to join him, and the timing looks decent. Oh, what a play from Roxas. Team War caught in the crossfire of playing for the spawn kills. I don't know if they recognize that someone had jumped onto the A zone, and the one player to slip the net is the one that wins them the round.
Yeah, they were just banking on, okay, 3 players are consistently getting spawn trapped. That solo guy is not going to make the play the way that he did. But Roxas, big shout out to him, man. That's a vet kind of play, because 3 of your teammates are just simply getting pummeled down and your spawn. You're looking for your opportunity, and he waited to the perfect time once they found an opening kill, because at that point, you know, Team War are trying to play for that trade. They're trying to fight on through the backside of 10, flank through the backside of your spawn, but just no one accounting for where Roxas was. Just playing his life beautifully. Once that first kill goes down, Vegas know, okay, we have the numbers, we can start to play trades. And then with Roxas getting back into the play from an unknown position, that allows them to just find 2 kills, get the double stack going, because Team War was simply out of position to contest it. Vegas come back storming from down 0-2 in the control, go 3 in a row with 2 attacking rounds. That's a typical performance there.
Wow. I mean, that's just another one of those maps, man, that if you're Team War, you're looking and sitting here saying, are we kidding? Like,
yeah.
It's just like, you're up 2-0, as convincing as you could possibly be. You get stonewalled on your next offense. Vegas heroically pull off one of their own. Just the double zone focus has Team War mismanaged on their setup. And then, of course, just the pain point of losing track of Roxas when you've got a full, like, you have literally, if you were to take a screenshot of the left third of the map, they had a perfect spawn trap setup. But you lost track of one player, and that's what cost you. It's the little things like that.
And the thing is, like, you losing track of a player is not that big of an issue. It's just like their decision to consistently only play for the guys off spawn. Like, if you can put someone towards top 3, Roxas isn't as impactful because you got an AR in a power position. As soon as he hops that point, you're able to contest him while your teammates are still playing for those spawn traps. But it's just like everyone was trying to play for the spawn traps at the same exact time. You were so aggressive in towards the bottom side of trips at that ammo area that even though you were finding all the kills, no one just accounted for Roxas because all the kills are going your way. You allow that one play to happen, and unfortunately it comes back to bite you. Now you're down 2-1, going into another hard point where Team War going into today, one of the best hard point teams, at least statistically. I was watching them blow out everyone by more than 100, 120 points. They fall short, at least off of the slow start in map number 1. They allow the protocol comeback to come on in, and now backs against the wall. You better hope that your rotations are on point here on Vault, because that's what Vegas were doing in map number 1, and you stood no chance, at least early into the game. Yeah,
and I will say, like, with this Vegas Academy team, I feel like they often, you know, we kind of get categorized as they play too safe, too cautious. But on a map like Vault, all you need is a couple of decent moments over the top of P2 and P4, and you can just be way ahead again. So there is a level of, for Team War, you got to come and set the tone immediately. Because we know that Vegas, like we saw in Hacienda, was great at spawn manipulation, great at timings of when they wanted to rotate, and that can come back to bite you again here if you're Team War on this map. So can't afford to have a slow start, can't afford to let off the gas. Those are the two things that we've seen bite Team War at this point. In Vegas Academy, I will say, punishing mistakes. That's something we often look at when it comes down to, you know, the difference between like a good team and a great team. Yeah. When mistakes are made, can you punish a team for that? And for the moment, Vegas have shown us that, yes, they absolutely can. So Just we'll see if that continues to be the case, or if Team War can polish things up, make less mistakes, and kind of set the game on their own terms.
Yeah, it's crazy because the body was doing some crazy stuff on that control right there. Like, couldn't really play his timings properly, but somehow, some way, his teammates are able to get him through it. Big shout out to Roxas again. Multiple clutch kills with that AR in hand. Clutch playmaking ability as well towards the very end of that game. His improvement so far from the beginning of the season and now is night and day, man. This guy has understood what it's like to play a little bit more of winning Call of Duty. But now you just need one more map. So you understand now going into Vault, compared to a map like Hacienda, it's about a majority of the rotation. The Power Hills went always your way on that map, number one. You need that P3 to P4 chain to also be your deciding factor here to try to take out a staple here in the Challenger scene.
Absolutely the case. Some other updates around the Elite right now. 6 of Carolina down 0-2 to the Stallions. Both of those teams desperately need wins. So for the Stallions, that's good news for them. I haven't seen anything else on Twitter.
Lore 3-0. Lore 3-0. That's another big one. That was a bounce back for them. They went 0-2 day one. 5 Fears versus Cabal GGs. Currently 2-1 in favor of Cabal. Stallions, obviously, you already shouted it. They're up 2-0 in that series. And then Omid took care of business versus Spartans in a clean 3-0. So I don't know what it is about those Omid boys, but they're always just on point, man. Raph is doing a fantastic job at that organization.
Crazy scenes. One of those things,
Skies.
man. One of those things. Should be getting ready to go for this map number 4, though, here pretty soon. Looks like we're actually already loading in. So here we go. Vault Hardpoint. Team War need this to get to another map 5. They have been map 5 warriors so far at this stage.
Yeah.
So that's, again, also something to kind of keep in the back of your mind, is even though there have been moments where you think that they're going to be running away with series, that hasn't been the case. That's kind of in the situation, I think, for a couple of our top teams to this point. It's been a lot of map 5s that we've seen here. So see how things go for them here, if they can force another one, or will, again, a key win come through for Vegas to get them 2-1 in their group.
That'd be big, man. It'd be very big for Vegas Academy because obviously they failed to qualify for the Elite last stage. So you did dirty work this time around. You get a decent placement at the most previous land. And now you want to continue to stride forward. Team War of the squad is currently standing in your way. You're going to start off on the preferred side for this P1 to P2 chain, but none of the kills go their way. And Team War saying, okay, the slow start map number 1 is not going to happen again.
Yeah, not at all. Diamond Con. Oh, really solid read off of this spawn. In a great position. Okay, going to work alongside him, and the pistol will win things out as Diamond Con will start off 3-0, and well, Team War will start off with every single kill. Okay, finally, see him able to put something on the board for Vegas, but it's been a stonewall here at P1. 25 seconds. Pretty much already earned here for Team War.
Doesn't get any better than this to start off the game.
No,
Still the kills, dominating in their side. Spawns in control for that P2 already. King of Body finds that kill, but simply gets outnumbered. Now Vegas Academy forced to try to find a break, and everyone is rallying through the front side. This is what I'm saying about, like, just a consistent way of playing Call of Duty. It's not very consistent to try to break through the front door. Someone has to try to develop on a route, and Team War currently have everything covered.
Yeah, they sure do. A little bit of a push out, though, does get stopped, and that actually opens the door now for Vegas Academy to try to hit this through poolside. Yeah, spawns are already moved, and that's just too much aggression for Team War. And all of a sudden, Vegas can just get comfortable on P2. Not feeling good about where Team War spawned here, though. You can see there's some anxiety about the quick play around the backside of gold. That's not the case, and QK finds 3. That will restabilize this Vegas setup again.
They do lose track of at least one player, and Yuli's going to make the perfect play at the perfect time. Spawns flip, 3 go down. Last player alive around this hard point is going to be King of Body, but he gets taken care of. So Team War, even off of a mishap on the break attempt there, just a route there from Yuli allows this final time to go their way. Still going to have that 50-point lead going over towards P3, but at least for now, Vegas are going to win the rotation to 0.
Yeah, it's one of those situations that both teams kind of have the same problem, where 2 players, one from either side, just get too far forward. They don't have a proper anchor on the backside of P2. Just some cautiousness about where exactly their opponents were spawning at, and they end up losing spawns because of that. So a little bit of 6 of one, half a dozen of another situation off the back of P2, where both teams are going to feel pretty okay about what happened. Back over towards now P3. Vegas holding on to the power side of the map, and they're going to find 3 eliminations to allow them to get back into the hill.
Yeah, this is fantastic. So far from Vegas, because usually when we see teams play as hard as they are currently for that arc control, you're giving up a lot of time with simply having white time at this P3, but they decide to be a little bit too aggressive at the wrong time. Yuli on 5 in a row, a 12-2 start, and I also got a text message that the updates on the scoreboard officially are all working, so his stat line is real. And now this puts Team War winning their rotation over towards the money hill. They can blow this game wide open right now.
Sure can. Just comes down to this play from the front because you do have Salt way out of the picture. Decent tags from Yuli will make life a little bit easier for the players inside the hard point. Last 1v1 here would be with King of Body. He's actually just going to play into Dumpster and try to keep moving these Team War spawns out. Problem is his teammates can't cross the street. And that will be all 4 down, and Team War are going to go up by 100 points.
Yeah, this map might already be over with.
Feels that way. Yeah.
Yuli's on 7 in a row. Your ARs are gunning them to bits, shredding them across the map. And now Vegas Academy, even with 20 seconds left, know that we can't afford to give up all this time. The deficit is going to be too much to try to make up for here, but those aggressive plays, you don't want to be able to spawn out towards the backside of this old HP. Need to make sure that you win the rotation over towards New, but now, with such a lead, you can allow players like Assault to develop on these routes. He is going to get spotted, but just finesse your life a little bit.
Good shut down. Vegas is going to get a pretty solid zone across this first hard point. Team War are going to work on the long routes. Show a force from Yuli, and Diamondcon will take a couple of shots to reveal the play already on the way. UK keeps covered, though. A body costed over towards the backside of P2, and that will now start to influence the spawns as we fight for this last 40 on P1.
You can already see DC knows the game. He knows that the parallel spawns are coming in. It's about the timing on this repinch. Finds the first. Teammates go 3 for 1. That's all 4 dead. Now someone hard block. All of them are going to spawn over towards Lion. This game is just getting worse and worse in Vegas.
Yeah, it sure is. And Diamondcon's going to get a pretty solid read on where this play is coming from. Salt does get naded and taken out of position, but 2 real right behind will fill the gap nicely. And yeah, the last 8 seconds or so will go the way of Vegas, but Team War will hold on to the P2 side of the map and get Yuli in a pretty far forward position. The biggest thing about this is let's make sure someone stays anchored to the backside of P2 here while Yuli gets to work.
Yuli does fall, though. And now where is he going to spawn? The new hill pops at the perfect time, so he'll spawn right behind it. King of Body this time is just going to set the tone right through the front door. Only able to find one. As that player one shot, Rox is going to be able to clean it up. So the break is good for Vegas.
Wow.
The close spawn still here for Team War. You got to hold tight in this setup. Set up the crossfires. Soak up all the time that you can.
Oh, we don't need to be challenging that, QCAP. You've got help on the way, especially with the Hellstorm already being called in. But can this repinch come through? Spawns are still out. Real trying to clear out the hostile will be successful in that, but gets met by a scene, and then King of Body at long range. Keeps things going here for Vegas. Nice shots from Yuli, 21 and 8. Heck of a map from him. And that's Team War at least neutralizing a lot of the scrap time. And yeah, they're going to make sure that no one else touches the hard point. They're going to keep this lead at about 100 points.
Yeah, they're more than happy about it as well, because they know that they have the rotation over towards New. Your ARs are set up in the power positions. You already put yourself in the numbers advantage off the rotation. Just got to try to trade out these last couple. Roxas again with another massive 2-piece. Gives his team an opportunity here, but still the positioning's in favor of Team War. They can just gun them down and not allow them to soak time here.
That looks like the strategy at the moment. Especially Diamondcon playing forward at Palms. 2 real trying to keep the statue safe, but Roxas confirms the trade. Allow Vegas to get into P3 here with Assault's attention purely on the middle of the map while his teammates come off spawn. So decent time here. Plus, again, the angle already being held by QCAP. New real shut down. And this is going to be an opportunity for Vegas to flip the map around and possibly start working on this comeback.
Oh, now it's going to be a 1v1. DC, you're the sole man here. But at the same time, yeah, at least your teammates did effectively find those trades, so it's still a one-on-one. They're able to reinforce before Vegas do. Potentially soaking up this final time does not matter. You have the better side of the map for this next hard point. It was very difficult for Vegas to even attempt to break last go around. Team War cannot win it here, but you need to find something that'll work here.
Yeah, you need to find something badly. Yuli, okay, in the corner. That will work out nicely. 2 real holding down the angle by Dumpster. Diamondcon right there in the close side for the pinch. And that will likely put this well out of reach.
Yeah!
Actually, Diamondcon finding another one up top. Yeah, Vegas just spawning so far away. The setup is still flawless for Team War, and they're going to get past the 20 mark.
Yeah, this is GG. If you're Vegas, let's just try to keep the guns hot, man. We're going into a rewind in that game number 5. Simply outclassed here the same way that you did, Timor, at least on the first set of hard points in that map number 1. Yeah, at least find a break for now. I'm always happy to potentially talk about the comeback, but down by 100, Team War just got to play keep away, got to trade it out effectively, and just soak up as much time as they possibly can. They can win it here at P1. They have them trapped towards the backside of that old HP. Now this pinch is going to be a big part to their success here.
Yep. But Vegas do kind of break through that, and more so, they break onto the Hardpoint. Oh, almost Yuli able to shut that down, but no, nice moment here for Vegas. Onto the hill for now. They're going to lose out on some of the information over the top of the balcony, but Roxas, a little hip fire right to the stomach of Turiel will work out, plus the follow-up, and Vegas may start to work on trying to push these spawns around a little bit now.
Hey, man, they're in the gunfights now. Everything is starting to go their way. We're sliding into hip fire gunfights. We're able to clutch on up in those. So far, they've done a great job of at least soaking up a majority of this P1 time, but now it seems stuck in a difficult situation here as they go 3 for 1 and the trade fights don't go their way. Team War closer to 250 can soak up this final 10, no problem.
Yep. You know, one member that they're going to be missing is QCAB over towards P2. DiamondCon trying to make his way over is just holding into pool. Assault has read the threat behind the hard point. Tex goes his way, but honestly, from the front, Vegas are going to get a little bit of success now. Try to hold off these couple of members for Team War behind the hill, but now they're going to rejoin their efforts together and move their way into the hard point, and that will work out. One more member to find is a seamer on the back, but he's got support from QCAP in the front, and now the spawns will move once again, and Vegas are still alive.
Vegas still alive, still fighting. Down by 80. Big time if you can soak up all of it. Just need the kills to continue to go your way. Turiel at least able to slip by, finds a double, flips the spawns at least for a couple players on his side, but still Vegas holding tight and towards the hard point until the ARs able to catch them off guard. You cannot win it here if you're Team War. Vegas keep on fighting. Team War again, up by so much. More than happy to take this final 10.
Oh, and the last shots from Turiel makes this rotation now deadly for Vegas as QCAP has been seen. Zemtex right on the car. The follow-up from Yuli is good. Trade is there. Vegas will get into the hard point first, but pitch from Turiel actually does get shut down quickly. It said he had a free look at King of Body, just could not quite catch it before he gets underneath the palm trees. DiamondCon trying to hit the same route. He will clean things up for 2. One more in front of him. That'll be now 3 down. DiamondCon not quite able to collect shots of the quad feed, but very well maybe the game-winning play.
Yeah, that's GG. Vegas is spawning all the way across the map. Only player that could potentially contest them is going to be Double Doors, and we are going to be going to another Game 5 here in Elite Stage 3. Like Alan said before the show started, I know you probably feel like it was such a long time ago, but every single series so far for us has went all the way to the distance. They're trying to make up for, you know, our Major 2, you know, 1 Game 4 sort of repertoire. But another Game 5, I ain't too mad at that one.
Very true, very true. Yeah, it's just another one of those moments that you just kind of look at this from Vegas' side. It's, you know, a couple of rotational, really honestly for both teams, a couple of rotation wins that just don't get locked in. Too many breaks, I would say, really for both of these two squads. The big difference maker was P4. It looked like Team Warriors just continually over and over again in a position to win that rotation, and they did a nice job of holding off that Vegas push through pool over and over again. Other side of things, you also got 33 and 19 from Yuli, 38 and 22 from DiamondCon. That helps, especially with 4,200 damage out of DiamondCon. So, yeah, definitely shooting from minute 1 if you're Team War, not allowing Vegas to really ever catch up in any form throughout that map.
Yeah, and that's just so easy of a gameplay right there for Team War, because you're winning a majority of your rotations after the first set of 4 hard points. You're already up by 100. It means your ARs are dominating the power spots. The kills are a lot easier, so the stat lines are going to look a lot better. But Vegas Academy simply were just not prepared as they needed to be on a map like Vault. It's always about that money hill in P4. And the fact that even in situations where they were keeping it scattered at P2, like they found 3 dead, Yuli, I love the heads-up play there because that's what Vegas didn't do initially to try to find that breaking towards B2 and try to commit everybody through the front. But Team War, no, we're not going to find a lot of success in this play. Someone has to hit a route, and Yuli works all the way around through that P3 side instead of working his way through the back because Vegas, no, we're spawning tight. Someone has to be contesting back here, so they send it after they get 3 players down, 2 players to that position with Yuli already cutting over towards Truck, just needs 1 kill. His teammates spawn on in, and they're able to watch over him. It's just such a great heads-up play there from Yuli to discard everybody else. I know what the best play to make is at the time, and that play worked out to perfection.
All right, well, we got ourselves another map 5, as we mentioned, and it's going to be a rewind, search, and destroy. Again, it's kind of reflecting on our first day of the Elite from yesterday. We did see this map, and I feel like a lot of it was kind of day one strategies. I mean, again, it is, you know, reintroduced into the mix, and you wonder how much reps these new teams especially have gotten on it. And really every single team is new from when this map had come out the first time around. But I was a bit surprised to see how much, I would say, like, attention was like forgotten about how to play around glass and like the front DVD shelves. It just felt like teams were finding, you know, Linz in particular was the one I was really going in on. It was just like he's over channeling that position so often and getting caught. It's just like, you don't have to after you find a first play. You know, you don't have to take those big challenges. There are other parts of the map that you can work through. So we'll see if these two teams have learned anything about this map kind of since the last day.
Yeah, the biggest thing about Revon is simply the crosses. Like, you could put yourself in a position to watch both crosses to either site, take a little bit of burger control. You can watch the cross from Elephant in towards DVDs. The only way that they can plant that bomb over towards A if they work through gens and come through side door. But then the same thing could be over towards that B site. Like, it's literally wide in the open. They have to work their way through gens, have to work their way up street with a big-ass 18-wheeler sitting right in the middle of the street. So it's going to be very difficult to even think about those objectives before gunfights even get on down. But it's about playing for the information. If you're Vegas and you spot someone, let's just not try to go for a superhero play, because that's what eventually costed them in that map number 2. They were going blow for blow. Retakes were phenomenal. Post plants were also great on both ends. But it's just those mistakes. We got to try to avoid them in this situation, because in a game 5, it's never more of a crucial moment to have that pressure at the highest level.
Yep, absolutely the case. So that's about all the setup we can give to that one. We'll learn what happens here. I mean, for Team War, the map 2, again, after the reset, that's when things really changed. It did look like Vegas were, again, on dealership, kind of playing with this little bit of an offense, like, look at us over this way. Never mind, we're going to go the other direction. Rewind doesn't give you that same kind of opportunity as much. I think it's more of the, if we can catch timing, catch information, can we flood, take advantage of that? Otherwise, is there going to be some sort of a, you know, a level of Team War just kind of being a more complete squad and not allowing that to happen? I don't know. It's just, it's hard to tell. It's all figurative speech at this point. So we'll kind of wait to see what happens.
Yeah, realistically, though, like for Team War, you're a team that's stuck together since the beginning of Challenger season. So you should have strategies, because you used to play this map with this squad in the beginning of the season. So just got to make sure that you're doing what you do best, and that's like manipulating the map a certain way. The good thing about like this Team War squad is that they have playmakers who aren't afraid to make plays. Like you saw it once Yuli came back off the reset, initially starting off the round by just being super aggressive over towards mid, not afraid of the moment, wins initial 2 gunfights to secure that round for his team. And then just the way that he played off of that last map, he's going to go in it with that same confidence on a map like Rewind. Just like the retakes are going to be the most important on Rewind, because you can contest all you want from mid-street. You can contest all you want from the backside of your spawn. Once that bomb goes down, you know rotations, re-wraps are going to come on in. You have to be in the play at the right time to try to retake it successfully, because if you lose track of players on Rewind, there's so many angles you have to try to clear on out before you can even think about that defuse.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll kind of see how things unfold as we get into this. Just trying to see how's the Bravo stream going. What are they doing over there? They're not playing right now.
Okay. Yeah, no, it hasn't even started yet, because their Bravo match already ended. It was like Omit and Spartans, and that was a clean 3-0. But some updates, though, Alan. Luxury Exotic were up 2-1 versus Omit Brooklyn. And then Omit Brooklyn just won the Hardpoint, and now they are going to a game number 5. The same thing could be said for Cabal GG versus 5 Fears. Another game number 5. But Stallions actually also secured their first dub with a clean 3-0 over 6F. So both the teams that we were expecting to have a better day number 2 in Lore and Stallions take care of their series with ease.
Sounds like it's pretty much as expected results-wise. Kind of, sort of, a couple of things, you know, again, extending this to 5. It's been very popular so far. Yeah, yesterday there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 map 5s. There's only 2 3-0 sweeps. Everything else was map 4. So competitive so far throughout this Challengers Elite to this point. And we'll continue that case here with map 5 rewind loading in on our screens. It will be Vegas on the opening offense. And they will, again, kind of show force here at Gens. You have a member in Roxas all the way up towards Burger and moving through it at this point with help from UK nearby.
Yeah, Roxas taking a lot of space away. You can already see Team War stacking over towards that DVD side. So Roxas could potentially be the playmaker. He's just telling his teammates, simply stay alive. I'm going to be able to make a play here. Asim is able to strike for 2 with the assistance of Roxas, so numbers in favor of Vegas currently.
Yeah, you still have 2Real who's shown himself over towards A. You don't 100% know where Diamond Con is. And this timing on the wrap, oh, just a little bit too wide on the slide, gets caught while Roxas is playing behind the truck. And yeah, nowhere for 2Real to go. So yeah, long routes coming through again for Vegas. And that's something that Team War is going to have to be avid about because they weren't even looking towards Burger at all.
Not at all. They're just expecting the all-out bombarded play over towards that B site, right through Gens, double doors, all the tax being invested. But once they were able to take that positioning away and then realizing Vegas are playing super slow, they just couldn't reposition themselves fast enough through that mid-street. And even though Roxas is only able to get 1 kill on the round, very impactful with all the information he was able to dish out to his team. As Vegas secure the first, now it's their opportunity to go on defense. And Team War have to try to match that pacing again.
Little stun check off the wall, nothing in courtyard. And that's going to mean that, yeah, Team War can just run right on up. Defensive nades are set up for this. Nade actually hits the seam in the chest, but yeah, that'll be enough to fully. Again, on one of those moments where it's like, if you're Vegas, you got 2 players trying to help you by getting the ARs outside on the street side, but the SMGs caught at courtyard, you know, get into a position to where they have to either back off or force the gunfight, and they choose to force it. They get punished for that.
Yeah, they tried to at least shut down that bomb from being planted. Give themselves an easier approach on that retake, but once those first couple of kills go down, the players who were working their way back over towards that B street through their base, positioning already known because everyone drops through the mid courtyard. So Team War with the aggression, dominate in that attacking ground, tie the game up at 1, and now Vegas going back to their slow approach on offense.
Same setup here, though, for Vegas on this offense, like you mentioned, and they are going to be met with a different setup defensively. Diamond Con. Oh, this could get interesting in terms of timing. Surely, Roxas doesn't think that a Burger play is going to be free again, but a lot of focus to Assault. He's continued to draw attention. He gets up to dumpsters, and if you're Vegas, you kind of have to wait for the ARs to make a move here and make a decision if they're going to continue on this play or not.
And they're going to wrap back out. Thinking potentially someone's going to get too aggressive, but Diamond Con holding strong on his position. Assault was just trying to give him some info, but Yuli knocked down to 5 HP, is able to get on out. Now you know potentially Vegas going to be committing over towards B. You still got a nade in the back pocket. Can we time it to perfection?
Real still staying in the backside of Rig. Doesn't see a plant, but also doesn't see the offense moving over towards the outside of street here. Time becoming an issue. 2Real, his timing is going to be everything in terms of if he can really shut down this offensive play. He finds the first, sees the shadow for 1 up top. Trade is not there. Roxas wins the key one. Now it's drawn to Yuli and Diamond Con. Trying to play from inside courtyard, not going to work out, but time is the issue. They're going to re-wrap back over to A. Yuli's going to try to beat them there. Not going to happen. It's Roxas shutting down the play, and most impressively is the 2 he finds through courtyard.
This guy is making such great plays, man. The fact that he's able to secure 3 on that round, the double on Tourer was the biggest one. Then with the pistol, after you won a gunfight like the way you did in the previous one, feeling super confident to close it out. I've never seen that pistol a day in my life. I don't even know what attachment he has on it, but it absolutely rips him in towards the courtyard. And Roxas again, another fantastic moment there for the Academy boys to take the advantage here in the search and destroy. Now we just need to rethink our defensive setup because that aggressive push from Team War, we were not in a position to contest it at all.
No, not at all. First blood comes through, but immediately afterwards, the exchange over the top of the A site, all trends in favor of Vegas. Now Diamond Con is the last one left. He's going to take a little jump shot and find one. No trade imminent as Vegas are still holding over the top of the A site.
1v2. Vegas just don't want to let him out. At least if you do, you gain info on his repositioning. Don't commit on these one-on-one gunfights, and at least Diamond Con is able to get out of dodge. A lot of time for him to work with. If you're Vegas, let's just play the buddy system, trade him out.
Here comes the tough part. Trying to collect the bomb. Information onto one. Couple of tags. But yeah, I was going to say there's really no way you mantle over and find the exit from that position anyways. And that is going to be enough for Vegas to go up 3-1 here in map 5.
Yeah, I love the adjustments there on that defensive look. This time they said, okay, they caught us off guard when we were working through mid DVDs because everyone's just aggressive over towards B. But if we take a lot of space on their side of DVD, they'll have to start thinking about that rotation. Thankfully, they're able to trade it out, go 3 for 1, put DC in a 1v3. Just not enough time for him to work there. Now Rox is on 4 in a row. Seam on 3. Up by 2 rounds, back on the attack. You got trophies to work with. Let's just hit B, low-key.
Well, this time Vegas going to try to play more passively. Diamond Con has actually got aggressive through Burger this time. And the courtyard defenders have also kind of pushed off this A position. So, yeah, I think you would have been right here, Jay. Just drop a trophy, try to get aggressive over towards B, but not the case. And instead, it's a seam for first blood. Does he look for more backside shell? Tries for it, but it's traded. And that's the bomb carrier down. Another bold call trying to re-win out that front glass position.
Yeah, and no one's in a position to at least play the trade. Like, everybody from Vegas, besides the seam, is playing more towards their blue side. Playing it rather be safe than sorry. But now DC might have found the timing. The calm comes in. You find the kill on a QK. Time to get back out of dodge, but fortunately the movement not the best 2v2.
It might just come down to isolated 1v1s here. Body, good timing, finds Yuli. Now you got to get back over towards the bomb assault. He's not really in a position to watch for this at the moment, but he will be able to check over the top of the A site, especially if he gets into position here at table. First shots are decent. Follow-up is going to be here, though, and it's just down to the pistol for assault, and there's not enough HP. Vegas find the kill, take the round. Now they're up big 4-1 up.
The biggest kill of the round right there is the fact that Kinky is able to take care of DC. Like, I thought DC gets that kill for free. He's able to get out of dodge. Don't know how much HP he actually had left in that engagement once it went down, but just making that a 2v2 allows them to eventually break down their setup, turn it into some timings in those one-on-ones. Kinky is able to find 3 on that round. Just in the right place at the right time over towards Burger. Finds a second kill, and then in a 1v1, he's already weak. Let me just commit on the child. Vegas up by 3 now.
Here we go. Just kind of a standard approach over towards A. RC is out, but 2 real deletes it. I don't know if that's stunned. Yeah, I don't think it got over the shelves. No, I don't think it did. C will try to recreate the danger zone. Kinky aggressive through Gens. QK right there with him, but no. Overwhelmed, and now there's an exit that's been established that has to be worried about if you're Vegas on B Street.
Yeah, just was a necessary play right there for Vegas to try to take space that was unknown. Now you put your teammates in a man disadvantage. 4v2, you got DC working his way over through Burger's side, but everybody else rallying over towards B. They gain info on the Roxas, force him to reposition. Put a lot of bomb to go down, and Asim gets nothing on the pinch, 1v4.
Push down the Roxas, and he's got nowhere to go here at Courtyard. Yeah, not a chance. Not going to happen. Team War on the board, putting themselves at a decent position to try to cut this back in. But again, time is running out on this. So you need to, I would say, you need to win this next round as well.
Yeah. Don't want to fall too behind and allow them to get to game point, but Vegas just get a little bit too antsy there in that round with absolutely nothing going on. They shut down that A plant from getting down. They already had players contesting over towards B Street. So everything that you wanted was right in front of you. They just try to take something that they didn't have and unfortunately get caught. So now if you're Team War, I know their first round on the offense was all out aggression. That round was a little bit more passive. Let's just slow down the game if you want.
Well, this time instead, they're going to send all their SMGs right into the mix on the A site. Decent exchange for now. Assault able to assist on the effort. And that gets us to a 2v2 after everything's all said and done. Bomb is down. King of Body. Stun check over the top. Uriel already committed to the play, but a counter stun comes through. And now it's just both members for Team War pushing him out for the kill.
Hey, and Kuke is all the way across the map. So now in a 1v2. Team War going to be running around in the buddy system. Assault on 2 in a row. Same thing can be said for 2-Real. With that bomb sitting down in towards mid DVD, QK has a lot of space to try to clear on out. Still has also at least 40 seconds to work with, but eventually we got to spot them and make a play.
Well, he may have an opportunity if he pops the door and finds a transitionary kill, but now it's just crossfire setups. You can stun check if you want. Pistol comes through. Wow, he actually almost catches timing, but not going to happen. Team War find the win, and now they find themselves within 1, which is exactly what you want.
That's insane, right? Because the aggression, at least for them in the first round, was perfect. That time they lose the initial first blood, but just the reinforcements rallying behind each other allowed them to manage all the chaos early into the round. Make it a 2v2, ISO on the King of Body, and then just play the bomb down in towards DVDs. 2 rounds in a row now for Team War. Starting to find some counters. What Vegas have thrown at them so far. But there's no more of an important round than this one right here.
King of Body's going to put himself in a position to where, oh, actually, maybe he finds himself in a tight corner, but he gets stun checked and we'll have to forfeit that. Uriel also sees the jump across that Semtex is going to hurt, but shots aren't fully there, so he gets out for free. RC also pushing up through Gen's side. Kind of causes a nade to be tossed errantly, and that's now positioning right back to Vegas.
Oh, we got to play it a little better there. If you are 2-Real, you spot the shadow, trap him in the corner. At least set up a teammate to bait and switch that kill. With King of Body getting out, backs up all the way to his spawn. You think this A-bomb is going to be open, but Asim is here to contest him.
Oh, and Asim's going to find one help from QK for the other. So now the retake's starting to look massively successful for Vegas. And Team War has to check this, and I don't know if that position from Assault is enough. Team's still shaking, and that's enough for King of Body to come back through. And yeah, that's just good patience for Vegas, knowing that Team War is so pushed out from away from the bomb site that they have to come back to check it, and they punish him in that moment.
And the fact that Team War don't clear out everything in DVD before they think about that objective is completely mind-blowing. Because you know that at least King of Body showed presence over towards Top Elephant. He's able to get out of dodge. And you're thinking, okay, he was the farthest player pushed up. We should be able to get this objective down. But just simply going unaccounted for there in Asim, he's the guy who makes the play. Takes down the first kill, has the second guy one shot, sets up QK for that kill. And then in the 4v2 with all the bomb control that you want. Like Team War didn't have the players in the proper positions to even contest the numbers or contest that defuse when it eventually came on in. A clean retake there from Vegas Academy due to what ASIM did. Puts them at game point here.
Body first blood, not able to get away. Follow up is
slammed.
Out, able to lock down as Yuli is just moving in circles. So now it's going to be a 3v2 situation, bombed down in a terrible spot for Vegas.
Yeah, hopefully they have that information. Just don't isolate some of these gunfights. You have info onto one. We probably want to send it. But QK potentially is going to trap them in towards Gens. The nade is going to connect. You make it a 2v2. You know there's still a couple more players in your line of sight. Now you're giving the comm to Roxas. Rat back. We got to chow this together.
Yeah, we sure do. And, well, that's actually not bad. QK goes 1 for 1. Gives Roxas, obviously, a very realistic chance at converting this. Yuli playing in the backside of the RV. Uh-oh, he's been seen. Roxas gun up. Finds him. And, whoa. Vegas Academy start off hot in map 1. Too much of a deficit for Team War to come back on. They pull off the map 3 comeback. And then here in map number 5, honestly speaking, they just had Team War's number pretty much from start to finish.
Yeah, they just outplayed the man. Roxas had a lot of big moments with his AR. King of Body just taking space, backing on up. they were playing their situations a lot better in that game number 5, man. Big shout outs to them, because every time I watch them play, just see improvements after improvements. Roxas, without question, was my MVP of the series. King of Body had his moments. Asim with the biggest round possible, up 4-3. You know that that is the swing round, able to make the play to secure it for your team. And then in this final round, the 2v3, Team War just let that one slip away, man.
Yeah,
Looked very sloppy in their gameplay. They usually do not make as many mistakes, especially in Search and Destroy, because without that reset, they probably don't win that map too either. But at least, you know, you pushed it to the distance. You basically gave away that map number 1 due to the slow start. You guaranteedly gave away that map number 3 after being up 2-0. And there's just a couple mistakes that held you back from potentially being flawless here in the Elite Stage 3. They fall short in Vegas. Secure their second win here.
Yeah, really good stuff, honestly, from Vegas in this Search and Destroy. I just thought, like, dynamically, you start off this map by putting attention over towards backside burger like that. It just kind of keeps Team War on their heels a little bit defensively. Yeah. I mean, a couple of the moments where you see them start to pull things back, but the aggression in this final round doesn't really fully work out. The 4v3 doesn't really fully come through, and Vegas just, I think, most importantly, when they're on the defensive side, even though there were a couple of plants that they allowed to go down, they were just so quick to take away ground to where the post plant for Team War was never stable. So there's something about, I think, just, you know, what do you want to do after you try to commit for a plant to make sure that your SMGs, in particular, if your Team War, can stay alive longer. So hard to say in terms of what they do immediately, but here's a look at, with that win, what the standings will do. Amit 3-0 in Group A, Amit 3-0 in Group B. Business as usual for them. The Spartans do find themselves 2-1 though, so again, it's just different news for that organization at large, that they don't have to go and start 0-2 down and have to win their next 3. But Team War Vegas now at 2-1 in their group. Cabal 5 Fear still locked in their matchup to finish off the first block of matches here for Group A. But any thoughts here, Jay? It looks like the teams that needed to win kind of did for the most part. We're talking about Stallions and Lore Gaming in particular.
Yeah, they both took care of their series. They were clean 3-0. I think if you're luxury exotic, you're going to be beating yourself up, because you could have got one over Omid Brooklyn. You were up 2-1 in the series. You took success in the opening Hardpoint. You found success in the opening Control. But then when you got to that game number 5, unfortunately, you most likely got Craze Gun, because that guy was just making plays yesterday. And you fall short there. Now you're 0-3 going up against Slow, who are really playing for a win. They might be 0-4 at the end of the day, eliminated today, which is going to be tough.
Yeah, 0-4 teams will essentially put themselves on a possibility with the standings as they are right now. So tough seeds there, but that gets us through our first block of matches. We'll get ourselves set up for hopefully a quick transition into our second block. We'll be taking a break though. We'll come back with more content. back there, friends. We're steamrolling ahead to our second and final series of Week 1 Challengers Elite Season 3, North America. Royal Spartans taking on Cabal GGs. Both teams really could use a win to feel a little bit more comfortable about their spot moving into next week. But for the Spartans, they do drop their opening series tonight and are looking for a bounce back, whereas for Cabal, they were in the map 5 just a moment ago and are looking to try to beat a major opponent. They had a map 5 yesterday versus Amit that they were not able to finish off, so seeing if they can get the job done here versus the Spartans.
Yeah, they just got a map 5 as well versus 5 Fears. They were able to close it out on a protocol search and destroy to have a 2-1 record. Now going up against the Spartans, who are also sitting at 2-1. So this is basically like win this series and you're guaranteed a playoff situation, because the other teams in the group are sitting at either 0-3 or 1-2. So try to avoid that tiebreaker scenario by just putting your team at 3 wins. Both teams have a lot to play for here. For the Spartans, though, they went down 0-3 versus Omen. They got steamrolled in every single one of those maps, besides the control that got all the way to round number 5. And on the side of Cabal, they lost both of their hard points and still were able to Neslo their way to get to where they are now. But a very big series, both teams. Cabal, obviously, with Rupert, Cootie, C-Wads, and Mr. M4. They have been able to play together for quite some time, right, Alan? I'm not tripping, right?
Yeah, it's been quite some time, I think, as a stretch, but there's familiarity, right? Like they're not new to each other in certain words, so there's that going for you, I guess.
And then you also have like the Spartans, who's formerly known as YFP. You got Cruz, Big Head, Mr. Dak, and Mr. Wiz. We know what they are capable of when you talk about the search and destroy. They have been recently able to like just stick with this core lineup, continue to build off of everything that they have gone through throughout this season. Obviously, every single player wants to make it up to the big leagues, but I love that you're one of these challenger teams that are just being one of those squads that like to play with each other. You can just tell that these guys are really good friends in and out of game. They're consistently playing with each other from season to season, so they like each other's play styles. Just right now, you want to make sure that you're the top team in challengers. They've gotten a couple opportunities to be really close, but have not been able to jump over that hump just yet.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And I think the thing about that squad is like they continue to put together consistent results, which is obviously great news when it comes down to your ability to kind of showcase your ability to win. I put it that way. I mean, that's often the case when it comes down to this level. Is there's a weird balance between like, are people valuing wins versus individual performance? Sometimes it depends on the game. Sometimes it depends on the situation of the CDL teams that are above you. But for the most part, over the course of the historical annals of challengers, it's always been you win, you likely have a spot to jump in. I mean, that Decimate team from back in Modern Warfare 2, they all got picked up. Same situation kind of happens with Amit, happens with Lore. It just happens. If you win, you find yourself usually into a spot to be in the CDL. So that's the one thing that is kind of missing for this group of the Royal Spartans, is they've been close. They've made it to things like Challengers Finals. They've been in just about every single elite. When it comes to actually winning a championship, that's the one thing that has been missing for these 4 players at this point.
I could have swore that at least a couple of them were alongside 04 and Gunless when they had the most like insane challenges comeback. We were casting it, went all the way to the distance, and Wiz was a part of that lineup. So we don't want to, if I want to be corrected there, but you at least had a little bit of a taste of it. Now you just want to put yourself back on the top. But here we go into map number 1, Cabal. Doing a great job already, soaking up a lot of this P1 time, but they do not have a lot of map control to go with it. Spartans able to find a couple of kills, get them off, and now put themselves in.
Yeah, and they've got a little bit of head control here. KB working on it, and this is the thing about KB that has really turned a couple of eyes in the last, let's call it just the last calendar year, as he stepped up and really showcased his ability individually to hang with the best of them. Just comes down to putting himself with a solid team. And at a 5-0 start, almost getting a look at 6. Could have been an opportunity to really turn heads here early. Still, regardless of that, though, Cabal getting the benefit of the P1 time and also rotating cleanly to P2.
That's crazy, because I'm over here looking at the stats. I mean, at least the names on these rosters, and I see M4 Skiller. I'm like, all right, I don't know the guy. I think I've definitely watched him play, but I definitely know who KB is. We need to fix that if your face is. Like, if you're rocking the tag, we need to have the same exact username, because that guy has an absolute beamer on him with that AR. But Cabal coming out swinging in his opening hardpoint, and it's not good for the Spartans because in their previous series, they lost 250 to 120 on the opening red card. They're looking to try to make up for it here, but this is not the start you were looking for.
No, not at all. Duty right on the top, able to find his 3 kills in a row. And now you've got the spawn flip on the way. Cootie's in a perfect position, helping out Rooper inside the hard point, and this has been flawless for Cabal. Yeah, it's just one of those things like you're talking about, like Cootie, KB, and Rooper familiar with each other. KB in particular, a little bit newer to the space. Cootie and Rooper had, I would say, most importantly, played with players like Snoopy in the past. So it is one of those guys that, you know, one of those duos that's been together for quite some time. But yeah, this mostly, you know, South American, Mexican, Latin American team has looked pretty solid at this point, 83-9.
Yeah, it doesn't get any better than this. And even when your players are falling, they're still able to get a double kill off of a car bomb in the death screen. It at least allows you to hold down your setup a little bit longer with the Spartans right through the front door, able to lead to the break. I just need kills to go with it. Keep on trading. This time, Rupert, yeah, the car bomb blows you up, and the Spartans on the break for some much-needed time.
Well, need to have this break happen sooner rather than later. KB feeling the pressure out of the hard point for a time. A couple of kills do come through. KB trying to finesse. He's got a little bit of assistance, but as Cootie drops, good macro route here from KB, just getting outside the hill and trying to shut down some of the lanes to allow his team a chance at worst to rotate, but Cruz shuts that down, and the scrap time largely good for the Spartans, now rotating back over to 3. Heard it before.
Yeah, thankfully you had C-Wads working his way all the way behind P2. But Dak with the perfect angle to watch that across, secures this side of the map for his team. They win the rotation over towards the money hill at the stage, and for our Mamba, you're in a very crucial position. You can just play your life here. Unfortunately, he's trapped between multiple players. First kill goes in favor of Cabal. Now you just got to try to somehow, some way get across.
Oh, they do get the player out of mid-map, plus the follow-up shots from Rupert are clean. A couple of tags inside the hard point.
Wow!
This will finish off Cruz. That is about as clean as you'd like for Cabal, shutting down every appropriate spot, and then eventually overwhelming the players on the hard point. Now you got Cootie trying to cut off the rotation. Wad's right there with him, and Rupert still pretty planted comfortably inside the hard point.
Yeah, this is what the Spartans are banking on, though. So they do not want to give up this time. Still 15 seconds to fight for here. You have those spawns over towards the soccer side. You already lose the initial 2 players. So, Dak, your job is to just try to finesse this contestant all the way to the very end. But it couldn't get any better for Cabal. At least through the first 4 hard points. You're going to find yourself almost up by 100. Technically have a Hellstorm as well to at least contest this rotation over towards New. Not able to find a kill, but you at least put your players in a position to contest it.
Yeah, and more importantly, you know exactly what the setup looks like for the Spartans. No one's hitting a long route, so you can put Rupert in a position a little bit more aggressive than mid. Let's get cut down, though. Dak, Cruz, Mamba, all individually finding kills. Watts by himself, and he will only find 1 before dropping. Nice moment here for the Spartans to try to get back in this game.
Yeah, they need all this time now. 30 seconds still to play for here at P5. It's not easy to soak a lot of time here, especially when you're able to wall bank everything. Once you sit on that HP, Mamba with some great shots absolutely rips Cootie off of the head clip. Now the teammates are here. They go 4 for 1 in the exchange. They're able to hop themselves right back into the hard point. And the Spartans now looking like they're firing.
Yeah, sure are. Mamba mid-map battle with Wads. An important one here as you rotate over to P1. But Cootie, oh, what a read this is. Wow, just kind of threads the needle between a couple of different Royal Spartans members, but Wiz, the only one not seen. Turns, finds the kill, has more in front of him, and deals with it nicely. Not the cleanest from Rupert. He gets pushed off the angle, allowing the Spartans to get the better part of the first 20 seconds here on P1.
It's crazy how the Spartans are able to get themselves back into the game off of the 2 hard points you really don't find a lot of success on when you're hopping on that hard point. Get 30 or at least 40 seconds off of P5. Trying to chain it over towards P1. Still a 60-point difference. They don't get every kill right there in the feed. So it's going to allow Cabal to still dictate the way that this game is going to play out. They're so aggressive on the spawns and not allowing the Spartans to even get close towards this P1. You had to try to develop on some of these long routes. The lead is blown wide open again, but now you need this break attempt to count.
Yeah. Enough damage for at least forced out, but oh, big win from Wiz over the middle of the map. And you're going to actually get Cruz on a bit of a route here. He's going to step right into P2. The only player that could possibly foil this rotation would be Cootie. And as he's dropped, so is KB, leaving just Wads and Rupert as the last 2 remaining. And as Rupert drops, the Spartans actually will still spawn stage side. Wads was right there, but spawn is still up. Mamba finds the shutdown. Wiz able to get back at least some contested to the hard point. Mamba trying to follow and will find the last shot needed, but the spawns will move again.
Yeah, spawns move again. So if you're Cabal, you're in the position that you want to be, but don't want to give up this time for free. Cruz from top window is able to line up a double. still in a position to, at least if you are Royal Spartans, trap them in towards the back. We just need to get a couple kills in sync. Stabilize on the map. KB, again, at least finds one. It's a little bit easier for his teammates off the rotation, but he's instantly going to fall. Spartans are going to walk away with this final time, but now it's on Mamba. Sole man off the rotation to try to get some done.
A 1v1 win here would be massive towards trying to open up this hard point, especially with Rupert still behind the play. Wad's holding in a corner. You'll see Wiz at range. Can't really do much with that position, though. He's still the only cutoff man from the doors here. And oh no, Wiz gets a track of him. And the Spartans will find the first 2 kills. Cabal will be spawning inside a parking garage.
Yeah, this is not good. If you are Cabal, you need to find a kill and find it quick. Work your way on out. A team kill is also not going to help the situation. You go 2v2. Now you make it a 1v1. Dak just finesse. Your teammates are now here to help you. Notice they're going to be spawning out towards the back, but Dak with the reposition and finds that kill. Still have them trapped.
Yeah.
Another 3 dead. Spartans are right back in this game now.
Sure is, and Dak is really starting to heat up on 6 in a row. He's 20 and 13. Caught here on the push out. Kill number 7 in front of him. Steps away from the reload and gets right back into the mix for kill number 7. Now it's up top. Can't quite slide into the 2nd floor, so he will not be able to get the Hell Store. And the last 6 seconds will go empty as we head to rotation stage, where Mamba was the first one there, but again, mid-map control looking decent for Cabal, and the cutoff is likely to come through.
As soon as that hill pops, 2 players from the Spartans able to spawn on both sides of the stage. So get
Big
gifted with the opportunity to win the rotation over towards New, and Mama's able to line up a double, so now you can focus everything to the front side of NB. Spartans were down by 100 at a point in this game. Oof. Now only a 10-point difference. Potentially a lead change here on the horizon, but KB finding a double, so Cabal have them surrounded.
Yeah, Wiz is in trouble here. Has to step into the hard point to see if he can contest a little while longer. Not going to be allowed to. KB on 2 in a row. Playing hedges. Has a look at a couple of different Royal Spartan members, but is under threat of all of them and eventually gets taken down. The scrap time looks good as the Spartans are largely focused on rotation. They're going to get ticket control here and actually be able to play on both sides of it. So this is actually a really solid setup for the Spartans to try to jump into the time early.
Yeah, now you're just banking on Mamba to hold down that BS&D position. Because you know if you're Cabal, you want to attack the preferred side of the map. You're going to work your way around the backside, but Mamba is going to get taken care of. So an all-out mix fest in towards the cafe. Trades going down, but Rupert in the perfect spot to at least find one. Puts himself in a position to contest it for the spawns, but once he gets taken care of, his teammates are already there in the play. They don't have the spawns, at least currently, that they want, but all the Spartans spawning towards Eski.
Yeah, and Cabal's going to have the information on that as well. Nice shutdown from Wads inside a ticket. Duty tagged, but can step back into the hard point where he's got some safety with his teammates around him. That's what you would have thought as Dak and Mamba just slide forward, find 2 eliminations. For one more, Dak able to step up and find another kill. Rupert trying to chase with a pistol, but the support from Wiz is too strong. This is an important back 15 seconds here. Cabal would love to worse just neutralize this, but they're not finding any angles for it, and they're trying to play for rotation, but Mamba's playing way deep. He's going to find one over the top. Trade looking like it's on the way, and it will be, but it's going to be a 50-50 battle over the top of P1.
Yeah, and Cody's just got to keep this position. Tess over towards stage side, gives it up, and now he might get shot in the back, but he's just sliding and gliding. He wants his teammates to soak up as much time as they possibly can, but 3 go down at the wrong time. So the Spartans are right back in it. A 20-point difference. KB trying to find an opening, at least finds one.
Yeah, but Mamba with the immediate shutdown clears off the high ground. Wiz tucked in a corner. He's got help or middle of the map. He's also got help from Cruz on his pinch. Everything looks solid here for time to continue to go his way. Wiz does get taken down. Cruz can't quite finish off Wads. And it leaves Dak to try to play his life at mid doors. Mamba shut down. Now it's just down to Dak. Cruz tries to get back in the mix to at least keep the hard point empty. It shuts down one, but not enough as Cabal will stay in and find themselves back in the lead.
And then just keep on trading. Just keep on trading around that mid-map area. And now the spawn flip if you are the Spartans. You're not going to be initially able to start off on the time for P2. But you have the side of the map that you want to trap them towards the backside of that hard point. Needs to start off by taking care of Waz. They do just that. 1v1 in towards the hard point is going to be a massive one to create an extra layer, but he does fall, and Cabal now only needs 10 points.
Yeah, Wad's off the pinch. He can win the game right here. Jumps on in, finds elimination. Duty trying to keep his teammates safe, and will be able to do so. Last one to try to challenge this is Gonna be Mamba up top. He gets shut down. Cruz, does he get into touch? No, he doesn't. And Cabal will take map number 1. Again, one of those maps that you look back at the first rotation to Hills and say that's largely where Cabal win this game.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, man. Both teams that we saw so far on the Alpha stream today just have a slow start in the opening Hardpoint. They start to spring light towards the middle half, but at that point, it's too late. The slang was there from Cabal. The finessing plays from the ARs and even the SMGs at times. When they needed to value their life, hit a long route, set up a proper pinch. It worked out to perfection. Cabal, so we're able to steal that map number 1 away right there from the Spartans. And now, you're down 0-1. I feel like every time we cast over these guys, we always talk about how they need to bank on their S&D. They find themselves in another position again when they need to.
Yes, they do. Big map coming out of KB, 30 and 24, 14 assists, 3,900 total damage, tops the lobby in every category. Again, just kind of showcasing his ability to be one of those guys. And I think the thing about like this Cabal team, and you go back to like, you know, the Hive team that Snoopy was on. You know, you look at a player like Rupert, he's gotten chances with other more traditional North American players and done well. And same situation, I think, for Cootie. He kind of found himself in that position as well. But I'll be candid, like, this is a team that they need a win. Like, they need to find a way to be significant on LAN or in these elites outside of just kind of squeaking their way into a playoff. I think they've got the individual talent to do so. It's just one of those situations that, you know, I think initially the Latin American large squad was baking off of like kind of riding Snoopy's of individual talent. And so being able to support that, obviously his POV gets worldwide recognition thanks to like people like Censor, who's shouting from the nearest mountaintop that this kid's got it. And to be fair, like his POV is crazy. He absolutely does. But like the supporting cast that Snoopy had around him was also really talented. And for a player like Rupert, who's been there the whole time, and now a player like KB, who's really been forced and thrusted into the scene, you know, that spotlight feels like it can only get brighter if they could just find a way to win.
Yeah, and what was that roster like 3-4 years ago when Snoopy was a part of these guys? So obviously we've seen the improvement. 2.5. Okay, we've seen the improvement so far from Snoopy though. Just getting more reps, getting more familiar with the kind of place that the NA players like to play in, and he's been able to just blow up so far this season for that Boston squad. And now some of his former teammates just getting in those reps, going through the leaps and the bruises of everything that Call of Duty throws at you. Finally find themselves currently in a good position where they are obviously confident. Their teamwork is on point. You could tell by the way that they were setting up their breaks on some of those money hills in that HP. Just sometimes time is all you really need to improve in your game.
Yeah. I mean, because you got to remember that the thing about Snoopy was his career feels longer than it is because he played Modern Warfare 2 champs, but that was it. He got picked up for 4 champs. So, you know, last year was technically his rookie year overall. So, you know, for a player like KB, a player like Rupert, again, the history is long-standing. I'm looking back over the top of, you know, what their results were, KB in particular. And, yeah, there's a couple of, like, top 4s and cups and things of the nature, but have not really had a chance to do much in the world of, like, stunning the challenger space in North America. That's the thing that's largely been missing for both players like him and players like Rupert. Is that they've been in the mix, they've been up there, they have individual moments that you sit there and say, yeah, these guys are really good, but not being able to win. It's the same story that we talked about with the Spartans roster. It's like not being able to win is always going to be that next hurdle. You have to find a championship, whether it's at an elite or at a LAN.
Yeah, because that's what people are looking at. Like, if you make it to a grand finals of the elites, of the LANs, people are going to be watching it. So that's where you have the most eyes on you. Just going all the way to the distance, being a perfect player on that day of Call of Duty to try to walk away victorious. And that's just the recipe for success, man. You're not going to be a challengers player playing around top 8, getting top 12s, and not really finding success either on LAN or online and projected to trying to get picked up. It needs to be with some W's. You need to add some W's to the tally so when we load up the wiki page, we can see, all right, first. All right, that guy's pretty good. Let's add him to the line.
Yeah, I mean, even recency bias aside, like, it is something that has to be a little bit more long-standing. Like, average placement numbers is something that I feel like they really banked a lot on back in, you know, the opening stages of Challengers, because there were so many different types of events that were happening. Well, you know, what do you really put value on? Do you put value on winning a weekend in cup? How much value do you put on winning an elite versus being able to go to an international stage in an open and being able to finish at a top placement there? So Lots of things to keep in mind as we're going to get a little bit of a delayed hit with nades over the top at A. Frag to counter for Mamba at that choke point. Does not land, but he's got a good enough angle to catch KB on the mantle.
Oh, big first blood there from Mamba. And advantage. Know that the play is going to be committing over towards A. No trophy systems to work with, but doesn't have any attacks in his back pocket. You're going to try to contest it before the objective gets down and see what at least able to catch one. Makes it a 3v3, and if Rupert times this, just stand up. You got another freebie right in front of you.
Ooh, but he doesn't check that little corner deck. Just tucks. He's able to find one and damage onto another. Now the pinch can get activated for Wiz. How much noise can Mamba make? Keep the attention forward. Not enough. As Wiz is shut down immediately, Mamba's also pushed off his angle, and a plant surely should come imminently.
Remember, they had the info onto Mamba as well, so the bomb is going to get planted down to 7 HP in a dream. No stuns or nades to work with. Force now, get out of dodge and attack this again in due time. 2v1 for Mamba. He's going to get spotted, and Cootie making the plays there for Cabal. First blood goes in favor of the Spartans. Just we get too aggressive thinking that they're going to try to plant the bomb. You catch them before you think about that objective. And once you make it into a 2v2, it's such a great heads-up read there from Cootie. The fact that he's able to turn, find that kill onto Wiz, because they already had the info onto Mamba. Once we spot Wiz, we can plant the bomb and clutch out the round.
Yeah, Mamba, I mean, it's one of those situations that if he finds tags into one of the Cabal members, then Cootie has to step up and make sure his teammate stays safe, but that wasn't the case. Mamba's the one who actually gets put down to a bullet worth of health. It's coming through quickly. Nice team shots in the way, but Wiz is stuck behind the table. Follow up from Mamba. Cruz right there to suffocate the play, but it'll end all in all into a 2v2 situation. Bomb is still down for the offense back in their spawn.
Yeah, you're only able to pull off that kind of round in round number 2 because there's still no trophy systems yet to work with, but after a couple kills go down, Cruz is at least able to earn his. Got a lot of time to work with. Potential jump spot here for C1. I don't know if if he's got X-ray vision or what kind of things he's trying to look for here, but I would gain no info right here if someone crossed in front of me.
Yeah. Well. Quads? Oh, if he commits on this angle, maybe he catches it instead. They back off, and Rupert, a little slide into the drop shot. Takes care of Cruz,
man.
And then the follow-up in the garage is perfect from Wads. That's just one of those omni-movement battles, though, that you look at and say, how do you beat that?
Dude, these guys are gunning right now. Like, they aren't afraid to make plays. All out mix fest initially to start the round. Done spots for C-Waz. Definitely got to go practice out in my own private match because I just didn't know what kind of info he was going to play for, but gained something. At least nothing on that side of the map, so catches the timing that they're rotating through mid. And Rupert, with the slide and glide, is able to win the one-on-one and set up his teammate for the final. 2-0 so far for Cabal. Trophy systems now to work with. They use your stunts and nades to early contest over through the middle of the map, but they are slowing this round down.
And why not? Continuing to play a little bit of mind games here with the Spartans. Kind of testing them to see how comfortable do you feel in your defensive setup on paper. And it looks like the Spartans will get a little antsy. Stun check on the Dak is good, but would you expect that Wiz is also there? That's the question. Mamba just looking for pixels underneath the car, has a trophy system to his left to keep him safe from upcoming nades, which, well, maybe not. I was about to say, should be good to stop these overhead nades. Not the case. Wads for first blood, and then Cootie a follow-up onto more.
Oh, man, now it's a 1v4 left up the Cruz.
Oh,
He's going to get taken care of in the slow and steady approach there. For Cabal works out because you thought the trophy was going to keep you alive there if you were Mamba. But the nade over the top gives the info to Cabal. Okay, that's the guy saving A. Someone has to try to make up a play because we already have a lot of space on their side. And the double pinch, don't check the proper spots. Cootie's able to line up another double. And Cabal currently can do no wrong in this entire series.
Is that just one of those because the nade is cooked perfectly, it blows up out of the range of the trophy, but in range of the car? Because, like, we didn't even see the nade explosion. We just saw the car blowing up.
Where was that trophy at,
unreal.
though, Alan?
I don't
Where
know. It
was
must
the
have been a little
trophy
bit too
at?
far
I
to
don't
the
know if he
left.
put it behind a wall or something. Like, Just wasn't in position to contest it. And now the Spartans trying to make up for it with a very quick round here. Bomb goes down at B, but everyone for Cabal is working on this pinch.
Yeah, this is a trap play from Cabal. Double stun plus an SMG push. Overwhelmed, and Wiz deals with the first. Gets a lot of the second. The trades are evenly found until Mamba turns things into a 2v1 in favor of the Spartans post plant.
We're left in a 1v2. At least has info on one. He knows now. Both are playing around this archway. Timing isn't going to be good enough. The read right there from the Spartans to realize, okay, they're probably not going to retake from their side. Someone just peek around our back end. And just starting off with that first blood. KB lining up a multi-kill there. Doesn't allow his teammates to win the trade fights. And then in the 1v2, there's too much there to clear on out. Spartans able to finally stop the bleeding in this search and destroy. But they need to have an answer here. For this A site, because this slow and steady approach from Cabal, they're just picking them apart.
Yeah. I'll gift you 5, though, Jay, under the pretense that I bet you Cabal will make that same defensive trap play happen again. May not be the next defense, but they'll try that again. That double stun SMG push up through A.
Okay. I'll take my 5 gifted, because I don't think that's going to happen again.
All right, well. And better news for you is I don't stream, so you don't have to worry about that. You can take care of me in Boca. How about that?
All right, buddy.
Spartan's going to hold back defensively once again here, though. And we'll see if Dak has put a trophy in a better spot this time over the top of A. But the problem is it's going to be a B hit. KB's going to push the issue. Let's try to scale a little bit further forward. Good damage, finds himself. Whoa!
Oh, what?
Lots of damage onto a second, and he stays alive with the help from Wads.
Yeah, and this is why Cabal last time around tried to commit 3 on the flank, because the retake from this back alley is so difficult to do so when you just have an SMG aggressive towards the side shack. The fact that he's able to get out, not get traded, also have the second player weak, so he can't come in that gunfight. The Spartans there tried to make their adjustments on their setup. They said, I'm sick and tired of them going A. They have yet to show face at B. At that time, it's the perfect blind counter there from Cabal to flip the momentum again on their side. Now only need 2 more rounds.
Yep. I mean, that's just one of those plays where, again, like the discipline from the rest of the team, if KB is saying, I'm playing forward, will that come through again? Here it is, Jay. Okay, you owe me. The double stuns,
They gotta
followed up
push
by
through.
Wads, but they don't get the full push up. I was saying, this is just a trap play, though. They're trying to catch off this angle, and now you've got Wads forward. This is all about just manipulating and scaling deeper into the map.
Yeah, but now you force the rotation on the Spartans, at least on the side of Cabal, for 3 stacking over towards B, because Spartans decided to slow this one down. C Wads is in a position that can either win him the round or cost him the round. But it's all on him.
I mean, you have to clear this spot out again if you're the Spartans.
100%.
And they're going to set up for it. Do they have something to bounce off the wall and check this position from Wads? There's the trophy. Nade over the top doesn't fully land. The play through the back shed is on the way, but no one checks the corner. And this is just such good scaling from Wads. Follow-up, though, does come through. Defense has rotated over to deal with the play on the side door. And now the time is an issue here for the Spartans.
Yeah, 25 seconds to go. You can't really think about that rotation back over towards B, but they are going to commit. So now it's on Rupert. First line of sight. They potentially contest this. 15 seconds. You know they got to be thinking about that objective. It's all about the timing here. Can he spot him? He does not, and Mamba finds that kill. So the rotation good enough for the Spartans. Bomb gets planted.
Yeah, what a missed opportunity right there for Rupert, just right underneath his nose. So now the post plant set up through arches, and you've got Dak, who can either guard the flank or repinch on his own. He's just going to guard the flank. So this has to be something to retake from the front. Duty. Opening shots are okay. But time's an issue here. You got to go. And this route is, you don't have time for this.
Not at all. 15 seconds to go. You need to find 3 kills. Someone also needs to work the defuse. This is a round going in favor of the Spartans. Gabe is able to find that kill, but a perfect wrap there from the Royal Spartans. Once they find that kill onto C-Wad, I thought C-Wad initially was about to make one of the best plays I've ever seen. It's just he got a little bit too antsy, thinking there's multiple players around that corner. There was someone there. He turns that into a 2-piece. It's basically GG on the round. But if you just wait a little bit longer, track that guy, some trigger discipline there, you could potentially secure that round single-handedly. But the trade good enough the timing good enough for the Spartans off the rotation with only 15 seconds left to get that bomb planted. Secures the round there for them.
I really like that double stun trap play, though. Really cool idea. Doesn't work out, though, and now the Spartans, well, I was going to say trying to get some action done over towards B, but the trades once again come out in favor of Cabal. 2 for 1, now leading to a 3v2 situation. Bomb not committing for the play towards B, and this little bit of a killing, this is just killing noise to create doubt is all this is right now into the Spartans.
Exactly what it is. Exactly what it is, Alan. Now the Spartans are thinking, okay, they're not planning to bomb instantly with their numbers. They're potentially going to be rotating over towards A. But they are just relying now on timings. The ball now back in towards the B site. Bomb carrier actually going to push on through. And as far as they're at that A site, you should be getting a lot of info here. We probably just don't want to commit. Now with a couple shots going down, they're actually going to continue to push over towards A.
Yeah. Well, this is odd. Map just kind of flips on its head here for a moment. And both the Spartans are just kind of playing this individually on their defense. And Mamba doesn't see that second member making the cross to the back stairs. He also gets tagged by that nade. So Dak has to come to help, and he's going to play this from the Arches side. Mamba confirms that there is a player at Arches and a player on the bomb. Dak trying to take advantage of that info, but has been tagged up. The slide through is good, and nowhere for Mamba to go from that side window. Cabal Gaming, they've got a really good handle on this map. I won't lie, I'm impressed.
Yeah, they've had really good strategies so far on this map. They're realizing, okay, if we're going to attack over towards B, we need to do it very, very quickly with every single player on that side. So when trades start to go down, we walk away with the numbers. We stand a really good chance at securing it. But just like you said, stopping the noise, forcing the Rory Spartans to think a little bit, force them to reposition over towards A. You catch the time to get the bomb down at B. And then the nade, just backing down that player through top mid. Not allowing them to contest the site. Stalls out time for the bomb to get planted. And eventually both players fall. Cabal now at game point and currently doing all wrong. You know the play's coming over towards A. Rupert, let's hit a Kobe. Why not?
Yeah, why not? Well, nades being sent. Spartans will push this back. The bomb is planted in the moment of this heat of the moment rather. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough. That may have been held too long, honestly, or it bounces off of a wall too close. One of the two. But now it's a 4v3 post plant time already ticking. Cruz is holding down that back gate area. Booty from the side door for one, but shut down, and the Spartans continue a little bit further forward into this map.
Yeah, I love how the Spartans have said, screw all this other strategy stuff. Let's just hit something. Work their way over towards A. Back down Rupert from his position, get the objective down, and then see Watts nading himself. Like you said, it might be cooking too long or someone throwing a nade at his feet while he was holding his own in his hand. Takes care of himself. At least the Spartans getting the early numbers and training out effectively to close it on out. Now, if you are the Spartans, we just need to gain some info early on. These slow, steady approaches for them have been very difficult for them to handle. But you're going to retake over towards mid-map, at least cut off 2 lanes. Now you should know, okay, the play is most likely going to be at A.
Well, Thomas is playing through side door. Lots of nades over the top, but no commitment yet for Cabal. Now they'll make their move on. Defense has also tossed a good number of their nades as well on top of this, and as Cruz drops backside gate. And, oh, Miz has got an AR in the vent. That's not what you want. Yeah, for that reason alone, Cootie's watching it, and now it's really on to Mamba. He's got to be a hero. Not happening.
Gotta try to make something happen. Doing the door to make sure it stays closed. 31 HP. You gotta go back for an Ego Chow. He's able to find the kill. He's able to find the double. Now it's a 2v1. Dak has a better chance here.
He's got him on the corner. AR in hand, trying to find the heady. Back and forth between weapons. Dak in the 1v1 now. He's going to get the regen, too. He's got Rupert on the corner. Timing is good. Shots are better. And how about a 2v4 from Mamba and Dak to push us to another round? I don't know how Mamba gets to there. I won't lie to you.
Yeah, I don't know why we switched off that POV as well, man, because I really would love to see it.
Damn it, Q.
Mamba was a deciding factor because he catches a double. And then I love the commitment there from Dak. Like, he spots both players. He knows, all right, I'm running out of ammo on both weapons. I still got 6 to at least find one. And ties it perfectly, but at least at Jackal for the first kill. Gets the regen. forces the repositioning, is able to clutch up on the round. So Cabal let that one slip, and the Spartans stay alive.
Oh, yeah, big time. I mean, really, the post plant looked perfect. But like you said, Mamba just has to make a play. Has to be a hero. And he comes away with 2 after being tagged down to half HP. He doesn't find those 2. That round's just done. So credit where credit is due. Offense taking their time here for the Spartans, playing inside of this back office and just having Wiz on the corner. And an RC is on for Wads. He's going to use this to just kind of take a route through arches and trust the defense can just make their way over towards A. I mean, he could really just let the battery on this extend into this position, but he's actually clearing out so much of the map. Wow.
Whoa. AB finds the first, but Dak effective on the trades. Now, even with that RC card getting invested, pushing all the way through B, gives the heads up to the call to the team that every play is going to be over towards A, but the positioning there from the Spartans, again, off this rotation, has caused them problems. And then you got Wiz with the delayed wrap, now makes it a 1v3.
I love that play. It's actually just Mamba, while the RC is making its way up, he's just lurking and slinking his way up the middle of the map and eventually gets into a position to where he can play window. It looked dicey for that re-wrap to come out through vent. I mean, yeah, you said that obviously because, you know, you're 1 HP getting through vent, but Mamba's in a great spot to watch from window, make sure there is no transition through garage, and that puts us to round 11 just like that.
And Cabal back on the defensive side. You actually prefer this if you are the Spartans to be on offense, because whatever play you put on the backside of that A site, either Mamba or Cruz, they have always been the player to get first blooded. Now it's about the slow and steady approach on the offense. Don't want to make any mistakes here. Early mid-map control from Cabal, but they invest a lot of tags with no info to go with it.
I think Mamba did get tagged by that last stun that we saw before he swapped, but it doesn't make a difference to the defense's perspective. They're still just using KB on an angle to watch mid. You got, yeah, just a jump peek here from Wads. That's all about timing, and I think he actually does see Wiz on that. Hard to say from our angle. But it looks like he does. Yeah, just more pops, and it looks like the Spartans are aware that he's here too. Yeah, a couple of tags come through. Now the defense will rotate over.
He must have like the best BC possible, and the nade good enough to have Cruz weak. And Rupert is able to rip him. So first blood in favor of Cabal. Another situation you can't throw away.
Yeah, but Spartans still have enough freedom to plant. Hootie, I think you saw for a moment he wanted to try to challenge through stage, but it's just everyone's surrounded. Come out with your hands up. Mamba, last one left. Finds the first, trying to finesse with KB, who just spams down the pistol. Help was on the way, and Cabal will take the round 11. Yeah, man, it's woof. It's one of those that's tough. I mean, for the Spartans, I think there's a level of like, after their previous offense finding success through mid, I think that's why Cabal toss as much utility as they do early to make sure no one lurks up. They get that little bit of information. You know you got to keep your eyes up. Plus, you've got a good crossfire set up over on A, and we already know that B site's so hard to get through if you want to play it just through B arches. And yeah, good collapse from Cabal.
Yeah, that's tough right there for the Spartans, man, because usually the bomb carrier is the guy carrying the trophy. When you see all those stuns and nades being invested to the little map, you're thinking, okay, we got all that already out. We don't have to worry about it going forward. So if we can just work over towards A, we know the default setup. Player jumping at mid-gate, someone camping all the way in the back of the spawn, just watching over the street. But just simply not having the trophy system in the right position, realistically, cost the Spartans 2 rounds there. If that nade connects, it allows Rupert to find that first blood. Even though the bomb gets planted, you are completely surrounded because Cabal were in positions to immediately contest you with the numbers on their side. They started off this S&D, outclassing them. The Spartans make the mid-round adjustments to at least force the round 11. But Cabal Gaming able to ice up in the round 11 to now go up 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, really good stuff, man. I have to give credit, obviously, for the Spartans to be able to pull things back. This 2v4 in particular is unbelievable. That get them into a spot to actually fight this back off. I mean, this is unheard of. Really should never have happened, but really solid play. Again, just showing the individual ability for players like Mamba, players like Dak. But as mentioned in this round 11, just not letting mid-map get astray, and then from this position with Cootie playing forward, plus tags from KB working his way from car to car, it's just so hard to deal with it. There's so much support over the top because Rupert, I'm sure, is watching the angle through window, so KB can make that play. Yeah, really solid, really tight. I really like the way the Cabal play that map. A couple of really cool things in their playbook there for sure. Puts them up 2-0 though. Again, tight 2 maps. And now we head to a vault control for map number 3, followed up by potentially a vault hardpoint, and of course the protocol is there for map number 5.
Oh, I remember at least last season, last stage of the Elite, back when they were under the YFP brand, Vault Control always treated them very nicely. But it's usually dependent on how Wiz and Dak are able to dictate the game. The breakoffs are a massive thing. They can get their kills. They're going to take space away from you and basically close down these rounds with ease. But I don't think Cabal are going to give that up for free. Like, they were shooting in that map number 1. Even in situations on that map number 2 where players needed to clutch up on some one-on-one gunfights. You had KB finding him success so many times. CWAD, same thing could be said there. But now that you're up 2-0 in the series, you just had a grueler of a search to destroy. All momentum is heavily on your side. The Spartans need to find a spark. And that's simply it. They do. Need something.
I do like that play though. Colton, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to try this out real quick. Okay. I love this. Look at this. Look at this little play. Just watch this.
I'm watching.
So if defense is up at this side, right? They had that set play where they're throwing 3 members down this close corner and they're double stunning it. That's the round that they played all the way around the backside corner. It worked out nicely for that. And then they also had the setup to where if these stuns do land, KB, or actually I think it was KB that was like in this corner, and then they had an AR or CWADs, an AR that could rotate over to help out through this top spirals position. Then you just, again, you don't ever assume that the offense is going to 4-man flood through side offense. So like you're guaranteed to stop that plant immediately. I really like that play. That was really solid. We hadn't seen anyone do that before. So yeah, I just thought I'd just kind of draw that one out. And Jay, you owe me a beverage in Boca for being able to call that, I think.
Hey, my guy is, working overtime. Hey, Alan, there's simply nothing you can't do, my friend. Live chat illustrated, drawing conclusions. Yeah, we like that setup. Dealership is also just added. So everybody that's watching this, you can start to still add that into the mix because Cabal had some great strategies there. Simply, like Alan said, to trap them on their side of the map. Don't give them any opportunities to edge their way on out. And now they're up 2-0 in the series, but we got a little time before we get to that map number 3. We're going to throw it over to the Bravo stream for the watch party in their series.
On the RCXD. It's too real. Ooh, flies on forward. You make this read in the corner. You throw a little bit of a shoulder. I'm not sure if they saw that.
Cool.
Trophy system will intercept that nade. You're just by yourself here.
Colton,
There's no clear out. You're trying to go for a
3-0.
plant when you haven't even cleared out the other back side of it. Trades will come on through. 2v2 right now. Team War. Trying to figure out how you want to play this. Thankfully for you, bomb is down directly on the site, so you will be able to recover. Hopefully go for the plant. Yuli trying to finish what 2 Real started. Will be able to. Bomb goes down. Destro. They've cleared out the B side, so I'll give them all the information they need. Yuli. Huge gunfight here. You see the cross back on up. Stun check comes on in. Won't actually manage to hit, but you get the information you need.
Siski then will be the surprise factor, but Diamondcon catches him crossing. He's hooked himself deep enough and finds it. So all on Aiden. He's got to go high and, well, comes in from the top rope. RKO does not connect. Another one for War, and this is the momentum that you want to get back on the board. I've got to say, they get away with it a little bit there. The 2 Real goes for that plant with no intel, nothing cleared. Dies on the bomb site, and I think it's a bit of a misplay potentially for Destro. They should have recognized that 2 Real was planting that bomb and therefore stuck around for it, locked it down. They don't in the end, and that gives War an opportunity to retake it, get the bomb down.
All right, so B stream still going strong. A little bit of a comeback effort there for Team War in the map number 2 if they were already up 1-0. So keep an eye on that one, whether you want to watch it with the Bravo stream on the Challenger stage or if you want to go hang out with Dandro and Enigma casting that one. And we're into our vault control here. Spartans trying to find a way to get back into the series after being down 2 tight maps.
And look at this push from both teams, man. Just playing it patient. They know that the break-off is the most important thing about a vault control. And unfortunately, CWAD is still 1 shot, so it allows Mama to find that kill. You go 4 for 2. You guarantee the first segment. You know all of the players on the side of the Spartans are coming off the respawn. And they realistically need to come alive. They need something, and this is not it.
Valkyrie's able to take down 2. Leaves just a couple of members still remaining. But after the 4-man stack, it's up to really how much can you really clear the space out. And fortunately for the Spartans, they salvage the defense, so to speak, in this opening round by being able to clear out that third tick and nearly fully complete it. Cruz on a corner. That's an awkward gunfight, mostly because it's just a small slide cancel that keeps him away from line of sight. Mamba Dak following up, though. Keep the defense strong over the top of A.
Oh, and now they're able to reinforce with their numbers. Everybody's coming off the respawn because all those kills went down in sync. 40 seconds to go. Cabal still looking for that final segment at A to try to extend the time. But they do find an opening over towards B onto Cruz. So now you're forcing someone from the Spartans to wrap on back to contest that side of the map. You open up the A point. You got 2 players already in it. You got your SMGs roaming as well. 3-for-1 trade. Get on A. I already have our control to go with it.
Yeah, A should be gone here.
Yeah.
Although, with only 1 member on, Mamba's still be able to jump in and try to jail this. Here comes the play. He's going to catch one. There's the challenge. Drooper shuts it down. One more to find, though, and not going to work. So down to 29 seconds. Cootie, sure, you've done well to catch one capture, maybe even a second tick, but has to back off as Cabal need the extra 60.
But Cootie knows that most likely going to get chased on down, so let me find that kill behind me, and the teammates are able to reinforce behind him. Segments at A going to be done. Time extended. Cabal currently up by 2 lives with 1 segment already earned at B. A lot of map control to go with it. This is a crucial moment here for the Spartans. They got to iron up.
Sure is. They've won a couple of key gunfights, though, to keep their defensive hopes alive. Rupert tossing shoulders on false stairs. Cootie in the corner has the ability to get in the pitch, but now the follow-up gunfights are there. Second tick being worked on. Rupert trying to get a little bit further forward and catch his whiz off of his own slide, and then the follow-up. Oh, my goodness, for Rupert. Now on 4 in a row. Shut down from finding more, but Cootie's on the pinch. Hasn't been able to find any of the Spartans defenders, though. Third tick still coming through. Just need maybe 1 more kill or just a stack to get this thing done. 1 more contest. Wad's good for the kill, and it's a quick offense for Cabal.
Oh, Cabal, man, they're just making such heads-up plays. They're taking advantages of the moments that they have throughout that round number 1. They're realizing, okay, we're going 3-for-1. We have a lot of spots to take. A lot of space to take away from them. And even when you think, okay, time is starting to tick on down, realistically, the Spartans just gave up their lives for free. A couple of scams come down. And when you give up that first kill, you instantly put your team at a disadvantage. You are going to get outnumbered, and it all starts with that player at B. Like, if he doesn't die, if he just plays his life, you don't force that player who was 3-stacking in towards that A site to wrap back on out. But then Cabal, with the heads-up play, show face at B, hit the rotation knowing that they had the numbers at the other objective, and then are able to successfully walk away with the round. Now the Spartans, down 0-1, going into an offense where they were going to have trophy systems. Now they don't. This only gets tougher.
Yeah, for real. That's one of those things, man. It's one of those things. I'm impressed with this Cabal team. I think that this is the best iteration that we've seen of them without question to this point. It's just one of those situations when you kind of like take a look at like how these guys, again, like kind of going back to their like competitive careers as challengers players. You know, stage 1, you know, it's one of those situations you kind of look at that team, and again, our words were literally, and you could even call it this, not even just for them in that stage, but even beyond that, it's like they just barely cracked into playoffs, you know, tiebreaker situations, which got them there in the first place. Stage 1 doesn't go all that well for them. They lose in their first round. They lose in their first round of both winners and losers. But then you get into stage 2, and after what was a much more comfortable group stage, you then finish with a win over 6F Carolina and get into the second round. You end up finishing top 6, so it's like small steps here and there. And it looks like this roster is the best iteration we've seen of it yet. I think in particular, just getting KB on this team is important, because Cootie and Ripper have been teaming up pretty much the whole year together, but KB gets reintroduced with these guys, and I think it's a spark for these boys.
Oh, yeah, without question, man, because he has that AR presence. You know that when he's put in situations where he needs to clutch up on a gunfight, he has the individual skill to do so. Yeah. That's going to now allow your playmakers like Seawad and Cootie with those SMGs in hand to roam the way that they are, to finesse the way that they are, because you have more consistent AR players who can guarantee their kills to dominate their lanes. So far, loving this roster for Cabal. We've only honestly been able to watch this series of them, but going forward, like, if they win this series, obviously they're going to guarantee themselves into towards playoffs. I'm excited to see what they're able to do there.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of taking a look back at this. This team actually was together at the beginning of the year. They played Cup 1 and Cup 2 together, and then broke apart. I think a lot of it was because they weren't finding success in those Cups, 2's top 16s. But KB and Wads have been sticking together pretty much the entirety of the year, and the same can be said for Rupert and Cootie. So there's a level of like, again, you know, just trying to find the right recipe. Obviously these guys have their duos in mind, and now that you've got them both finding some gel together, looking pretty solid for them. So really happy to see this squad finding the success that they are. It's hard to not be a fan of stories like this. I think that's the biggest part about it. But we're having a little bit of issue loading back into map number 3, so we're going to step away for just a moment, and we'll come back as soon as the players are ready. Be right back. Welcome back, friends. We're jumping back into the mix here into what will be round 2 of this control on Vault. Cabal, a fast and furious offensive win. We reset things back into the mix where Royal Spartans will have their chance at it, and so far, so good. Will be the last one left. Stun will affect a little bit of whiz, but not large enough to take him out of the point.
But at least stalls out time for his teammates to now get back into the mix. They go 3 for none in the trade fights and get too aggressive, just not knowing where Cruz's positioning was. So Cruz able to give his team another lifeline here. Find the easy approach over towards this A point. Just need to try to account for these players that you don't have no track of. Waz and Kuti are able to combine for 2, shut down another play, and time keeps on ticking.
And Mamba has just got to, hope that someone crosses his line of sight and his teammates can win some battles from the front. And so far, both are looking pretty solid as Cruz takes down 2. That will get progress done at A. Mamba, though, taken out of position. Dak following up. Good for 1 trade, trying to sneak back into the point, and will be able to join his teammates. So a little bit of a stack here. Second check should be good, especially with that follow-up elimination onto KB. And as Mamba joins the party, now it's just down to, can they actually rotate quickly to B? And with Kuti holding on to Vault, the answer is probably not.
Yeah, time gets extended, but power positions that you currently want, you don't initially find yourself in a position to take it. So now a minute and 30, all tied up in lives. Cruz on 4 in a row, trying to contest through the outer side of Palm, but Rupert doing a great job of just finessing his life. The entire time that they're drawing attention through the front side, you already have Wiz working behind enemy lines. His teammates give him the comm, though. If you rock a ball, you can isolate for the first kill, and that's already 2 dead. The break should come in.
Yeah, things looking decent, at least for the first tick. So not the worst news ever, but with a minute 20 to clock and a 12 playing up against 12, is very well may be determined by overall life count. It's a lot of time to play with here. Don't have to rush anything if you're the Spartans. Problem is they will lose out the middle of the map. Kuti on the pinch does not see the player make his way up towards top halls, but still finds himself an elimination nonetheless, and the defense can continue to really dominate forward on the map.
Yeah, it's good that they're dominating this map presence because you know if you're the Spartans, you can't sprint your way up through B Street. We have to try to work this OE, but the SMGs aren't allowing us gaps to get on through. 2 for 1 in the trades. Now if you're the Spartans with 45 seconds left, you can't really afford to play trades. Thankfully, Dak stays true to his positioning, finds that kill on to Waz. Now you can push your way on forward because Cabal are currently in a tight setup.
Duty, no, shut down. This is an opportunity here for the Spartans. Clock will stop at 31 seconds. KB stopping the push through. He's trying to wait for help. Second tick of progress, though, looking pretty imminent. And he still have Mamba watching the pinch.
No way.
So now it's on to Watts. He's got to take him off the zone. First shots are decent, but he doesn't confirm the kill. Now you got the stack in, and we're going to go offense for offense here. Nice breakthrough for the Spartans. And honestly speaking, that starts with Dak finding 2 from top hallway when Kuti's playing on that pinch. If he doesn't find those kills, nothing develops for the side of the Spartans, but he does find it, and that allows all these extra routes to be taken.
Yeah, I just don't understand how Mamba is able to do this. Like, you had a player contesting him over towards that car side, but then they just disregard him. They find the opening kill. They know Mamba's on the right side, so they're thinking, okay, we have the numbers. We should just disregard him and put all of our reinforcements to taking these last players off of that B point. When you leave him unaccounted for, he's able to catch the timing on that pinch to line up a double, alleviate the pressure from the front end, and the Spartans able to tie the game up at 1. Well, realistically, let that round slip away, but they probably prefer the offensive side of the last time that they played.
Quads right through bottom vault and over to B, where Rupert's trying to watch the outside of this, but no, Rupert's taken down. That will likely stop the play at B unless Kuti can find something at range. An SMG, no, he's not going to be allowed to do that. So Cabal tried to develop something towards the B breakoff. Doesn't work out, and now you have to restructure and try to hit an A.
Yeah, and if you see Waz, now you have to wait to time this hop up. Do top mid to perfection or potentially this pinch to that B point. You need your teammates to find some success, though, because once they go 3 dead, everyone else now is going to start to turn around. They already locate where C-Watt is. He puts himself in a power position over towards top art. Perfect timing there on the trophy. But your teammates are so far out of the play. This position is good and all, but we got to stop the clock.
Well, not looking solid at the moment, except for the ability to clear off art. Problem is, Cruz is still in your spawn, and he's going to be finding kill number 5 in a row here. Plus, he's got an AR. Yeah, not good news here for Cabal. You're really hoping that Wads could do something, but what can he do? I mean, he's so far away from the play. Yeah, he could stop the rotation, kind of, but outside of that, there's really not much you could do from this position because Royal Spartans are just going to try to win the game out by just dominating over the top of A, and they're going to do just that.
Oh my God, Seawaz, you need to throw that round away, brother. Like, that is the worst thing I've ever seen. Like, it's cool that you got yourself to a power position, or for like a minute, you were doing absolutely nothing. Your teammates off the respawn are literally in hell, but they're getting outnumbered with them disregarding you over towards Art. Now with 3.7 seconds, you at least have one player on the B point, but you're going to get cut down. Wiz starting to get activated, and the Spartans just walk away with that round for free. I don't know what the hell Cabal were doing in that one.
Yeah, it's just like, it all kind of comes into frustration when you lose out on that B break-off. But outside of that, I mean, it just looked like they continued to try to still play off the same play, even though they lost their AR early. Like, that continual rotation behind and into Art, like, I don't know. It's just there weren't enough eliminations from the front of the map to make the Spartans really worry about that position until he's the last one left, so... Tough scenes, and on top of that, Cruz carries in a 7 streak plus a Hellstorm. Wiz is on 5 in a row. I'm sure he's knocking on the door of one of his own, about halfway there. So, I mean, the Spartans will find themselves up 2-1, but major advantages with the Hellstorm here in this round.
Without question, man. Now you get your trophy systems down, make sure you're able to shut down those nades over the top, and you can just tell now the Spartans are starting to click. They find the initial 2 kills. Already have some presence in towards A. First segment is going to be guaranteed, but at least Cabal for now. Retake from every single angle. Clean up all 4, and now 40 Spartans forced to work the 08.
Well, this P2 fight looking pretty decent right now for Cabal. KB was initially in trouble, but Cootie bails him out, at least for a moment. Quick exchange, though. Spartans able to find an exit, and more importantly, they are going to find a pinch onto Wads, unbeknownst to him. So an opportunity to stack onto A and get more progress.
Yeah, Cabal got to play that situation a lot safer. You get it clean forward dead. They have to waste a lot of time working on their spawn, but their first opportunity, they're able to crack the code for it. So second segment still being worked on. Effective trades around the mid-map area. Seawad is able to end that on top, at least for now. But Dak thinks it's going to be a 1v1. 2 Badger teammates are not going to be into play, and Cabal able to withstand that second push coming in.
Okay, well, this play through B Street is growing some legs here. Especially with these couple of extra eliminations. KB needs to stay alive. He needs to keep his life. And he will slide back to at least give himself a chance at it. Cootie follows up. Rupert's also playing on the long angle backside gold. And Cootie's done well to catch 2. Eventually he does get taken down, but it's enough for the defense to reclaim the B zone and only really just have the 1 tick completed. Spartans able to find some success, though, through mid to allow them to continue this play on to A, though.
Yeah, and that time is about to be extended unless Rupert has anything to say about it. You're currently up by 3 lives, but Spartans had an extra minute to the game clock to work with. Just the exit kills a little bit better there for Cabal. Now the Spartans force work through pool side. At least cut down Cruz, but you can already see on your mini-map, Dak has been able to get on out. So he's relying on his teammates now to find kills before he makes his impactful play. Look at that.
Yeah,
that's beautiful right there to Dak. You saw that?
Yep, he's gonna blow this play. What? Maybe not wide open. What? No chance, dude. KB was dead to rights. I mean, the play from Dak, if you call it, dude, he just has the perfect route, the perfect timing, and it doesn't make a difference. And now Cabal have an 11-5 life lead.
He set it up to perfection, too, man. He played it patient on the backside of P4, waiting for those players to come off the respawn over towards Art. So hopefully there's nothing that's going to wear them that he's behind them. But just unfortunately, the knife there from KB too strong. Now the Spartans have no more respawns to work with. You do have at least 1 to 2 players on the objective, but simply going to get outnumbered. The good thing is they secured so many segments on this round that we should be in a position to end the game and the Spartans take defense. But it's guaranteed regardless.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to have a round 5 situation here. But you're right. I mean, when it comes down to how the things have unfolded, we'll see if they actually honor that or not. We've said that before, Jay.
No. Remember, it's 2-1 though. So regardless, they had to switch sides. So the good thing is for them, you don't really have to end the game to go back on defense. So the Spartans are on the preferred side that they want to try to extend the series.
Okay. See what we get. Cabal, they've had success on their opening offense by going the traditional route. The last time over, tried for that route to B. That didn't really work out all that much. Trophy system, I don't even think actually fully gets down before the nades explode it, but doesn't make a difference. Cabal are still on with a couple of members at A. And a couple of gunfights trying to come through, and as soon as they do, Spartans win all 3 of them.
Yeah, that's just so tough right there for your Cabal because you're expecting the action to go down immediately at that mid-map area. But once you invest all your stuns or your nades, all you have is your mind to predict on where the hell the Spartans are trying to retake us from. Get a little too antsy there. Don't guarantee a segment. Go a clean 4 dead. Now you already have a couple of Spartans playing roaming in your spawn.
Yeah. And the Spartans are taking advantage of that. Cabal trying to stay alive over the mill, as Cootie will get to vault and then put some pressure on the B zone. Love the idea of this. He actually got great timing. SSG out, but no whiz. Takes the drop shot, wins the battle, and now the Spartans can keep all eyes forward as they move towards the Cabal spawn.
Yeah, Cabal right now are relying on a lot of individual playmaking, but in control in general, you're not realistically going to have a takeover moment unless you're finding 3 in a row. So we need more teamwork here in the final 25 seconds if you want to stand a chance here, but it might be too late. Spartans have way too much map control. Just got to make sure you play your life a little bit better, but C-Watts catches Mamba lacking. And now all you need to do is just trade your way through the middle of the map, pause the game clock.
A nice snap from Wiz. Cruz right there to try to support this. Down to 9.5 seconds. Rock out of pause. Good eliminations here from Cabal. It's just down to Mamba, and he will fall. So that's now 4 down. You can stack this with 3 on. Second tick is going to be gone in the blink of an eye. Is there a trophy to keep them safe? Is there anyone even in position to try to contest this? Doesn't look like it, and we're going to get an extra 60 seconds, but the defense does still hold a 6 life advantage, and Cruz has gotten deep through B Street.
Yeah, Cabal stack everybody through the middle of the map, so the Spartans say, screw the exit kills. We're going to take the map control away. Cruz is in a very crucial spot over towards back ammo, but they're going to wrap back and try to isolate onto him. He just has to try to finesse his life for as long as he possibly can.
Yeah, they're hunting, but they haven't been able to find him yet. He's killing a lot of time. Eventually, he's found and dealt
crazy.
With. Yeah, it really is. AB over through mid,
Dead.
plus help from Wads. Here we go again, but Dak is in position. He just has an SMG, though. He's not able to pick up Cruz's AR. Hellstorm going to be called in. First tick is done. And that'll be all they'll get, at least for now. They'll back off.
Oh, Cootie!
2 through this, and he stays alive from the Hellstorm. Dak is still behind this play being chased, but now you've got Cabal only down 3 lives, and they still have a member on the B zone.
Yeah, and Cootie's watching the cross, so no one can get over towards this B point. He knows there's multiple players sitting underneath him, but you have to try to contest them. We have our control. 28 seconds left to go. Second segment about to be locked, and finally Dak is going to put himself in a play, but he gets taken down. Cabal can still do this.
AB over the top, just trying to play with his food a little bit. Here come the Spartans on the quick pinch. The contest is through. Wads, KB going to drop. Rupert outside the cars also falls. Time going to be an issue here. Cootie's going to have to make a play. He's already pushed off the angle, shuts down the pinch, but can anyone get her to actually touch her? You got to find a way to still flood this. KB's trying to play off the pinch. He's going to find one. That'll open up the
my
site.
God.
Wads will catch another. The kills are good. The kills are in. The stack is now coming through. You can just hold this. No one's going to touch, and Cabal's going to find a last-second win and win the series.
Oh my God, that is an absolute breakdown on the side of the Spartans, man. You had everything, all the map control, all the time on your side. It just came down to 2 specific moments. The fact that with only 15 seconds left, you're able to get 3 kills in a row, eventually find the 4th, stack that 8-point, extend the time. But then after that, you're still not sweating if you're the Spartans. You take the map control away. Cruz finesses his life over towards ammo for a really long time. And you also got a Hellstorm to work with. But the fact that all those kills go down, you go 3 dead again. Cruz is able to at least find 1 kill in response over towards ammo. But then Cootie miraculously working the OE, finding a double with the Hellstorm coming down, and it doesn't even kill him. It doesn't get anything done. The Spartans throw that round away, man. What a clutch up there from Cabal to close out the series in a clean 3-0. And that is just unbelievable. Simple as that.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of those rounds that you could sit and appreciate the small moments for a while in that final moment. I mean, it's the double from Cootie staying alive to the Hellstorm. It's the 8-second play to still have KB on the extension. He takes out one. Wads hits a pinch, I think, through that same mid double doors situation towards front Lion, and he catches one. It just opens up all the pressure to keep Cabal from having to flood through B Street, which is often what I think you're probably defaulting to assuming is going to happen if you're the Spartans because of the time that's on the clock. So it's just absolutely mental scenes that they make that play come to fruition, especially considering, like, at this point, it's like they almost didn't even get the A zone. Let's keep that in mind.
Yeah. And when you get down to this final round, you sync 3 in sync at the same time. But you can already see on your minimap, number 6 in Cootie works the OE. He spawns over to his pool side. He knows his teammates have a lot of pressure from the front end. And even in this final moment, everyone just wins a one-on-one. This time it's KB this time working on that deep pinch while all of his teammates are putting focus through the front end. That was just well played, well executed right there from Cabal. They did have one mishap on them, one of their defensive rounds, where they simply let that one get away from them. But from start to finish of this series, they outclassed the Spartans. And that's what leads to the clean 3-0 here.
Yep. Well, clean is one way of putting it. It's a 3-0, but it's a tight one. I mean, the red card Hardpoint is a bit of a comeback story for the Spartans. Not quite able to get it past the finish line. The Search and Destroy is round 11 heroics after it looked like the Spartans were making all the right moves to adjust and adapt to what Cabal were throwing at them. Doesn't quite get it through the finish line there. And then, of course, we just saw the cinematic moments that just come through that round 5 control. So, wow, yeah, really impressive stuff from Cabal. That now puts them into a very comfortable position in their group.
Oh, yeah.
The other side of that, though, is the Spartans lose both their games today. So they go to 2-2 and under threat of possible tiebreaker situations, likely at worst. Obviously, you win 3 and you're good to go. But this really makes this entire group, I would say, really compelling because it really kind of stays open for just about everybody outside of Amit, who find themselves, I think, still flawless in both groups.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, though. If you're the Spartans, you weren't expecting to line up today and fall short in both of your matchups. But if you're the Spartans, it's usually like how it goes, Alan. They usually have a slow day 1, an insane bounce back in day 2. But it's a complete flip-flop this time around. Now you're sitting at 2-2. Your next matchup is going to be against 6F Carolina, who have yet to find success. They're sitting at 0-4. So that's going to be a layup. And right now, the Stallions are currently up 2-0 versus 5 Fears. If they win this series, they'll be tied at 2-2. But that next week, they play against Cabal, and that's going to be a matchup for the ages.
Yeah, it'll be a fun one. But with that, hey, we're done here on main. There are still more matches that are going on. You can catch it on the Bravo watch party. Actually, there's the full link for it, the Quick Fix Pod. I haven't heard that. So that's the Andrew Enigma right there. I think also the clean feed's also still going on as well on this channel. If you want to sub to that, whichever you prefer, you can go and finish off the action there tonight. But that does it for Challengers. Elite CDL starts, of course, tomorrow. I imagine we're going to see a little bit of a mix with Rewind and Dealership, plus, of course, all the new rosters. It's going to be a lot of fun, so make sure you join us this weekend, and we'll catch you guys next week at worst for more Challengers. Same time, same place. Later.